Chapter 310. Suddenly, Yin Nuashing thought of something. He raised his head and couldn't help but ask, "By the way, why would the gods of the far ancient era mention the words of the mythological era?" As soon as this question came out, Yuan Shi and Yu Yuexiao were stunned. They pondered for a long time, but shook their heads. It seemed that they didn't know either. In the quiet, starry sky, there was only a slight buzzing sound slowly circulating. The few of them sat in the starry sky, looking at each other. No one said anything. The atmosphere here suddenly became stiff. After a long time, Yin Nuashing coughed and closed his evil spirit eye. The four words returned to their original state, suspended above the black stone. The faint brilliance looked a little strange. The palm separated the two resonating black stones, and as the black stones stopped resonating, a sudden gravitational force shrouded the few of them. The surrounding star field gradually blurred, but in a moment it returned to the original appearance of the room. The few of them didn't say much. Yin Nuashing didn't take the black stone away. After all, it was someone else's, and it wasn't good to take it away casually, even though Yuan Shi asked him to. "When I collect the other two stones one day, I will come back to take this black stone." Yin Nuashing spread his hands and refused. Regarding this matter, everyone had a tacit understanding and didn't say anything more. Since it was a forbidden sky god, then there was no need to mention it again. Underwater ruins. The next day, Yu Xiao found Yin Nuashing and the others and wanted to invite him to a place, but when he heard about this place, he was a little confused. Well, it's under the Sea King City. It has been explored many times, but there's a place that can't be opened. Some people speculate that only the gods can enter in person, but such a person can't even be seen on normal days. A few years have passed, and no one has been seen. Nuashing, you are a descendant of the gods, so maybe you can open it. Yu Xiao nodded and said, "Who left the ruins?" Yuan Shi asked. "It wasn't left by anyone. That place is the ruins of a city. It used to be a prosperous city, but it later sank to the bottom of the water." Yu Xiao paused and said, "I also heard this from others. It's all rumors. The last time I passed by here, I didn't have time to check it out." An underwater city. Yin Nuashing opened his mouth and smiled bitterly. After thinking for a while, he agreed. He had nothing to do at this time anyway, and the Tana's water temple hadn't opened yet, so he took a walk and relaxed. The blue sky's blue, the blue sky, and the sea's surface, the sea blue, and blue. The sea's surface was so calm that it looked like a huge blue crystal. There was nothing as far as the eye could see. The sky and the sea, the vast space gave off a sense of relaxation. The cool seawater passed through the energy barrier. Yu Xiao and Yuan, she led the way in front. Several strands of immortal qi blended together, and the speed at which they dove could be said to be as fast as flying. As he dived deeper, the surrounding seawater became darker and darker. In just a few moments, the surroundings were pitch black. Sunlight could not penetrate the thick seawater. The dark scene was as if there was no light at all. After diving for a long time, it was unknown whether it was 10,000 meters or 100,000 meters. The energy shield even caved in a little. It was even on the verge of collapsing as it could not withstand the surrounding pressure. I heard the sound of eggs being cracked. Yin Nuashing's face twitched as she laughed dryly. The barrier in front of her was sunken, and there were even a few cracks. "Why is it so deep?" Yu Xiao was speechless. The energy shield that they had put up together was about to crack under the pressure of the deep water. Xiao, don't tell me you don't know." Yuan Shi patted her head and couldn't help but ask, "I've only heard about it. I didn't expect the distance to be so long." Yu Xiao laughed dryly. Black lines appeared on everyone's forehead. If this energy shield were to break apart, the huge water pressure would definitely crush them into meat patties. If this continues, the energy shield will be destroyed before we reach the bottom of the sea. Yin Nuashing put her hands on her hips and sighed in exasperation. Then she took out the nether void sword, which flashed with a purplish black light. A vast amount of energy expanded into an energy shield and replaced the energy shield that was about to break apart. "Let's go, let's speed up." Yin Nuashing chuckled and took out the golden chains again. She waved her hands and tied the few of them to her side. Yuan Shi and Yu Xiao were stunned. They didn't know what was going on. However, Xian wisely hugged Yin Nuoxing tightly. Ming also grabbed onto him tightly. Lan Shiner retreated back into the sky piercer. They all knew what was going to happen next. Yin Nuoxing laughed loudly. Dazzling golden light elements surged out from her body. In this boundless dark place, a dazzling golden star suddenly appeared and lit up the surrounding 1,000 meters. Let's go. Condensing all the light elements on his body, Yin Nuoxing glanced down, then turned back to look at Yuan Shi and Yu Xiao, who were puzzled. With a sly smile, his figure flashed, and he directly rushed down into the pitch-black darkness with the others. Wait, slow down. In the deep sea, a dazzling golden light streaked across, bringing with it 2 terrified screams that echoed for a long time. 10 seconds later, the dazzling golden light stopped. Yin Nuoxing looked at the bottom of the sea that suddenly lit up. She was a little surprised. She saw an underwater city. The architectural style was unusually ancient. It was 1,000 miles under the sea, but it wasn't crushed by the huge water pressure. The underwater city was a complete circle. She could vaguely see the layout of the city in the past. The crisscrossing roads divided the city into different districts. In the center of the ruins was an ancient square. Starting from a square, 4 roads led to the north, south, east, and west. In the center of the square stood a tall tower. The streets radiated out from the tower in a radiating pattern. The tower had complicated relief patterns on it. Blug. Yuan Shi and Yu Xiao supported each other and retched. The sudden acceleration just now had turned their minds and stomachs upside down. A feeling of nausea welled up in their hearts. Spit it out. You'll feel better after you spit out. Patting the shoulders of the two, Yin Nuoxing looked ahead and said the words that she had said several times. It made them want to raise their middle fingers. Nuoxing, you can't drive at light speed like this. Yuan Shi patted his chest. He still felt that his vision was a little blurry and his chest was stuffy. We haven't reached light speed yet. Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes at him and said indifferently. The multicolored patterns on his arm flickered, and the Fangtian halberd appeared in a flash. An aqua-blue figure appeared. Lan Xer, who realized that she had stopped, looked down at the slightly lit ancient city. Her eyes immediately widened, and her voice carried a bit of shock. This is Rain Country. What? The few of them were stunned. They all knew that Lan Xian was from the mythological era. This underwater ruin was actually the country of that era. Rain Country? There's no mistake. I've been here a few times. Moreover, this architectural style can be recognized at a glance. Lan Xian nodded. Suddenly, she frowned and muttered, "How did the former Rain Country come to this place?" Hearing this, the few of them were a little confused. Rain Country was the country where Tana's water god temple was located. Logically speaking, there was still a long distance between here and Tana's water god temple. How did Rain Country sink here, and Tana's water god temple was so far away? Yin Nuoxing coughed dryly and turned her head to look at Yu Xiao, whose face was a little pale, and said, "Cough. Let's not talk about this for now. Xiao, bring us to that place first. I can't support this barrier for a long time." Touching her dizzy head, Yu Xiao nodded. She thought for a while and pointed at the huge tower in the center of the plaza. She said, "It should be that tower. I've heard those people mention it before." Yin Nuoxing nodded. With a flash of light element, she led the group and rushed over, bringing along another 2 terrified screams. In this dark and boundless seabed, it was very horrifying. Just as they entered Rain Country, Yin Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. Looking at the buildings, she blinked suspiciously. Then, under the shocked and confused gazes of the few people, she dispersed the barrier supported by the Netherworld ruined sword. Yes, everyone hurriedly spoke. At the same time, the energy in their bodies started to circulate. But before they could say anything, they were also stunned. Because here, there was actually air. A huge barrier enveloped the whole Rain Country, and the black seawater was isolated outside. The inside of Rain Country was like a world of its own, without any seawater. Rain Country was very quiet, without any sound. The surrounding buildings were a little dilapidated. Debris fell to the side, and the roofs of the buildings were lifted. There were also cracks in the streets, but looking at the traces, it seemed to have been added recently. This is Rain Country's great protective array. I didn't think that after so many years, it would still be in use. After such a long time, even the immortals would have passed away, Lon Exa said as she looked at the barrier. The few people nodded in agreement. The mythological era, even if it was the end of the mythological era, was a full 98 years from the present. Even the immortals couldn't have lived for such a long time. It was unknown why this country that had been hidden under the water had lasted for so many years and had survived until today. Yin Nuoxing looked at the towering tower. Beside the central plaza, there was a huge hole that was very discordant. There wasn't even a floor left, as if it had been hollowed out. And this place should be where the Tanasi water god temple used to be, but for some reason, it had fallen off. Walking slowly on the streets, the few of them curiously looked at this country that had been built a few years ago. Every building revealed an ancient feeling, but they were unusually new, without any trace of time. Rather than saying that it was a creation from a few years ago, it would be better to say that it was a retro building that had just been built not long ago. Walking along the main road in the south, they went all the way to the huge tower in the middle of the plaza. Yin Nuoxing kept looking up, scanning the tower inch by inch. From the complicated patterns, she could tell that they were some strange beasts, but they were all auspicious divine beasts or great ferocious beasts. They belonged to the kind that only existed in the world, such as the white tiger, phoenix, tautai, swan and eye, and so on. They were all unique in the whole great origin realm, and when they were carved together on the huge tower, they looked half divine and half ferocious. Everyone could tell, but they couldn't quite understand. They asked Lon Sheener, but she didn't know much either. After all, she was only 18 years old when she was sealed, and there were many things that she didn't understand clearly. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was ignorant. The other buildings in the ancient country had been turned upside down. Through the courtyards, they could see some traces of barbaric destruction. In one of the courtyards, even the ground had been dug up. It was a true interpretation of what it meant to dig 3 feet into the ground. It wasn't hard to imagine that a group of people had gone on a rampage here, taking away all the treasures they saw. None of the buildings were spared, and the only one that was intact was the tall tower in the middle. This was because at the entrance, there was a water blue barrier that prevented all objects from entering. Yin Nuoxing stopped in her tracks and looked at a small alley on the right. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Then, under the puzzled gazes of the few people, she walked over, squatted on the ground, and picked up an ice blue fragment. The fragment was only the size of a palm. It looked like it was made of ice crystals, but it also looked like a kind of metal. It was very cold to the touch, and it even made Yin Nuoxing's palm tingle a little. There was an inexplicable energy flowing in it. "What is this?" Xian and the others came up and asked. Yin Nuoxing put the fragment in her palm and stretched it out for them to see clearly. However, no one could tell what it was. When they touched it, they felt that it was so cold that even their blood was about to freeze. After looking at it suspiciously, Yin Nuoxing carefully put it away. Things left behind in the mythological era were not ordinary things. They might be of great use in the future. Chapter 3:11. Yin Nuoxing stood at the bottom of the 1,000-feet-tall tower. She tilted her head 90 degrees and slowly lowered it. She looked at the 10-feet-tall door in front of her. The icy blue energy barrier flowed with a pale white luster, and it emitted a bit of cold air. Even from 10 meters away, they could feel a gust of cold air blowing on their bodies, causing them to hurriedly pull their clothes together. Even immortal Qi couldn't block this cold. "This is it." Yu Shao led them to the door. Her delicate hand gently touched the barrier, but it was as if she had touched a block of ice. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't enter. It's said that a divine underworld expert couldn't break through it with an all-out attack, and the tower's body was bombarded by someone before, but it didn't even shake a bit. Just as Yu Shao finished speaking, she saw that her delicate hand was covered with a layer of ice. She hurriedly pulled her hand back, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't pull it back. That layer of ice seemed to have embedded her hand into the barrier. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Yuanshi directly rushed up, wanting to punch the ice block, but he was afraid of hurting Yu Xiao. He hurriedly took out a palm-sized stove, spat out a few wisps of fire, and adhered them to the layer of ice on her hand. Ka-ka! That wisp of fire didn't melt the layer of ice. Instead, it was frozen by the extremely low temperature, instantly forming a few flaming ice balls. It was very beautiful. F***CK. Yuanshi was dumbfounded. His mouth was wide open, and he didn't know what to say. That was a demonic gray Dharma artifact. Yuan Xian had refined it for him to carry on the road for self-defense. How could it not even melt a piece of ice? While he was in a daze, the ice had already spread down that slender arm, and even the internal blood vessels and meridians were all frozen. Yu Xiao was so scared that her pretty face turned pale. Even the immortal qi circulating in her body was a bit sluggish. Yin Nuoxing stepped forward in time. Purple flames wrapped his palm, and he grabbed that soft jade arm. The purple night dark flame seeped in and wrapped around half of Yu Xiao's arm. Although this ice was a bit strange and could even freeze the flames of an artifact, the purple night dark flame was a majestic divine flame. No matter how strange the ice was, it could melt it. The thin layer of ice also turned into white gas and dissipated in an instant. Xiao Xiao, are you all right? Seeing that Yun Nuoxing was easily resolved, Yuanshi hurriedly grabbed Yu Zhao's jade-like arm and rubbed it. He couldn't help but ask, "I'm fine." Yu Zhao's pretty face reddened. She gently withdrew her hand and shook her head. "Be careful. Things left behind from the mythological era aren't simple. If you're not careful, you'll fall for it." Yin Nuoxing glanced at her as she dissolved the thin layer of ice. Looking at the icy blue barrier, Yin Nuoxing placed her palm on it. A thin layer of ice immediately crept up her jade-white palm. He glanced at his palm, and with a thought, the purple night dark flame started burning in his body. Soon, it was restored to its original state. Tilting her head, Yin Nuoxing bit open her index finger. Pale golden blood flowed out from the tip of her finger and gently wiped it across the barrier. This time, the blood did not freeze. Instead, it tore open a crack in the barrier, and she could vaguely see the situation inside the giant tower. It's effective as expected. Seeing this, the few of them were delighted. Without needing them to say anything, Yin Nuoxing waved her finger. The pale golden blood tore open the barrier silently. A 2-meter-tall door was drawn on the barrier. Then, with a gentle push, the broken barrier was pushed open, directly opening a hole. "Let's go in and see what's inside." Yin Nuoxing smiled faintly. She waved at the few of them and took the lead to walk in. In our era, the tall tower was a symbol of a country's status. The more complicated the tower, the higher the status of the country. Don't look down on the Tower of Rain Country, which is only 3,000 meters tall. In our fairy country, the tower is only 300 meters tall. Moreover, the strange beasts carved on it are some heavenly rocks and golden beasts. They are not qualified to carve divine beasts such as Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and so on. On the way, Lon Sheener explained the distant mythological era to the few of them. If a force has an underworld king, it is a quasi-first-rate force. If it has an underworld emperor, it is considered a first-rate force. If it has an elite of the great heavenly cycle reincarnation, it is considered a transcendental force. Great heavenly cycle reincarnation? Reincarnation realm? Everyone was stunned as they recalled what Yuan Xiao had said. Reincarnation realm? Did they change their name? Lon Sheener was also stunned for a moment. Then she nodded and said, "At that time, heavenly cycle, reincarnation realm elites were not rare. It is not wrong to say that there were elites of the reincarnation realm in every country. Elites of that level were earth-shattering when they fought. If they were placed in any transcendental force or country, they would be treated as guests of honor. Reincarnation realm elites were not rare. A few of them opened their mouths wide. In the current era, They did not even see a ghost. Except for Yin Nuashing, who had a godlike younger sister, the few of them did not seem to have such an elite behind them. In the current era, there are no godlike beings. Lan Shiner could not help but ask when she saw their shocked expressions. The few of them sighed and nodded. Yuan, she said slowly. Although the Yuan family had an elite of the reincarnation realm in their ancestors, it has been many eras since such an elite appeared. Even my father is only at the Emperor God realm. He has been stagnant for many years. The Yu family is about the same. Yu Shao nodded and said, the other 7 families are the same. However, although no one has entered the reincarnation realm, each family has the power to shock the world. The things left behind by their ancestors are enough to ensure the status of each family in the world of the gods. What do they leave behind that is so powerful? Yin Nuashing laughed dryly. At that moment, he had a guard against the Qi family. He wanted to know more about them. Divine spiritual weapons. However, when he heard this, his jaw twitched. Then he smiled bitterly. This was indeed a good choice. In the long river of time, humans had a relatively short time. Even godlike beings would pass away one day. Weapons, ancient scriptures, cultivation techniques, mysterious spell formations, and other similar items could be passed down forever. Divine spirit weapons are also known as eternal divine weapons. With a divine spirit weapon, one can create a transcendent force, or even an immortal divine kingdom. Although there are different levels of eternal divine weapons, once you have one, you can go anywhere in the world, Lan Xina said. So, I can create a great sect that has been passed down for generations? Yin Nuashing couldn't help but touch his chest. He immediately thought of the whirlpool zither. That was also a divine spiritual weapon, but it was a higher-level godhead weapon. It contained the godhead of the god of music. Of course, this thought flashed through his mind. After all, the whirlpool zither was given to him by Xian Yin to protect himself. Moreover, it could only be used 3 times. After 3 times, it would be sealed. He could only use it again when he reached the initial divine level. In the mythological era, fights between gods and spirits happened all the time. Sometimes they were driven by the gods themselves, and sometimes they were driven by a big country. Every time, it was as if a big area was going to be torn apart. I saw my father use it once when he fought against someone, and it almost tore an area in half. It was very scary. Lan Xer said with a lingering fear. Most of the battles between the gods took place in the outer realms. Otherwise, the world of the gods would be torn apart. Moreover, at that time, there were many strong cultivators from the outer realms who came to the world of the gods. People from the lower realms? Everyone was stunned. They knew that people from the upper realms could go to the lower realms. But how did people from the lower realms reach the upper realms? The Great Yuan realm was divided into 8 realms, which were 8 huge starry seas. Each realm was divided into countless planes. On the time axis, the same plane was a different world. In this way, in the whole Great Thousand World, there were countless big and small worlds, high and low planes. However, no matter how the Great Yuan realm was divided, the 8 realms had reached the peak of the primordial realm. The world of the gods was the highest plane. It could be said that it truly stood at the top of the world. Crossing between planes was usually from the lower realms to the upper realms. Of course, there was also the reverse. Once one could cross planes, it meant that one had the power to travel between planes. However, crossing between realms of the primordial realm was extremely difficult. Not to mention crossing from the lower realms to the upper realms. Even crossing from the upper realms to the lower realms was a little troublesome. At least, Yin Nuashing and the others could not do it now. Well, people from the lower realms also appeared in the world of the gods during the age of mythology, but no one knew how they came up. After seeing so many of them, we became accustomed to it. But now, it seems that there are no such people. At the end of her words, Lan Shiner blinked her bright, Mei Mao, and looked at Yin Nuashing and the others. Well, I have not heard of them at all. Yin Nuashing and the others nodded. Up until now, they had not seen a single person from the lower realms. Of course, this was just because they had not seen them. It was said that there were indeed forces founded by people from the lower realms in some areas, but they had not seen them. Those who can cross from the lower realms to the upper realms are all people with amazing talents and great opportunities. One of the patriarchs of the Yu family once saved a person from the lower realms. Later on, that person seemed to have made a name for himself in the world of the gods, Yu Xiao said after pondering for a long time. Something like that. Lan Shiner nodded and said, "According to my father and the others, the world of the gods is above the clouds. People from the lower realms, no matter how glorious and powerful they were, are no different from ordinary people. Moreover, people from the three elements realm have also come here. That is the mortal realm. I can't figure out how they crossed 5 elements realms to come here. Most of the 3 elements realms were ordinary worlds. Although there were countless worlds, because they could not cultivate, they were all ordinary worlds. However, things always move in the opposite direction. Not all the people in the 3 elements realms were ordinary. There were some worlds where people could cultivate because of the mutation, and there were earth-shaking people. However, no one knew whether these people had come to the world of the gods. It was said that some of the customs of the world of the gods were similar to those of the 3 elements realms. My father would look up at the starry sky every night and murmur, "One day, I also want to go to the lower realms to see the different worlds and the collision of different civilizations. I want to see what kind of fireworks will splash out." However, in the end, my father did not take that step, and then I was sealed. Lan Shiner sighed, and Mei Mao was a little gloomy. At this point, Yin Nuoxing, Zian, and Ming were stunned for a moment. They looked at each other at the same time, and then turned away silently. Speaking of the lower realms, they all remembered the diary written by Tsang Yin Liuxing, which mentioned the lower realms. The leisurely and peaceful life there made them feel a little emotional. At that time, they had even said that it would be great if they could go there and see it. I don't know if there will be such a day. The 3 of them smiled faintly. Thinking of the various things in the diary, they showed a little yearning. Anyway, back to the topic. After laughing for a while, Yin Nuoxing looked around and said, "This pagoda is really empty. Besides the stairs, is there nothing else?" Lan Shiner was stunned. After thinking for a while, she said, "If there is anything, it is only at the top of the pagoda." At that time, the pagoda was actually like a palace. Most people used it to live in. Although it was a symbol of status, it could also be used as a military fortress. When everyone heard this, they smiled bitterly. Without further delay, they walked directly toward the top of the pagoda. Chapter 3:12. The spiraling staircase led them to the top of the pagoda. The distance of 3,000 feet made them run at full speed. They didn't know how many rounds they took before they finally stopped in front of a golden door. At the top of the pagoda, there was a spacious hall that emitted an ancient aura. The floor was as clear as a mirror, without a speck of dust. Creak, with a soft sound, Yin Nuoxing slowly pushed the door open, and everyone walked in slowly. In the hall, there were many bookshelves that were placed neatly, but books were scattered all over the floor. The floor was covered with a layer of books, and there were even a few piles of books. It looked very messy. In the hall, dozens of flames of different colors were dancing and spiraling. Under the interweaving of the colorful flames, it seemed a little dreamy. Their footsteps landed lightly on the floor without any sound. Their eyes slowly swept across the hall. Looking at the thousands of books, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. One had to know that the mythological era had already disappeared without a trace, and even the history had turned into ashes. Not a single person knew what had happened during the mythological era, and Rain Country was a country from the mythological era. The books from that time, recorded the history of the mythological era, would most likely be the history of that vanished era. These are all books from the mythological era. They felt a little thirsty. Looking at the pile of books in the middle, they felt dizzy and felt a little unreal. If the situation here was spread out, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. The books here recorded all kinds of secrets of the mythological era. To the whole immortal realm, they were priceless treasures. Maybe they could even find the reason why the mythological era lasted for 2 eras. Randomly picking up a book, Yuanshi took a look. Then, his eyes widened, and he said with a bitter smile, "Even if we get the books from the mythological era, we won't be able to understand them. It's equivalent to nothing. Hearing that, Xian also picked up a book. Her lily-white hand gently stroked the dusty cover, and she said with a smile, "Little Star and Sister Exener are here. Are you afraid that they won't be able to understand?" After they finished speaking, they looked at Yin Nuashing and Lan Exener. The two of them shuddered when they saw the green light in their eyes. They quickly took 2 steps back, and Lan Exener hid behind Yin Nuashing. "Little girl, it's fine if you treat us as translation machines, but..." Yin Nuashing laughed dryly. She looked at the mountainous pile of books and swallowed her saliva. "There's so many books. If we translate them, you will kill us. Brother Nuashing, I haven't mastered the language yet. I'll leave the great task of benefiting mankind to you." Lan Exener glanced at Yin Nuashing cautiously. Then, she hurriedly tried to crawl into his arm. Hearing this, Yin Nuashing's face twitched. Seeing her expression, he couldn't help but laugh sinisterly. With a thought, he cut off the connection between his body and the outside world, allowing Lan Exener to pass through his arm. "I say, little girl, do you want to tire me to death?" Yin Nuashing sighed helplessly. He pretended to knock her and said, "There's no need to translate them all in one go. There's so many books. We can't finish reading them all in one go. Just pick a few and keep the rest." Xian stuck out her tongue and smiled sweetly. Yin Nuashing and Lan Exener heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they looked at the pile of books and felt like crying. No matter how they looked at it, they felt that the efficiency of these two people was a little low. There were thousands of ancient books here. However, crying was just crying. They looked at each other helplessly and smiled bitterly. Then, they plunged into the pile of books and read the titles of the books one by one. Then, they kept the books and looked for some information about the Tana's Water God Temple. After all, they would be going there soon. The Tana's Water God Temple belonged to Rain Country, so there should be some information left behind. At the side, Yuan Shi and the others saw that the two were sweating profusely. They didn't want to sit down. Looking at the messy pile of books on the ground, they hurriedly went over to tidy them up. Then, they divided the books according to their volume. After all, they didn't know what the hell was written on the titles of the books. In the huge hall, the few of them buried their heads in their work. It was so quiet that only the sound of flipping books and the sighs of Yin Nuashing and Lan Exener could be heard from time to time. Soul Clan. Suddenly, Yin Nuashing saw a book and was stunned for a moment. She thought of the black-robed man she saw at the Celestial Stone Square. Her evil spirit I saw through that man's mind and knew that he was from the Soul Clan. Moreover, he knew the language of the mythological era. But she didn't expect that this clan had also been passed down from the mythological era. It really has a long history. A clan from a mythological era, much older than the 8 great ancient clans. Yin Nuashing couldn't help but shake her head. She wasn't too surprised in her heart. After seeing the background of that man, she more or less guessed a little. She sighed and then slowly flipped through the book. The Soul Clan, from the middle of the mythological era, came into being in the 20th era of the Dayuan world. The clan was located in the central region of the Divine Prefecture and produced many talents. In the myriad god realm, there were few forces that could compare with them. The rise of this clan was inseparably related to a single person. The Soul God was the most outstanding person in the Soul Clan. He had a great reputation in the entire myriad god realm. He had been immersed in the study of the power of the soul all his life. The strength of his soul was unimaginable. On the day he transformed into a god, the boundary between the void plane and the present world became blurred. Endless souls manifested between heaven and earth. The vast power of the soul alarmed the powerhouses of the entire myriad god realm. It was said that he was praised by the first-generation great deity, which made his reputation even greater. His life was also spent in extreme glory. Originally, everyone thought that he would lead his family to a new peak. However, one day, he disappeared without a trace, leaving behind such a large family. No one knew where he went. However, the disappearance of the Soul God didn't lead to the decline of the Soul Clan. They were still at the peak of the myriad god realm. A clan that had given birth to more than a dozen great heavenly cycles of reincarnation had already become a transcendent force that looked down on all living things. The three soul divine artifacts that the soul god had lost became the clan's greatest regret. They couldn't find them back. Soul god. Yin Nuashing murmured softly and took a deep breath. She naturally knew that those who could be crowned with the title of deity were those who stood above the rebirth realm. Only those who had reached this level could be called deity. To her, a character of that level was completely unimaginable. When I have time, I should pay a visit to the Soul Clan. Slowly closing the book, Yin Nuashing rubbed her eyes and put the book away. She sighed. Since the Soul Clan had been passed down from the era of mythology, they definitely knew more things. Perhaps they knew everything about the War of the Gods, the Dusk of the Gods. The murals left behind by the Ashen Flame meteor only talked about the war, but didn't explain why it happened. Yin Nuashing thought for a while and took out the book again. Then, she called Lan over and showed her the book. I feel that something is a little strange. Everyone says that the era of mythology has disappeared without a trace and completely disappeared from the Deyuan realm. Why would so many things about the era of mythology suddenly appear? Yin Nuashing frowned. First, it was the ruins of the era of gods. Then it was Rain Country and Tana's Water God's Temple. Now there was the Soul Clan. Lan Xian roughly flipped through the book and blinked at Mei Mao. Then, she said, the Soul Clan, there was indeed such a clan at that time. They had as many powerful warriors as there were clouds in the sky. However, I don't know more about them. My father said that their rise only happened in a single day. Before the Soul God became famous, he had never heard of such a clan. As for why Brother Nuashing always sees things related to the era of mythology, I don't know either. Could it be related to bloodline? Lan Xian shrugged cutely. After all, Yin Nuashing had the blood of a god flowing in her veins. Although she didn't know which god it was, the factors hidden in her genes would always be passed down. It was an unchanging principle. Yin Nuashing was stunned for a moment. He rubbed his forehead. He couldn't figure it out. He just felt that it was very strange and abnormal. Entering the ruins of the era of gods, flipping through history, and seeing the people of the era of mythology, he always felt that there was something guiding him on this path. It made him search for things related to the era of mythology. He believed in fate, but he didn't think that it was fixed. However, at this moment, it seemed that this was the only way to explain it. Seeing that he was a little depressed, Lan Xian was a little worried. She was afraid that he would misunderstand. She put her delicate hand on his palm and said in a low voice, Brother Nuashing, don't think too much. If there is a road ahead, just go ahead. No matter what you see, you still have us by your side. Hearing this, Yin Nuashing nodded. He took a deep breath and threw away those thoughts. Seeing this, Lan Xian nodded. She leaned on his back and started flipping through the books in front of her. Seeing her like this, Yin Nuashing quickly became serious. He stretched out his hand and sucked the books closer to him. Then, he started flipping through them one by one. There were many books here, all of which were biographies of people. The people recorded were either gods, alchemy masters, charms masters, magic array masters, weapons masters, forging masters, or some unknown powerful forces or countries. However, there was also a bookcase that recorded all kinds of precious herbs and precious materials from the era of mythology. What surprised Yin Nuashing was that level 12 materials, such as the sun blood crystal, were also very rare materials in the era of mythology. They were in a state of being priceless. Even if people had them, they wouldn't be willing to sell them. Who would be willing to sell material that was exclusive to the gods? As for the divine grade black crystal, it didn't appear many times in the era of mythology. At that time, even though there were many Heaven Meridian masters, not many people could find one or two pieces. The highest grade black crystal that appeared in the world was the divine grade black crystal. Divine Flames List. Yin Nuashing put away a book with his right hand and picked up another one with his left hand. He tiredly glanced at it. Just as he was about to put it away out of habit, he suddenly reacted and shouted. This caused a few people in the Great Hall to raise their heads and look over. Then they quickly gathered around. Everyone was very curious about this mysterious divine flame ranking. However, not many people had a complete layout of it. It had long been lost in history. The divine flames ranking records 150 of the most wondrous flames in the world. It could be a wisp of flame that comes from the heart of the earth, a wisp of fire that descends from the stars, a wisp of life that floats in the endless starry sky, or a flame that is condensed from a star. Every flame has the ability to destroy the world. The birth of every flame will bring disaster. Every flame on the ranking is unique. Once one is born, another will not be born. Yin read out softly. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but sigh. They all clicked their tongues in praise. There were 150 kinds of divine flames that were born by the heavens and earth. Just thinking about it was frightening. None of the flames ranked from the 1st to the 20th on the divine flame list are written. However, in the next instant, just when everyone wanted to know the name of the first flame, they heard Yin Nuoxing's helpless voice. They immediately rolled their eyes. TCH, it's not complete. Back then, I saw the complete divine flame list. Number 1. Zi couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. However, in the next second, he was also stunned. How could I forget? Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes and muttered that it was unreliable. Then, she looked at the flame that was ranked 21st and said, Divine Flames List, 21st, 10,000 illusory flame. Birthplace, unknown. Effect, unknown. Everyone raised their middle fingers. Puffed. It's definitely something that the later generations made up. Otherwise, how could it be so unclear? Z couldn't help but laugh. Divine Flames List, 22nd, Sun Flame. Same as above. Unknown, Divine Flames List, 23rd, Moon Flame. Unknown, Divine Flames List, 24th, Dream Glass Flame. Unknown, Divine Flames List, 80th, Demon Prison Flame. Unknown, Divine Flames List, 90th, Purple Night Flame. Unknown. Puffed. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? This guy, he doesn't even know what effect I have. I wonder which tasteless guy wrote this. Z couldn't help but rebuke him when she heard his laughter. Huh? Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but laugh. The guy who wrote this book was really something. There was only a name, but no introduction. Tisk. Z rolled her eyes and said, Listen carefully. I, your big sister, could draw upon the power of the stars and display Ziya's situation. What are you laughing at? This is the astral domain. It's not for decoration. Hearing Yin Nuoxing's laughter, Z immediately felt unhappy and said angrily, I'm sorry. I didn't even stop laughing before you started talking. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing quickly covered her mouth and put on a serious expression. The Purple Night Flame was born in the astral domain. When the 2 moons were in the sky, the power of the stars filled the sky. The tidal force between the moon and the earth condensed the power of the stars in the sky into a single point. After millions of years of condensing and compressing, a wisp of swaying purple flame was born. It was said that when the Purple Night Flame descended, it would be like a desert with stars shining in the sky, regardless of day or night. The purple moon would always hang in the sky. Because it was born in the starry sky, when it was found, it had already developed its own intelligence and was very difficult to subdue. Of course, this Purple Night Flame was an exception. It directly ran away with someone else. I haven't used it yet. Hearing Ziya's explanation, Yin Nuoxing smacked her lips and said with a smile, I'll try it when I have time. With your current strength, the Purple Night Domain will collapse in an instant if you open it. Z laughed when she heard what Z said and secretly scolded her for overestimating herself. Yin Nuoxing was stunned and laughed embarrassedly. She roughly flipped through the book. Other than the 1st to 20th Divine Flames, the rest were recorded. Only after the 100th Divine Flame was there an introduction to the flames. After reading the last type of flame, Yin Nuoxing exclaimed in surprise. There were still dozens of long pages, but after flipping through it, there was nothing recorded. She felt that there was a problem with the binding. Forget it. Although she was a little curious, she was tired and didn't think much about it. She put it away and continued flipping through the book. Chapter 313. In such a huge library, even though the two of them kept flipping through the books, it was still a bit strenuous. After reading thousands of books, they felt like they didn't want to touch books again for the rest of their lives. Their eyes were already filled with stars, and they were almost foaming at the mouth. Surrounded by the stacked books, they simply wanted to vomit blood. In the end, after 3 full days, they finally emptied the library of books. During this period, they also saw records about the Devil Thunder list, Heavenly Treasure list, and Heavenly Weapon list, but most of them were incomplete, as if deliberately not written. Only the Heavenly Weapon list had a clearer record, but there was no record of the Heavenly Weapon at the top, although Yun Nuashing knew that it was the Netherworld sword. "Brother Nuashing, I'll go sleep for a while. Don't call me out if there's nothing important." When the last book was put away, Lon Sheener rubbed her dizzy head and directly plunged into the Sky Piercer in Yun Nuashing's body. Yun Nuashing waved his hand. His head was like a mass of paste that was constantly being stirred. He couldn't bear this kind of mental exhaustion. His vision turned black, and he directly fell to the ground and fainted. Seeing Yun Nuashing fall to the ground and sleep soundly, Xian felt a little heartache. In these 3 days, she had watched them flip through the books without a moment of rest. If the two of them didn't have good mental strength, they would probably be drowned by the pile of information. Flipping and reading for 3 consecutive days. Who could bear it? Xian brought Ming to sit beside Yun Nuashing gently. She lifted his head and placed it on her soft thigh. Her jade finger lightly tapped on his mind, and a gentle soul force gently penetrated into his mind, eliminating the little bit of fatigue for him. Seeing this, Yuan Shi and Lon Sheener wisely didn't say anything. They also found a place to sit down and cultivate. In the spiritual world, Yun Nuashing felt a gentle force lingering around him. He was slightly stunned. The extremely familiar force immediately told him who it came from. His handsome face couldn't help but blush. He waved his hand and threw a large string of words floating in front of him to the side, and then directly lay down. "I'll be fine after some rest." Yun Nuashing could not help but smile bitterly as he looked at the sea of information in the distance. He had courted death by storing all the information from the books into his mind. Now, he was completely unconscious. It could be said that he had courted death. Not long after Yun Nuashing closed his eyes, a purple flame quietly appeared beside him. Then it turned into a purple fire bed and lifted him up. Z appeared on the edge of the bed. He glanced at the person sleeping soundly behind him and could not help but sigh. He muttered to himself, "What an idiot." He directly sent the information of 1,000 books into his mind. Isn't he just asking for trouble? Her jade-like hand supported her pure, white chin. She turned around to look at Yun Nuashing and shook her head helplessly. The flame turned into a soft blanket and gently covered Yun Nuashing's body. She looked at the sea of information in the distance and sighed. "Really, little idiot." After saying that, she dove in and helped him organize the pile of information. Because she was connected to Yun Nuashing's mind, Z also learned the language of the gods that he had awakened. Naturally, she could understand this bit of information. All of a sudden, her dancing hand stopped. Zai blankly grabbed a piece of information before her. She looked at it in bewilderment and frowned. At the end of the gods' era, the ancient devil was born. The primordial realm was in chaos. The gods fell. The restrictions were broken. The 8 realms collapsed. The twilight of the gods. Darkness descended. Z murmured softly. This was a biography of a certain celestial phenomenon master. This person made this prophecy when he was about to die and recorded it. When she saw it now, she could not help but suck in a cold breath. Ancient devil. Z stared at these 2 words in a daze. Her emotions churned. She knew that this god was referring to the first generation Great Celestial Phenomenon. The first generation Great Celestial Phenomenon was annihilated by this so-called ancient devil. Restrictions I don't understand. After looking at it for a long time, Ziyi was at a loss again. She still could not understand. The first generation Great Celestial Phenomenon, who looked down on all living things in the heavens, disappeared so easily. What kind of god was this ancient devil? How could he fight against the first generation of gods? Forget it. In the end, she sighed and looked at Yun Nuoxing, who was sleeping peacefully behind her. She waved her hand and destroyed this piece of information. There were some things that were better left unknown to him. And Yun Nuoxing, who had been sleeping all this time, naturally did not know that some information had been unknowingly erased by Ziyi. Because the ancient ruins of Rain Country had already been revealed for a very long time. Other than this tall tower, it had already been explored countless times. Although clans with eternal divine weapons might be able to open the barrier of this tower, unfortunately, no one knew the true face of this ancient ruins at the bottom of the sea. Thus, it had not been used all this time. Instead, it had benefited Yun Nuoxing and the others, who had directly emptied this precious library. If others were to find out about this, they would definitely beat their chests and stamp their feet in regret. When Yun Nuoxing woke up, she suddenly felt that the burden in her head had disappeared all of a sudden. It was as if a large mountain had suddenly been removed from her back. There was an indescribable feeling of relief. However, when she saw the drowsy Ziyi at the side, and then saw the neat and orderly information in the distance, she instantly understood something. She smiled and shook her head. Silly girl. Yun Nuoxing smiled and carried Ziyi up. She gently placed him on the bed, covered him with a blanket, and then retreated. Those deep purple eyes were probably something that Yun Nuoxing would not be able to forget even after many years. There was a hint of gentleness and a faint smile in her eyes, which caused him to blush. Although he had done even bigger things, he was still defeated by such a small thing. He really did not know what to say. Little star, you're awake. Have you rested well? Seeing that he had woken up, Ziyin smiled gently and touched his face with her lily-white hand. And I'm fine. Although her face was a little red, Yun Nuoxing was more or less thick-skinned, so she was not too embarrassed. Anyway, this kind of thing had happened more than once or twice, so it was not a big deal. Slowly standing up, Yun Nuoxing stretched and let out a big yawn. She looked at the empty hall again, and the corners of her mouth could not help but curl up. She had collected a bunch of ancient books from the mythological era. Although the harvest this time was not any rare materials, herbs, or weapons, it was enough to make archaeologists go crazy. Researching the history of the mythological era was the long-cherished wish and pursuit of countless people. Looking at the dozens of flames hovering in midair in the hall, Yun Nuoxing blinked her eyes, and a trace of purple fire rose from her palm. She reached out and waved at the colorful flames, and those flames stopped moving one after another. Then, they slowly floated towards Yun Nuoxing and hovered around her body, flickering and emitting a low, buzzing sound, as if they were submitting. Multicolored flames enveloped Yun Nuo planet, making it look like a god of fire. He looked at these flames with a bit of surprise. They had not disappeared even after dozens of epochs, so they must be extraordinary. However, in front of the purple night dark flame, they still had to yield. As expected of the divine flame, Yun Nuoxing shook her head helplessly and could only sigh. Once the divine flame appeared, all the flames in the world had to submit. How could ordinary flames compete with it? Although these flames were a little unusual, they were obviously not on the divine flame list because the purple night flame did not resonate with them. Among the divine flames, there was more or less some resonance between them. Of course, Yun Nuoxing was a little disappointed. She thought that she could subdue dozens of divine flames in one go, but this thought was quickly dispelled. It was impossible to obtain dozens of divine flames in one go. Carefully, she kept the dozens of flames. Suddenly, the lilac flower vine on her chest grew a little more, spreading to both sides. At the same time, the waist-long purple hair quietly turned pale, but there was no obvious change. It seemed that these dozens of flames were not enough to make the divine body undergo a drastic change. The transformation of the divine body is too harsh. Seeing this small change, Yun Nuoxing's face twitched. She did not expect that these dozens of extraordinary flames would only make the divine body change a little. Could it be that she had to specifically subdue the divine flames in the future? This was really crazy. But the heaven-defying old man instructed me to collect the things on the list. Thinking of this, Yin Nuashing wanted to vomit blood. It was already a great fortune for an ordinary person to obtain a single divine flame. Why did she have to keep collecting them? Just as she finished cultivating and opened her eyes, she saw Yun Nuashing standing in the center of the hall. Yuanshi could not help but be stunned. He smiled and said, "Nuashing, have you rested well?" Yun Nuashing shrugged his shoulders and glanced at the empty hall. After that, he walked towards the seat at the side of the hall and glanced at it. However, he didn't find anything special. After that, he followed the others and almost turned the hall upside down. After making sure that there was nothing special, he slowly left the hall. When she came to the giant tower, she almost ran through the entire tower, but still did not find anything valuable. She did not even let go of the dungeon. Finally, she walked out of the tower. Looking at the ruins of Rain Country, she sighed and took out the Nether Void sword. Then, she led the others and directly broke through the sea, rushing toward the Sea Monarch City. That roar came from the Sea of Tana's Water God Temple again. This time, it was so loud that it could be heard even here. It is said that someone saw a black shadow in the center of the sea. It was him roaring at the sky, and the roar shattered the space within millions of miles. It is said that someone saw a huge tower that reached the clouds. Someone also felt the aura of a god. The area covered by the sea has expanded again. It has already exceeded 100 million miles. Every year, after the roar, the sea will expand a little. The seal is getting weaker and weaker. Soon, we will be able to directly step into that place. I see that all the great sect leaders are coming with their legendary divine tools. This time, there will definitely be a shocking fight. At least it is a relic left behind from the Dark Age. I wonder what kind of shocking things are inside. The few of them had just rushed up from the bottom of the sea and landed at the harbor when they heard a burst of discussion. They could not help but be stunned. It seemed that this trip to Rain Country had been delayed for a while, and they did not encounter any exciting moments. Roar, TSK, we actually missed it. Yin Nuashing smacked her lips. She did not expect that she would actually miss it after going to the bottom of the sea. Looks like Tana's Water God Temple is about to open. Those ancient clans must have sent people here. I wonder what level of people will appear. Yu Xiao blinked at Mei Mao and sighed. The Yu clan will also go. Yin Nuashing was stunned for a moment. That is natural. Tana's Water God Temple has been speculated to be at least a relic left behind from the Dark Age. Although there are no historical records, that era is still quite ancient. Many people will fight to the death to get a chance, and the Yu clan is no exception. Yu Xiao nodded. But that is a relic left behind from the mythological era. Yin Nuashing covered her face. I reckon that elder sister will also come. Yuanshi laughed dryly. This kind of major event would naturally not be left out of their Yuan clan, and according to Yuan Qian's personality, she probably would not be able to escape either. In the Golden Divine Temple, 8 people surrounded a crystal altar that was about 3 meters long. On top of it, a crystal ball the size of a wash basin was floating and emitting a faint light. Behind the 8 people, 9 young people of different colors were also stretching their necks. Want to take a look? Little Star's location has been found. Suddenly, the beautiful woman in the light green robe shouted excitedly. She could not help but clap her hands. On the crystal ball, an image suddenly appeared. It showed a sea that swept across countless distances. Then, it suddenly stopped at a dock. It slowly enlarged a lot, showing the figures of Yin Nuo and the others. It lasted for a few seconds before slowly dissipating. Oh my god, they're going to see King City. Damn it, we're going to Tana's Water Temple. Seeing the familiar pier, Jin Jinwang thought of the recent storm and slapped his face. His horrified voice made the 9 people behind him shrink their heads in fear. However, since this altar can locate his position, it proves that Nuo Xing should be related to that person. There's no doubt about it. Thunder God King nodded. This altar was used to communicate with the 9 ancestors. Even if it was blocked, the unique aura that existed in the altar could still locate him. Should we go and help? The little guy wants to get involved in this muddy water. I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble. Not long ago, he had a big battle with the chief family. Although he has changed his appearance and Ling Hongjian has blocked the Heaven's secret, it's hard to guarantee that he won't be found. Fire God King scratched his head and asked Jin Wang, "Let's go, we're going to Tana's water god temple anyway. We can also take these guys to gain experience. Speaking of which, your cultivation is so slow. It has been more than half a year. Why are you still at the 5th layer Immortal Realm? Do you want to die?" Jin Wang nodded. The last few words were naturally directed to Yao Hua and the others. The 9 heroes were miserable. They had crossed 2 realms in half a year. Although this speed was not the fastest in the world, it was not too bad. However, they were actually criticized for being slow. Really, they could not speak of their suffering. "Are all the God Kings going?" The beautiful woman nodded and asked. "Let's go together. No need to call old Yao. We don't know where he went." Lei Tian nodded. The people present were the most outstanding heroes of their generation. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been crowned with the title of God King. However, after Light God King left his position, no one knew where he ran off to. Tana's Water God Temple. Although the outside world says that it is something left behind from the Dark Age, it is actually a ruin from the mythological era. We're not the only ones who know about this. At least, the 8 great families know about it. It's just that no one said it out loud. Jin Wang scratched his head. If the chief family recognized Nuashing, it would be a bit troublesome. Can we not go? That place is a bit ha-ha. At this time, Yao Hua weakly raised his hand and spoke on behalf of the heroes. The 8 God Kings glanced at him, making Yao Hua shiver. The Gold God King knocked him on the head and scolded, "Look at you guys, Nuashing dare to enter the forbidden land of life. You guys haven't even seen the door yet, and you're already backing down? Let's go, it's time for us to move. There's still quite a distance between this place and that place. We should quickly find little Nuashing. If anything happens to him, the Hall Masters will go crazy." The woman wearing a metallic luster robe helplessly spread her hands and said, "Okay." The Gold God King and the others nodded solemnly. Then, they disappeared from where they were with the 9 wailing heroes. Chapter 314. Over the past few days, the matter of the Tana's Water Temple had become a hot topic. It was clear that there were countless more people in the Sea King City. Every day, there were ships of all sizes moored at the harbor, and then a group of people dressed in luxurious clothes slowly walked down. Those with keen senses could sense that there were dozens of auras of gods in the city. This was really a sign of a coming storm. The seal on the Tana's Water Temple had not been completely lifted, but there were already so many people who had taken the lead to come. Moreover, this news was spread in the name of the Dark Age. If the real era was revealed, the Sea King City would probably be overcrowded now. Although the noise outside had been earth-shattering, Yin Nuashing and the others were quite comfortable. They had been holed up in the fairy stone shop and did not go out. Naturally, they were not idle either. The pile of books really gave them a headache. Tens of thousands of book titles were translated by Yin Nuashing and then engraved in the void. She asked them to help find which book had something to do with the Tana's Water Temple. Of course, there were hundreds of parchments without names, which seemed to have some very important information written on them. These could only be identified by Yin Nuashing and Lan Shiner personally. There were also some ancient maps and other things that were clipped in the books. These days, they were extremely busy. However, in such an urgent situation, they did manage to find something. They found a map of the Tana's Water Temple, which made everyone so excited that they breathed a sigh of relief. However, when they saw the map that looked like a maze, they suddenly wanted to tear the parchment up. Damn it, a maze? There are no places marked, just passages. There are many passages which extend in all directions. There are also several levels. This is such a big area. Is this the main hall? They looked around. Although there was no place name, after a little bit of logical speculation, they roughly knew where to go. Although there was no sign of the entrance after solving the problem of the map, they relaxed. For the time being, they could not enter the Tana's Water Temple. Yin Nuashing and the others wandered around leisurely. Occasionally, they would go to the auction house to shop. There was even a small space temporarily opened in a place where a group of strong people came and went. They were all exchanging things inside, which was equivalent to a market. The group found it very novel and walked around inside. There were pavilions made of jade and small palaces. Of course, there were also street stalls selling all kinds of rare treasures and spirit medicines. Compared to the time in Yuyan City, many of the things being sold here were related to fire. Clearly, they had thought of the elemental restraints on fire at first sight. Suddenly, Yin Nuoxing stopped in front of an old man. His eyes were wide open, and he almost cried out. His shocked look gave the few of them a fright. They hurriedly gathered together and covered their mouths at the same time. They were so shocked that they could not suppress the shock in their hearts. The old man was sitting cross-legged on a praying mat with a broken straw mat under him. There were a few broken weapons and dark stones on it. There was also a map beside him, with a small corner exposed. Yin Nuoxing and the others were not unfamiliar with that layout and those lines. Although only a small corner was exposed, they could see very clearly that it was the map of the Tana's Water Temple. Seabed rock, magic weapon. Don't miss it cheap. Fresh product. The old man sold to the passers-by. When he saw Yin Nuoxing and the others stop here, he shouted even harder. Sir, how much is the stone? Yin Nuoxing squatted down and pretended to look at the goods. But in fact, she looked at the corner of the map carefully. She was sure that it was the map of the Tana's Water Temple, and there were even some names on it. She could not remain calm. 50 kilograms of high-quality glazed crystal for a piece. The price is fair and honest. The old man replied, his old face smiling like a blooming morning glory. His clothes were tattered, and he was simply asking for an exorbitant price. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing opened her evil spirit eye and glanced at the stone. Then, she looked at the broken weapon's side and said, This stone was dug out from the seabed, right? This magic weapon has long been rotten. Young man, you have good eyes. It must have been put away for a few days. The old man nodded and then whispered, To tell you the truth, I have a real treasure here. I just don't know if you can afford it. What treasure? I'll buy it. Yin Nuoxing's heart skipped a beat as she looked at the map of the Tana's Water Temple. Don't tell anyone. The old man nodded and took the map. Then, he pulled out a piece and handed it over. Yin Nuoxing could not wait to unfold it. After taking a look, she was dumbfounded. The few of them also looked like they were struck by lightning. The corner of the map was indeed the same as the map in their hands. However, after it was fully unfolded, the other places suddenly took a 180-degree turn and shrunk by a few hundred times. It was like a few dots, and there were even names on it. This, Yin Nuoxing was speechless. She could not help but ask, What kind of map is this? Shoo. The old man put a dry finger on his lips, and then said mysteriously, This is the map of the Tana's Water Temple. I dug it out from the ruins at the bottom of the sea. Look, Reincarnation Lake, Spiritual Beast Pool, Demon Water Cave, Apotheosis Altar. The old man pointed at a few names and smiled faintly, making a few of them want to beat him up. This only the names. There's no map. Yin Nuoxing could not help but say, her face twitching a few times. There is. The old man pointed his finger and turned to the exposed area. He said, Isn't this the map? This is the entrance to the Tana's Water Temple. Look, there's a cross here, indicating that you definitely can't go in. It's dangerous. Also, this is the main hall. The divine treasury is inside. The old man pointed at that dark spot, his wrinkles trembling as he laughed. How much is this map? Yin Nuoxing laughed dryly and winked. 500 kilograms of high-quality glazed crystals. The old man raised a finger and said with a smile, Why don't you go and King rob me? Yin Nuoxing ground her teeth. She really wanted to explain to him what it meant to respect the elders. This King lousy map that was not clearly drawn actually cost 500 kilograms of high-quality glazed crystals. Why didn't he just go to hell? Young man, I'm still selling it at a lower price. Otherwise, the original price would be 10,000 kilograms. You must look for the right time. The old man shook his head nervously and said without blushing, 100 kilograms. I'll take it. Yin Nuashing held her breath and said, How about this? I'll sell it to you for 500 kilograms. The old man shook his head and said, This lousy map is worth 200 at most. Young man, you don't understand. This is the map of the immortal treasure. It's worth at least 400. This is the map of the immortal treasure. 300. Young man, you must be honest. 350 is the best price. The two of them argued back and forth. Yuan Shi and the others couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. They even pulled Yin Nuashing. In the end, the latter couldn't stand it anymore. She directly threw down 350 kilograms of high-quality glazed crystals and then put it away. Come visit us often in the future. The old man behind them was smiling like a blooming flower. It made people want to leave a shoe print on him. Just take it that we've been cheated. Yin Nuashing said to them with a wry smile. After a few steps, she turned around and saw a group of people rushing to the old man. Then, the large map was sold out in an instant. It's actually mass-produced. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, they didn't want his map. They just wanted his name. After getting the map, they went back to the Celestial Stone shop. With the help of Yin Nuashing's evil spirit eye, they enlarged the sesame-sized map by 1,000 times. Then, they compared it with the original map and wrote their names on it. Night fell. A scarlet moon slowly climbed to the top of the sky, illuminating the entire ocean like a sea of blood. It was very terrifying. Roar. Under the moonlight, a roar shook the heavens and the earth. The roar turned into a sound wave that spread out for tens of millions of miles. The surrounding space collapsed like shattered glass. It was filled with cracks and then shattered. Bang! Suddenly, a resplendent light lit up at the bottom of the sea where the whistling sound came from. It illuminated the surface of the sea until it was like a moon was being reflected. A dull sound similar to the beating of a heart rang out, reverberating through the waters. Bang! Another low sound rang out, shaking the surface of the water and spreading out thousands of miles away. This sound was louder than the previous one, as if something was about to break out of its shell. Bang! Bang! As the sound of the beating became stronger and faster, the water on the rippling surface of the sea surged violently, as if a huge monster was about to rush out from the bottom of the water. Roar! A demonic shadow emerged on the bright surface of the water. It had two goat-like horns and a big mouth. It roared at the scarlet moon, shattering the surrounding space. The roar spread out, and even the Sea King city, which was hundreds of millions of miles away, could hear this terrifying sound. Many people trembled, and those who were not strong enough directly knelt down. Crash! Not long after the roar, the sound of waves suddenly reverberated between the heavens and the earth. A dazzling light, like a sun, shone from countless miles away in the north, rendering the entire night sky as if it was daytime. Even the stars in the sky were about to be hidden. In the Celestial Stone Square, Yin Nuashing suddenly opened his eyes. His evil spirit eye pierced through the void and directly looked at the slowly rising sun in the north. On the surface of the water, a dilapidated shrine broke through the surface of the water and slowly rose from the bottom of the water. The bright golden light illuminated the place, and water gushed out from the dilapidated shrine. Roar! A demonic shadow wrapped around the rising shrine and roared at the sky, causing everyone's heart to tremble. The stronger the person, the clearer the sound they heard. Closing his evil spirit eye quietly, Yin Nuashing rushed into the hall of the attic. Xian, Yu Xiao, and Yuan Shi were all sitting there. There were also some experts of the Yu family. At this time, when they saw him rush in, they all turned their eyes. The Tana's water god temple has floated up. It's almost time for us to act, Yin Nuashing said in a deep voice. And they were not the only ones who reacted. Everyone in the Sea King city stood up directly. The sound of discussion was so loud that it seemed to turn the city upside down. There was no longer the tranquility of the night. In 3 days, there has been this sound from the Tana's water god temple for the 5th time. Each roar is louder than the last. Is it about to come out? There's not much time left. I think the Tana's water god temple has broken out of the seal. Let's take advantage of the moonlight and go. After hearing the roar, the crowd began to discuss among themselves. Some of the impatient ones even decided to set off with the moonlight. At this time, in the Sea King city, countless powerhouses ran to the docks, boarded jade boats, and sped towards the north. Let's go now. No matter what, let's go there and see the situation first. In the bustling Sea King city, Yin Nuashing and the others also heard a lot of voices and said in a deep voice. The speed at which the Tana's water god temple emerged was much faster than he thought. Presumably, all the experts had begun to rush there. They also had to get there quickly. The origin of water might be there. No matter what, they had to be one step ahead. Everyone was stunned. Without saying much, they all jumped out of the hall. Then, as Yin Nuashing rushed out of the attic, everyone jumped directly onto the surface of the sea. The boat, made of dragon Xian silver, suddenly enlarged to a full 100 feet. The latter drove the light element and injected it into the boat. Carrying everyone, it turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the north. This was a world of plains. The distant mountain ranges rose and fell in their line of sight. A tower, or perhaps a giant pillar, towered into the clouds. It was hundreds of thousands of meters tall and tens of thousands of meters thick. It stood in the middle of a lake, like a giant pillar that held up the heavens. A solemn and primordial aura emanated from it, causing people to feel an unprecedented sense of pressure. It was as if the space would be shattered into pieces if the pillar trembled slightly. On the side of the pillar, there was a golden figure. Pulling one's line of sight closer, one could see that it was a man in a golden robe. His skin was golden and white, and his long golden hair flowed down to his waist. His face was so handsome that even women would be jealous. His whole body exuded an ethereal aura like that of a banished immortal, as if he was a creation of the heavens. If one looked closely at this scene, they would find it a bit strange. There were chains as thick as an arm tied around the giant pillar. The golden man was tugging at the chains with his hands, making clanking sounds. "Long time no see," the man whispered softly, as if he had seen an old friend. He was suspended thousands of feet above the lake, standing in the void at the edge of the Black Tower. In front of him were dozens of entangled and spiraling chains. The dense black holes seemed to be hiding something. The corners of the golden man's mouth curled up slightly. He slowly pried open the chains with both hands, separating them layer by layer. Then he suddenly smiled and cast his gaze into the middle of the separated chains. There was actually a person inside. If someone were to stand here and see this scene, they would definitely be so scared that their tongue would stick out. This was because the person hidden under the chains looked exactly like the golden man. The only difference was that one was golden and the other was sky blue. They were like twins. The golden man chuckled. His crystal clear hand gently touched the face of the man with closed eyes in front of him. His ethereal voice was like the sound of nature, causing the surrounding space to ripple. "You are still asleep, and I have already woken up. Our friend is here. The king is about to awaken. God descends to the world, commanding the world. Go and play with him. With unparalleled glory." Kacha. Chapter 3:15. Countless ships formed a huge fleet that spanned thousands of feet across the ocean. It was easy to imagine how many people were mobilized this time. There was no lack of major forces or god-level powerhouses among them. It was a vast and majestic fleet, all of them riding on the scarlet moonlight. It was a sight to behold. We are riding on the moonlight on the boundless ocean. The scarlet moonlight is flowing in the sky and under the water. Yin Nuashing kept humming along the way. She seemed very excited. She sat at the bow of the ship with Xian and looked at the empty sea area. She was in a good mood. Yuanshi wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and looked at the endless army behind him. He could not help but swallow his saliva and said, "Nuashing, is it really okay for us to walk so fast? We are charging at the front like a target." When Yu Xiao and the others heard this, they promptly nodded and added a few words in agreement. At this moment, there wasn't a single ship around them because they were at the forefront. The light element propelled the small silver boats, so no one could catch up to them. Moreover, the closer they got to the northern life forbidden zone, the more they felt a force descending from the sky, making them unable to fly at all. I don't know how many people are after Tana's water god temple. There are countless dangers in the Forbidden Zone. This time, there'll be many undying forces coming along. It's better to let them be the ones to take the lead, said a young girl from the Yu clan indifferently. Even though she looked like a young girl, one could see the vicissitudes of life in her eyes. She must have lived for a very long time. They were strong cultivators of the Yu clan. Because they wanted to protect Yu Xiao, they followed her on the boat. That seems to be the case. When Yin Nuoxing heard this, he nodded. However, when he looked at the ship, he shook his head and said, "But I feel that if we mix in with them, the chances of us being beaten into a sieve are higher." Everyone was stunned. They looked at the disembarking ship and felt a little helpless. Although the dragon Shin Silver would not be snatched away, those who could take out a level 11 material were not ordinary forces. They would be very conspicuous in the crowd. Perhaps they would be secretly eliminated. After all, one less team meant one less competitor. Zhang Xian smiled. "Well, I'll think about it when we reach the Forbidden Sea. At worst, I'll just hide the ship," Yin Nuoxing said helplessly. Speaking of which, he was a little too anxious because he thought that the competition was too strong. He wanted to be the first to rush to the Tana's water god temple so that he could be the first to collect the origin of water to avoid any accidents. Yin Nuoxing and the others had seen many powerful fellows when they used the light element to shake off the ships earlier. They all had the same goal, but they did not take it to heart. Although there were many experts here, they were not at the rebirth realm. Therefore, they had some confidence. After all, the Nether Void Sword and Violet Night Flame were not to be trifled with. I wonder if the Qi family, the other families, and the Temple of Elements have arrived. Yin Nuoxing looked into the distance, and this thought flashed through his mind. Then he sighed and said, "Let's speed up. For experts like the gods, a journey of 100 million miles would only take a few hours. However, for the light element, it was a little faster. Although it could be said that it would only take 2 to 3 minutes to reach the Forbidden Sea, it was a pity that Yin Nuoxing could not maintain this speed. He might faint after reaching the limit of a few seconds. He could only maintain 100th or even 1,000th of the speed of light. This speed could be achieved by the gods with their own strength. At this speed, they approached the Forbidden Sea in less than an hour. When they really arrived, everyone was stunned for a moment. The sea behind them was still dark blue, but in front of them was a light blue. When they looked down, the color did not deepen. It was as if they were in a shallow water area. On the surface of the sea, there was a clear dividing line that separated the two different seas. Boom! When the ship entered the other part of the sea, the whole ship suddenly shook violently as if it had hit a reef. A great pressure came out of nowhere. The originally calm sea suddenly boiled as if a tsunami was about to overturn the ship. The ship's speed suddenly slowed down. Suppress. Several experts of the Yu family stamped their feet. Yin Nuoxing also took out the Netherworld Ruin Sword and knocked it on the ship. Silver and purple light bloomed, and together, they resisted the sudden force. This sea is strange. Yin Nuoxing looked at the ship that suddenly slowed down. He walked to the side of the ship and looked at the gelatinous sea water. His eyebrows twitched. The air is so thick. Xian sniffed and wrinkled her eyebrows. It's so uncomfortable. My chest is stuffy. It's a little difficult to breathe. Ming sniffed and touched his forehead. He felt a little dizzy. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing was stunned. He took a deep breath and realized that the air here seemed to have turned into gelatinous. It was also like being filled with lead. When he breathed in, it was so heavy that it made it difficult to breathe. Over time, he would suffocate to death. Linghong's sword, spatial isolation. With a light cough, Yin Nuoxing took out the Linghong sword. With a bright flash of silver light, he inserted it into the ship and created a spatial boundary. It separated the ship from the outside space. It formed a space of its own, but it was still connected to the outside world. When the boundary was formed, the heavy feeling disappeared. Ming and the others heaved a sigh of relief. However, the speed of the ship had completely slowed down. After all, this sea was a little strange. There was no way to speed up, even if they wanted to. Is this the Linghong sword? The few girls from the Yu family looked over. Mei Mao's eyes glowed. They naturally knew about the birth of the Linghong sword. Before they left, Yuan Shi also told them about Yin Nuoxing. After all, they were going to travel together. There was no difference if they knew about it earlier or later. Heroes indeed come from the young. This old monk is already old. Is it time for me to retire? A young girl glanced at Yin Nuoxing and stretched her waist. Her beautiful figure revealed a few seductive curves, and her lazy voice sounded a little strange. Young man, are you interested in marrying into the Yu family? There are still many fairies in the family who haven't found a partner yet. However, what made Yin Nuoxing vomit blood was that he actually heard this sentence again. It made him directly roll his eyes. Why do I look so fat now? When this sentence came out, Zian blinked at Mei Mao and looked at Yin Nuoxing. However, she only sighed and smiled helplessly. The first time she heard it, she was unhappy. The second time she heard it, she could only smile, so she didn't say anything. Elder, she already has a partner. Don't talk about it. Yu Xiao gently pulled the girl's dress and smiled apologetically at Zian. Then she said softly, "What a pity." Hearing this, the girl shook her head regretfully and said, Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but laugh when he saw Yin wrinkling her nose and her beautiful face remaining calm without any ripples. He rubbed her head and said softly, "Are you jealous?" "Nope." Zian stared blankly and shook her head. She smiled and said, "Little Star didn't promise me anything. Why would I be jealous? If you aren't jealous, then what are you?" Hearing her say this, Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but roll her eyes and said, "Of course not." Zian snorted and turned her head away with a faint smile. Seeing this, Yin Nuoxing sighed and looked at the large fleet of ships that suddenly appeared on the horizon. She couldn't help but frown. Looking at the vast expanse ahead, she muttered, "The people behind us are catching up, but we can't pull away anymore." Hearing this, everyone hurriedly turned their heads. Seeing the fleet that appeared, they also frowned. They shouldn't be the only ones in a quagmire. But before that, if they couldn't pull away, they would enter the enemy's attack range. This wasn't a good thing for them. How about activating the light element? A young girl suggested and looked at Yin Nuoxing. Yin Nuoxing shook her head and said, "I've already tried. If I want to increase my speed, I'm afraid I'll have to activate the light element to the extreme. I won't be able to hold on for long. Moreover, this water can't even be controlled by the water element. Moreover, the more energy you inject, the more energy will be sucked away." Elder Yu Qing sighed and said, "Brother, the boat is sinking." Ming pulled Yin Nuoxing's sleeve and pointed to the front. Hearing this, everyone's expression suddenly changed. They hurriedly walked to the side of the boat and saw that the boat was indeed showing signs of sinking. Shit! Yin Nuoxing's face twitched. After thinking for a while, she suddenly stretched out her hand and a dense purple flame appeared on her palm. Following the appearance of this flame, the surrounding temperature also quietly rose. Ranked 90th on the Divine Flame list, Purple Night, Dark Flame. Elder Yu Qing recognized it with a single glance. Her indifferent voice made Yin Nuoxing blush with shame. When Yuan Shi and Zian heard this, they also opened their mouths in shock. After all, they didn't hear about the origin of this flame, and they also didn't ask about it. They didn't expect this flame to have such a great origin. Seeing everyone's glowing eyes and little Ming's I already knew expression, Yin Nuoxing smiled in embarrassment and nodded. With a thought, the purple flame left her hand and rose sharply against the wind. Then it enveloped the bottom of the boat below the waterline. Gee! As soon as the purple night dark flame came in contact with this strange seawater, it let out a sizzling sound. A faint white steam rose and emitted a foul smell, causing everyone to wrinkle their brows. "It smells like burnt protein." Yin Nuoxing pinched her nose and rolled her eyes. This foul smell almost made her vomit out the food she ate at noon. However, although they couldn't stand this disgusting smell, the speed of the boat was indeed a lot faster. They couldn't say anything and just pinched their noses to endure the disgusting smell. Seeing this, Yin Nuoxing hurriedly urged the light element. The boat immediately turned into a gold and silver light, and flew away. Little star ran away. Far behind, on a huge dragon ship, a beautiful woman in green saw Long Xian suddenly turn into a beam of light and fly away. She couldn't help but yell, "How did this kid get involved with the Yu family?" Jin Wang held his chin and couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Let's speed up. The people around here aren't easy to deal with. We have to think of a way to get rid of this group of people so as to avoid a fight when we get close to the shrine." Lei Tian spread his hands. After saying that, a dense lightning energy poured into the boat from the bottom of his feet. However, it wasn't in a hurry to erupt. It was only accumulating at the bottom of the boat. With their eyesight, they naturally knew that there was something wrong with that sea area. Otherwise, Yin Nuoxing wouldn't have stopped. The woman whose dress flickered with a metallic luster looked at Yin Nuoxing from afar and nodded. "So that's Little Star? He looks pretty good. Does he have a partner? Come on, didn't you see that girl beside this kid the other day? She's probably his partner." Huizhu rolled her eyes. "I was just thinking about it. It's about time for the girls of our shrine to find a partner. What should we do if we always stay in the shrine and don't go out?" The woman sighed and held her chin in a sad manner. Yao Hua and the others were standing at the back. Hearing the God Kings talking about Little Star and partner, they couldn't help but smile bitterly. How did this guy become like this after not seeing him for a year? Chapter 316. Boom! Unsurprisingly, when almost all the ships plunged into that sea area, the sea water suddenly turned into a tsunami. An invisible pressure fell from the sky. The ships sank into a swamp-like place and couldn't move an inch. Many people's faces turned red as they forcefully hammered their chests. Their lungs felt like they were filled with lead sheets. It was so heavy that they couldn't breathe. As for the boats at the back that couldn't stop, they all crashed into the boats at the front that were almost stopped. The sound of collision was endless. The boat that was already shaking was knocked over, and people kept falling into the sea. The sea water was like glue, but it directly submerged a person. As soon as the screams were heard, there was no sound. Only a wisp of green smoke floated on the surface of the water. It made people who saw it feel a chill in their heart. That was a primary god expert, and he was gone just like that? No! Stop! Stop! And after seeing that person die a violent death, everyone's complexion changed greatly. The people who hadn't entered that water area quickly controlled the ships, wanting to make them stop abruptly. The extreme speed suddenly dropped, splashing a huge wave on the surface of the water and hitting the people in front. Suddenly, the swaying ships were overturned. Suddenly, many people fell into the water. Mournful screams were heard again. When the people on the side saw this situation, they quickly controlled their ships to withdraw from this strange sea area, but they were knocked deeper into the sea by the ships that rushed up from behind. The surrounding air seemed to have solidified, oppressing the ships that intruded. Creak! The pressure from the air increased sharply. Although the ships here weren't made of simple materials, but without exception, they couldn't bear the heavy load. Visible cracks appeared on the surface of the ships, as if there were millions of tons of weight on the ships. Even if they were made of good jade, they couldn't hold on for long and fell apart. The people in the ships fell into the water together, not even splashing a wave. Hiss! When the people in the distance saw this, they were so scared that they quickly turned their ships around. They suddenly didn't want to go in. Even a god-level person was drowned in the water. What would they do if they went in? But the surrounding ships were too dense. As soon as they slowed down and turned around, another ship hit them from the side and overturned them in the sea. On the sea, hundreds and thousands of ships suddenly collided with each other. Many people fell into the water from the ships that were knocked over. Before they reached the sea area, they quickly rose into the air, wanting to fly back in the direction they came from. However, just as they rose, they didn't fly more than 5 meters before they fell back into the water. This place was suppressed, and they couldn't even fly. What's going on? I haven't entered that water area, and I'm already suppressed? Damn it, I can't fly here. The person who had fallen into the water tried to fly and cursed. He could not fly here, so the only option was to swim back. However, the closest land to here was the Sea King City, which was tens of millions of miles away. How long would it take to swim back? However, Before anyone could swim back, a speeding ship hit the people in the water and knocked them into another water area. Mournful screams filled the silent sea, sending chills down everyone's spine. On the messy sea surface, countless ships collided with each other, like a huge connected plate. Countless wreckage floated on the water surface. The only difference between the two seas was that on one side, there were people floating, while on the other side, there was only faint green smoke drifting. TSK, this place isn't simple. Jin Wang shook his head. His golden eyes suddenly bloomed with dazzling light. A golden energy shot out from his body, forming a layer of barrier that enveloped the entire ship. At the same time, Thunder God King and the others who had been accumulating power for a long time quickly exploded the energy stored at the bottom of the ship. The ship turned into a light arrow, breaking through the wreckage of the ship, and crashed into the second sea area. Boom! The huge pressure formed by the air enveloped them all of a sudden, but they were blocked by several layers of barriers. Although they were blocked, with two elements known for their speed wasn't much slower. They caught up with Yin Nuashing and the others at a speed faster than them. And when the Gold God King and the others moved, there were more than 10 ships at the side. They broke through the layers of obstacles and rushed in with them. Clearly, these people were already prepared. They had expected that just entering the sea would be very difficult. They all had corresponding methods. Some directly transformed into a golden path underwater. The speed of the ship was not affected at all. There were also others who transformed into ships made of fire, drifting away with a foul stench. While this place was extremely chaotic, Yin Nuashing and the others had already traveled a long distance. Seeing that there was no one behind them, Yin Nuashing nodded and slowed down a little. Then, he slowly drifted forward. Along the way, he took out the treasure map and looked at it. After confirming that the direction of the red dot was correct, he nodded. When the others saw him like this, their tense hearts slowly relaxed a little. However, it didn't relax too much. In such a dangerous place, it was impossible to be completely unprepared. They guessed that there would be earth-shattering things behind them. Placing the netherworld ruins soared horizontally on his lap, Yin Nuashing simply used cultivation to pass the time. He didn't know how far ahead there was, so he had to adjust his state to perfection. Otherwise, when he entered the Tana's Water God Temple, how could he compete with others? Yo, little star. Just less than 10 minutes after Yin Nuashing closed his eyes, a cheerful laughter directly pulled his mind back. Hearing this familiar laughter, he couldn't help but be stunned. Xian and Yuan, she were also stunned when they heard this intimate address. Everyone turned their heads together, wanting to see who they had bumped into. As soon as Yin Nuashing turned his head, he saw a dragon boat about the same size as their boat. There were more than 10 people on the boat looking at him calmly. Mu Ling and the others waved at him cheerfully. When he saw the doting eyes of the beautiful woman and the teasing eyes of Jin Wang and the others, his handsome face suddenly flushed red. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of water. Little star are they. Xian blinked at Mei Mao. Just as he turned his head and wanted to ask who they were, he saw Yin Nuashing's red face and was stunned. Yin Nuo Star let out a miserable shriek, giving everyone a fright. The resplendent light elements uncontrollably gushed out, transforming the entire ship into a star, and then, whoosh. I'm not a pervert. Almost in the blink of an eye, Long Xianin turned into a golden light as he flew away at an unimaginable speed with a miserable shriek, leaving those of 9 immortal palaces in the air behind him. Closely after that, Long Xianin disappeared in the skyline. Everyone's expression stiffened. Mu Ling touched her face in confusion and said in astonishment, "Did I say something wrong? Damn, Sister Ling, can you not say that damn line of boss?" Lei Ming heard this, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Everyone smiled bitterly. However, after thinking for a while, they understood what was going on. In the past, Yin Nuashing met them as a girl. Now that she suddenly appeared as a boy, how was she going to meet them? This child is so silly and cute. When the beautiful woman saw this, she couldn't help but smile. Then, she urged Lei Tian to catch up with her. Sister, she has the purest light element. Even though my lightning element is very fast and has a lot of energy, I can't catch up with her even with the help of Yaohua's light element. Lei Tian smiled bitterly. Wasn't it a joke to ask him to catch up with her? He had just tried his best to catch up with her. How could he catch up with her now? However, the few of them still mustered all their strength and turned into shadows to chase after him. Seeing Yin Nuoxing's embarrassed and angry face, Xian couldn't help but poke her face and ask, "Little star, who are they?" Yin Nuoxing trembled and rolled her eyes at her. She didn't say anything. The curious people were puzzled. Lonshiner's gossipy heart was aroused. She quickly elbowed her brother and asked him to tell her the truth. "Elder sister, it's actually like this." Seeing that Yin Nuoxing didn't say anything, Ming Ming suddenly laughed and rattled off a bunch of things. Her speed was so fast that even Yin Nuoxing didn't have time to react. When he hurriedly covered her little mouth, she had already said 70 to 80%. "Little star, you're so cute." After hearing this, Xian covered her mouth and laughed. Yuanxi also couldn't help but laugh. The people on the boat couldn't stop laughing. Yin Nuoxing wanted to find a hole to hide in. Two more things happen in life. Just treat it as 100 different experiences. You don't have to be like this. Who doesn't have an embarrassing past? Xian hugged him gently. Although she was comforting him, she couldn't stop laughing. "I didn't expect you to be related to the people of the Nine Elements Temple," Elder Yu Qing said slowly after laughing for a while. When Yin Nuoxing heard this, he nodded his head gloomily and sighed heavily with pity. What made Gold God King and the others surprised was that they did not chase for long. On the long Xian silver ship, Yin Nuoxing was still sitting there. The others on the ship were holding their stomachs and gasping for breath. When they saw them coming, they even chuckled twice. No matter how they looked at it, it seemed like they were laughing until their stomachs hurt. This made the group of people a little confused. "Come over here." Yin Nuoxing let out a sigh as he scratched his head and revealed a bitter smile. After that, he steered the boat towards Long Xianin. Long Xianin was not that small. It would not be a big deal even if there were over 10 more people. When Jin Wang and the others heard this, they smiled and walked up to Yin Nuoxing without hesitation. With their eyesight, they could naturally see the materials used in Yin Nuoxing's boat. They exclaimed in admiration and put away the original boat. "Little star, how'd you been in the past year?" The beautiful woman walked up to Yin Nuoxing, patted his head, and smiled dotingly. Yin Nuoxing pouted his lips and nodded gloomily. The others didn't know whether to laugh or cry when they saw his aggrieved look. When the two sides met, they naturally exchanged greetings. The Nine Gods Palace and the Yu family also had some friendship, so they naturally gathered together and chatted. However, everyone was very tactful and did not poke at Yin Nuoxing's sore spot. Even Yao Hua carefully slipped behind the elders and hid. Mu Ling and the others naturally gathered around Yin Nuoxing and the others. The juniors sat together, and the elders sat together. "How should I address you, little sister?" Mu Ling stretched out her slender hand to Xian gracefully and asked with a smile. Xian winked at Mei Mao and glanced at Yin Nuoxing, who had been a little depressed. She smiled sweetly, adjusted the hat on her head, stretched out her smooth, jade-like hands, and shook Xian's hand. She said, "Xian Xian. Everyone can just call me Xian." Yin Nuoxing sighed and put away his negative emotions. Then, he introduced everyone one by one. However, the lively Lan Exin directly clung to him and introduced herself with a smile. Everyone was a little surprised by how she addressed Yin Nuoxing, but she didn't reveal her identity. "Yo, boy, how about we have a spar?" When Yin Nuoxing saw Yao Hua, he sneered. The anger in his heart was burning. At this moment, he naturally wanted to grab something to vent his anger. He clenched his fists so tightly that creaking sounds could be heard. The two divine weapons in his hands were thirsty, and this laughter directly made Yao Hua shudder. He laughed awkwardly and carefully glanced at the two glowing weapons. His whole body trembled. What kind of joke is this? Damn it, I'll be dead with one slash from Ling Hongjian. Xing, let's forget about it now. We're in the same boat. It's not good to fall out with each other. At this moment, Mu Ling came up to rescue him. Yao Hua immediately heaved a sigh of relief. However, the next sentence made his face turn pale. When we reach the Tana's water god temple, you can beat boss up again. We can help you hold him down. Muling nodded seriously. The other 7 people also nodded in agreement. You guys? Yao Hua was speechless, but he couldn't get angry. Yin Nuoxing was still glaring at him. Okay, later you guys help me hold him down on the ground. I'll beat him up a few times to vent my anger. Yin Nuoxing nodded and sneered. The corners of Yao Hua's mouth twitched, and he smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that at this critical moment, his brothers would directly betray him. Beat him up. Beat him up fiercely. You don't have to give me face. Jin Jinwang laughed heartily and shouted with his old friends. Yao Hua's face turned ashen. He felt that he couldn't go back on this trip. By the way, you guys are all cultivating so fast. You're already in the 5th tier of the immortal realm. Are you guys suffering from chi deviation? Yin Nuoxing laughed for a while. He looked around at everyone and couldn't help but say, Sai, what's this? The inheritance of the divine palace. When you cultivate, it's like suffering in hell. Compared to us, you're scaring us to death. The spiritual, godly body lives up to its name. You're cultivating so fast. Lei Ming waved his hand helplessly. Yin Nuoxing didn't deliberately hide his strength. Naturally, they could see that he was in the 3rd tier of the immortal realm. They remembered that when they first separated, Yin Nuoxing hadn't reached the immortal realm yet. Everyone chattered for a long time and then cried about all kinds of pain during cultivation. Yin Nuoxing listened to them and had goosebumps. Was this cultivation? This was inhumane torture. When they heard that Yuan-Shi was a godly spirit body, they all gasped. They knew that the spiritual godly body was very mysterious, but they didn't know much about it. However, they knew about the godly spirit body. Generally, people with this body could reach the rebirth realm at worst. Where are the rest of the Yuan family? Lei Ming asked casually. He was a little confused. Why was the young master here, but the others weren't? It was a little strange. I don't know about them. I'm just traveling with Nuoxing. Yuan-Shi shook his head. His words made the 9 heroes choke. Traveling. The 9 heroes swallowed their saliva with difficulty and laughed dryly. How courageous. It was such a long journey, but there was actually someone who was willing to go with them, seeing their dead fish eyes popping out. Yuan-Shi spread his hands. His clothes were as white as snow, and he was otherworldly and elegant. They felt that he was very powerful. Just his perseverance alone was worthy of praise. I don't think the Yuan family will come. Otherwise, they would have come long ago. Yuan-Shi sighed. He hadn't seen them for so long. They probably wouldn't come. Who would have thought that as soon as he finished speaking, a charming laughter would slap him like a slap to the face. Little boy, child. Chapter 317. As soon as this delicate voice resounded through the ship, everyone saw a shadow looming over them. Then, a beautiful figure in white descended from the sky. Her snow-white robe fluttered in the air as if she was a fairy descending from the heavens. Her beautiful face was filled with unconcealable joy. With a smile that was comparable to 100 flowers blooming, Yuan-Shin landed lightly on Yin Nuoxing's body and pushed him to the ground. Little boy, I missed you so much. After reuniting after more than half a year, Yuan-Shin seemed to have found a treasure. Her beautiful face rubbed against his chest vigorously, causing everyone to be a little stunned. Who is this girl? Damn, she's not giving me any face at all. Yuan-Shi touched his face subconsciously and laughed bitterly. This slap to the face was really painful. Seeing everyone's strange expressions, Yin Nuoxing laughed awkwardly. He helplessly patted the head of the girl in his arms and said, Qian, stop fooling around. There's so many people here. After saying that, he laughed bitterly. Before leaving, he had said coolly that he would see her in the Little Divine Land. Why did they meet again when they had not even reached the Little Divine Land? Couldn't he show off properly? As he spoke, more than 10 figures jumped down, and the huge ship next to them was also put away. Yin Nuoxing took a closer look and felt a little embarrassed. Needless to say, Yuan-Chi and the others were all familiar faces. Other than Yuan-Chi's 6th uncle, Yuan Shao, there was another man who he had never seen before. His green robe fluttered in the wind. and he looked valiant and heroic. His awe-inspiring appearance made people unable to help but take a few more glances. Fourth uncle. Yuanshi was a little speechless when he saw the people who had come. He did not expect his fourth uncle to be here. He did not usually see him go out. Qian, get up quickly. Seeing that everyone from the Yuan family was here, Yin Nuoxing's handsome face flushed red. When he saw Yuan Qian, who was still lying in his arms with a blissful look on her face, he realized that things were bad and hurriedly called out. No, Yuan Qian happily refused at this moment. Yuan Xiao and the others saw Yuan Qian's expression and couldn't help but shake their heads. They had never seen her so happy before. It was as if she had lost her soul, and they were worried that she might have depression. They didn't expect that she would be fine as soon as she saw Yin Nuoxing. This is really gathering together. Yin Nuoxing looked at the dozens of people on the ship, and the corners of her mouth twitched for a moment. She laughed bitterly. When did she know so many people? In the end, Yin Nuoxing had a headache and started to introduce everyone. At the end of the introduction, everyone laughed bitterly. It was really because he had connected everyone together. They really didn't know what to say. On the side, the older generation individuals exchanged greetings. After living for so long, they had more or less met each other a few times. Today, they treated it as a reunion. Who didn't know the Yuan family of the Divine Land? Who didn't know about the Nine Elements Temple? The fairies of the Yu family were famous all over the world. When these three groups gathered together, they could be called a strong alliance. However, there were too many people. It didn't feel like they were in a dangerous place like the Tana's Water God Temple. The lively atmosphere was more like a vacation. We were pulled out by the Divine King and the others to gain experience. Yao Hua and the other side and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. We came because our sister insisted on coming. Yuan Qi and the others laughed bitterly inside. Then, more than a dozen people who were in the same boat started to howl. Yin Nuoxing looked left and right and found that the two groups were chatting with each other. Even Xian was pulled aside by Yuan Qian and whispered to her. She kept looking at him, which made him sigh and mutter that he'd better sleep. When Lan Xiner heard this, she knelt down directly, patted her soft and white thighs, and smiled at him. Her meaning was self-evident. Yin Nuoxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he didn't hesitate to sleep on her thighs and secretly praised her. Behind this huge long Xian silver, there are dozens of jade ships of the same size. They shone brightly in the night, and their surfaces were flowing with energy. Obviously, they were not ordinary ships. What made Yin Nuoxing a little surprised was that almost 90% of the people had just entered. The forbidden zone of life was indeed worthy of its name. The scarlet moon slowly set in the distant western sky. An ray of dawn slowly rose from the east. It fell on a light blue sea and shone on the somewhat serious faces of the people. They looked into the distance and saw a ray of icy blue light rising from the horizon. Everyone took a deep breath. After a night of rushing, they were very close to the Tana's Water God Temple. At this time, they could faintly see its shape. Yin Nuoxing opened his evil spirit eye and looked across the distance. He looked at the dilapidated but mighty temple from afar, and his slender eyebrows frowned slightly. The ice-blue godly palace was hundreds of meters tall and tens of thousands of meters wide. A small part of it was still submerged in the sea. The blue light shone along with the light of dawn. The nearby seawater was a strange, deathly black color. Wisps of faint, deathly chi rose up and floated around the godly palace. What a strong death chi, and an extremely strong sense of resentment and evil spirit. Of course, Yin Nuoxing was not the only one who could see the temple from afar. The beautiful woman and the others also looked at the temple from afar and frowned. I feel danger. This trip may not be as peaceful as it seems on the surface, the beautiful woman said with a sigh. The beautiful woman sighed and said. She felt a little uneasy. Those who majored in the wood element valued balance very much. Naturally, she could see through the shrine. The balance had already been torn apart by an extremely brutal power. We are not the only ones who feel this way. I don't know what they are thinking. Jin Wang spread his hands and looked at the other warships in the same position as them with a strange gaze. Looking at the fourth warship in the distance, Yin Nuoxing's eyes narrowed and he muttered, "The people from the Sacred Weapon Temple." The Sacred Weapon Temple was the second force other than the Qi family that wanted to take him in. They wanted to use the spiritual godly body to complete a sacred weapon. However, they did not seem to know that Ling Hongjian was with him. They only came for the spiritual godly body. However, this made him very angry. He was very unhappy to be used as a tool for refining. The Qi family is here too. Yuan Shao sighed and looked at Yin Nuoxing. He said in a deep voice, "Although you have changed your appearance, once you make a move, you will be noticed. The spiritual godly body's aura is too unique. It also contains the power of the stars. You're the only one in the world who has this aura. You have fought with the elders of the Qi family. Once you release your aura, you will definitely be seen through. Then I will not make a move." Yin Nuoxing spread his hands helplessly and said. The 9 heroes looked at him with a strange gaze. They knew that Yin Nuoxing had fought with the Qi family, but they did not know that he had fought with someone of the God realm. After traveling for more than 10 minutes, they could finally see the temple clearly. A thick black aura floated around the temple. This time, everyone could clearly feel uneasy. The beautiful woman even felt as if her mind was being burned. It doesn't seem like it. There's a faint aura. Lei Tian opened his eyes wide. His eyes that contained lightning looked at the black aura. After a long time, he retracted his shocked gaze. Everyone was a little confused. They did not know what he had sensed. When they were close to 1,000 meters, an ancient and desolate aura suddenly filled the heaven and earth. Under that terrifying aura, everything was silent. Even the morning sun seemed dim. Jin Wang and the others felt a kind of fear from the bottom of their hearts. That was an aura that was above the world. Between heaven and earth, countless gazes gathered on the half-collapsed temple gate. In the end, these gazes were fixed on a few ancient words above the stone gate. However, no one could recognize them. Only Lan Xen, and Yin Nuoxing could not help but read them together. Tana's Water God Temple. The once glorious rain country finally collapsed in a long river of time. Even the Tana's Water God Temple, which was regarded as a holy place by countless water elemental cultivators, could not escape this disaster. Lan Xiner stood at the bow of the ship, side by side with Yin Nuoxing. Looking at the collapsed temple, she could not help but sigh. However, she said it in a low voice in the language of the gods. Only the two of them could hear it. Even the gods could not escape from that eternal period of time. How can anything be immortal? Yin Nuoxing also sighed and said in a low voice in the language of the gods. Boom! Suddenly, the whole black sea water surged. Endless black aura enveloped the Tana's Water God Temple. The sea water suddenly sank deeply, with the temple as the center forming a huge whirlpool. At this moment, the sky was dark. A vast aura enveloped everyone, making their legs feel weak. Roar! The black aura, accompanied by a series of roars, condensed in the temple and formed a huge black shadow. It was 10,000 meters tall. 2 long goat horns hung behind its back. Its bloody mouth opened to the sky as if it wanted to swallow 2 stars. A roar turned into a sound wave and rushed out, covering a radius of 10,000 miles. The aura of the gods, that is, Tao Dai. When Jin Wang saw the blurry black shadow, he was so scared that he almost spat out his tongue. Although it was only a blurry shadow, the pair of iconic goat horns and the murderous aura were the best proof. And when everyone heard this name, they were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. Tao Dai, a divine beast that had been passed down for countless years. It was one of the 4 beasts, and it was said that it could swallow the sun, moon, and stars. Every time Tao Tai was born, it would cause countless bloody lights, and the heaven and earth would be in chaos. Since ancient times, there have been many incidents of Tao Tai being born. Every time, there would be a bloodbath, and blood would flow like a river. Every time this happened, There would be countless strong cultivators who would join forces to besiege Taotai. However, as a divine beast, although it was a ferocious beast, it was not so easy to destroy. Every time it died, it would disappear and hibernate until the next time it revived. Taotai of this generation, has it been born again? It is actually in the Tana's water god temple. Jin Wang said as he stretched out his hand to block the oncoming wind. If Taotai was really born, then this group of people would be bathed in blood. Since ancient times, who knew how many strong cultivators have been born to subdue Taotai, but none of them have been able to completely kill it. Even a seal could not seal it forever. No, this is just a shadow. Yuan Qian's fourth uncle looked at it seriously for a while, then shook his head and said, hearing this, everyone suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it was not the real Taotai, then it would be fine. If the ferocious beast that was said to be able to swallow the heavens and the earth was really here, then it would probably be able to wipe them all out in one bite. Taoya's shadow suddenly looked over, and its two blood-red eyes that were several times larger than a person stared at everyone. A murderous aura suddenly rose, making everyone shudder. Even if it was just a shadow, this godlike aura was real. Roar. Taotai suddenly opened its mouth and let out a loud roar that shattered the surrounding space, revealing a black void. One could even see the void crack open, revealing a little bit of golden color. The roar turned into a solid sound wave, like a storm, with the temple as the center. It rushed towards the dozens of ships at lightning speed. Everywhere it passed, the space became distorted and even collapsed. The abnormally terrifying energy made everyone's face turn pale. The few divine kings trembled, and together with Yuan Shao and the others, they worked together to open a huge energy barrier. The thick energy barrier immediately spread out. Kacha! Bang! Almost instantly, the sound wave collided with the energy barrier, causing the latter to shatter immediately. The few of them groaned and staggered back. Their faces were pale, and they looked a little shocked. They did not expect that the few of them together would be so weak. Activate the eternal weapon. It's too late. Just as Jin Wang took out a golden bottle and was about to activate it, the terrifying sound wave arrived unexpectedly. The majestic force of the sound wave shocked everyone. Void escape. Just as Yin Nuashing was about to take out the Netherworld Ruin sword, Lan Xner, who was standing beside him, made a few abstruse hand seals at lightning speed. Then, she shouted in a delicate voice. When this voice rang out, the entire ship rapidly turned transparent and illusory. In just a short moment, it actually disappeared. The corporeal sound wave also swept through the place at that moment, exploding into a monstrous wave. Behind it, there were even a few ships that were shattered with a bang. 2 seconds after the sound wave passed, Long Xianin suddenly appeared. Everyone looked at Lan Xer in surprise. At that moment, they even saw the pitch-black void as if they had merged with it. Oomph. As soon as she appeared, Lan Xer's pretty face turned pale. She groaned and her delicate body swayed. Her originally solid body became a little more transparent. The sound wave just now had directly transmitted into the void, causing her to be slightly injured. Xiner. When Yin Nuashing saw this, he quickly reached out to hold her. Then, his soul power rushed out from his glabella and flowed into her body. I'm fine. Lan Xiner shook her head and forced a smile at Yin Nuashing. Her weak look made her look pitiful. Yin Nuashing was a little heartbroken. He quickly took out the heavenly halberd and placed Lan Xer in it. This time, Lan Xer did not resist and went into the heavenly halberd obediently. Charge in. Jin Wang held the golden bottle tightly in his hand. A layer of golden energy shrouded them. With a low shout, he controlled Long Xianin and sped toward the divine hall. Yin Nuashing looked at the golden bottle, which was less than a foot tall, with trepidation. A great pressure made his heart tremble. However, when this feeling appeared, the whirlpool zither in his heart vibrated slightly. A faint energy leaked out and enveloped Yin Nuashing. Then, the pressure disappeared. An eternal weapon doesn't seem to be as powerful as a godhead weapon. Yin Nuoxing could not help but shake his head. Although an eternal weapon was forged by a deity, it seemed to be inferior to a weapon that was infused with a godhead. There are several waves of energy. When this great pressure appeared, the shrouded ships nearby also had similar waves of energy. Obviously, other people had brought their eternal weapons with them. Roar! Tao Tai opened its mouth once again, and the roar transformed into a substantial sound wave. It swept out with lightning speed, and the entire world shook violently. The roar was deafening, and everyone quickly covered their ears. However, it was directly transmitted to their soul. Someone directly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell face up to the sky and fainted. Bang! The substantial black sound wave swept out and came into contact with the golden energy barrier, causing the latter to shake violently. It appeared to be on the verge of collapse, but it did not shatter. Gotcha! Just as everyone heaved a sigh of relief, a 10-meter-long crack appeared on the golden barrier. Through the crack, a faint black gas drifted in. Speed up! Rush over! Jin Jinwang's face twitched. He did not expect the eternal weapon to be unable to withstand the roar. However, this was the result of him activating the weapon. If the deity activated it himself, the result would not be like this. When everyone heard this, they quickly transferred their energy into the Dragon Shin Silver. However, the closer they got, the harder it was to move forward. Their speed was severely limited. Even Yao Hua tried his best to transfer the light element. Yin Nuoxing quickly placed the Netherworld Ruined Sword on the small golden bottle. The purple, black, and golden energy fused together and closed the crack immediately. Then, a trace of light element leaked out. Roar! The two blood-red eyes of Tao Tai flashed. The phantom of Tao Tai stared at Yin Nuoxing's ship. It slowly opened its mouth and let out an earth-shattering roar like thunder. Then, a thick black gas suddenly condensed in its mouth. A drop of black light the size of a fist gathered in its mouth. The dazzling light lit up half the sky. The terrifying energy shattered the space directly. And this was just the overflowing energy. Boom! The majestic energy shook the entire world. The huge whirlpool below expanded. Yin Nuoxing and the others were about to rush to the edge of the whirlpool. It's aiming at us. Jin Jinwang's expression changed. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a drop of blood essence into the golden bottle in his hand. Buzz! As soon as the drop of blood essence entered the bottle, the small golden bottle suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light. Moreover, there was a fluctuation similar to that of a human's mind. Its consciousness was about to awaken. Gather! Yin Nuoxing's handsome face paled when he saw the vast amount of energy. He hurriedly went to the bow of the ship with the Nether Void sword in hand. With a wave of his hand, he took out all of his god artifacts. Dozens of flames and purple night flames surged out from his body. The purple flame was in the center. Dozens of colorful flames quickly revolved around it. The divine tools were also in the middle of the flames at this moment. The Nether Void sword and Ling Hong sword were directly on either side of the purple flame. Dazzling golden energy flowed rapidly in Yin Nuoxing's body. Even her eyes turned golden. Her entire body seemed to be cast from gold. She looked incomparably holy. Nine heavens' soul-subduing formation condensed. Yin Nuoxing made a hand seal with lightning speed. Golden energy rushed out of her body with a shout, enveloping all the divine tools in flames. A golden formation tens of thousands of feet in size suddenly formed in front of her. There were even countless bolts of golden lightning leaping around the formation. As soon as the formation was formed, it shrank from tens of thousands of feet in size to a few hundred feet in size. Although it had shrunk, the energy it contained had become even more terrifying. Even Jin Jinwang and the others felt their hearts tremble from the bottom of their hearts. Heaven refining formation. Yin Nuoxing did not stop. His hand seals changed continuously, and his voice was like thunder. The void suddenly broke open, and 3 indigo-blue formations appeared. Immediately, the power of the stars, the dragon veins in the sea, and the energy of heaven and earth were all sucked over, causing the energy of heaven and earth to suddenly become chaotic. As soon as the 3 formations appeared, they fused with the golden formation in a triangular formation. Afterwards, they began to revolve slowly, distorting space slightly. As more and more energy of the stars surged into the 4 formations from Yin Nuashing, the colorful energy became more and more powerful. At the very center, a droplet of golden light finally appeared silently within the colorful energy. As soon as the golden light appeared, a terrifying energy surged out. The energy in the surroundings was compressed into the golden light like ripples. All the energy within a radius of several hundred feet was devoured in the blink of an eye. The golden light gradually expanded at the same time. "Little boy, let me help you." Seeing this, Yuan Qian hurriedly placed her lily-white hand on Yun Nuoxing's back. Waves of black, demonic energy flowed into Yun Nuoxing's body through her lily-white hand. Then, the demonic energy was channeled into the 4 rapidly rotating formations by the soul-burning technique. Behind the former, Yuan Qi and the others also hurriedly channeled their energy over. What a terrifying energy! When they saw the golden light, Jin Wang and the others, who were in charge of defense, felt their hearts skip a beat. They immediately became excited. Then, they hurriedly channeled their energy into the small golden bottle, causing the golden energy barrier to appear even more solid. However, when Yun Nuoxing saw this energy, she still felt a little unconfident. Her heart trembled violently as she looked at the Tao Ye's illusory figure that was countless times denser than before. At this moment, Xian suddenly ran to his side. Just as the latter was about to ask her to step back, she directly formed a seal with her hands. Then, he clearly felt that the 5 elements in the sky seemed to be attracted by something and were suddenly attracted over. Meanwhile, a 5-colored light appeared on Xian's body, making her seem even more mysterious and moving. 5 elements heavenly formation. Her hand's seal paused, and a delicate shout came out from her rosy little mouth. Behind their ears, everyone saw an energy formation with a 5-pointed star suddenly being drawn rapidly in the sky. At the bottom right corner of the 5-pointed star, a dense brown energy was flickering like a star. The other 4 corners were empty, and there was nothing. However, the energy that was being released was not weak. Xian's charming face reddened. She suddenly leaned into Yun Nuoxing's embrace and placed her lily-white hands on the latter's 2 jade-like palms. The golden energy and the 5-colored energy suddenly merged perfectly. At this moment, the 5 elements heavenly formation also overlapped with the 4 rotating formations. A 5-colored, mostly brown energy wrapped around the golden light, causing its energy to suddenly increase by several times. 5 elements body. As soon as the 5-colored formation appeared, everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. Jin Wang and other figures of the older generation all sucked in a breath of cold air. They felt that their little hearts could not bear this shocking news. How the 2 rarest constitutions in the world get together? When Yao Hua and the others heard this news while they were working together to defend, they were almost scared out of their wits. Then, they stared at the gorgeous girl who had been wearing a hat all this time and felt their mouths go dry. Yin Nuoxing had the most powerful constitution in the world, but his partner Xian had the 5 elements body, which was second only to him. Damn it, did they not want others to live? If these 2 people succeeded, wouldn't they join hands to dominate the world? We can't completely cancel it out, but we just have to endure it. Yin Nuoxing did not have the time to care about their thoughts. He looked at the black shadow in front of him with a serious expression. His figure had been locked on. If he could not endure this attack, it would be useless even if he rushed over. His brows were tightly knitted together. They could not directly defeat this Tao Ye shadow. If they had succeeded, they could have tried. Now, all they could do was try to stop it, because they were very close to the edge of the black vortex. Just as he was about to take out the swirling zither, the ball of bewitching purple flames suddenly flickered, and a purple flame fell down. Then, a graceful figure appeared in front of Yinuashing. Her purple dress swayed in the wind, and her delicate oval face was full of seriousness. Yinuashing was shocked when he saw Ziyi come out. He knew that this girl would not come out for no reason. Now that she had come out, it was obvious how serious the situation was. The sudden appearance of the girl made everyone look at her. Jin Wang and the others were delighted, but Yuan Qian and the others had never seen Ziyi before, so they were a little confused. Ziyi suddenly sucked in a cold breath when she saw the Taotie shadow. Her pretty face paled a little. Then, she looked at so many people and could not help but say angrily, "How did you provoke such a big guy?" Everyone laughed bitterly and shook their heads. Ziyi was so angry that she could not help but stomp her foot when she saw them like this. Then, she stood at the front, crossed her slender legs, and opened her arms a little. With a thought, the aura of a god emperor suddenly erupted. Everyone was shocked, and Yinuashing and the others almost broke through. Countless energy matrices were engraved under her jade feet. Then, two moons, one scarlet and one ice blue, suddenly floated high up in this several hundred zhang space. Under the light purple moonlight, everyone felt that there was an additional stream of pure star power in their bodies. Their strength increased a few times at this moment, which shocked everyone. Purple Night Domain. This was the Purple Night Dark Flames domain. In this moment of crisis, Z had no choice but to release it. Just as this domain was released, the endless power of the stars suddenly poured down from the two moons. Ziya's two bright eyes seemed to be burning, and purple flames gushed out from her delicate body. Then, in an instant, they turned into a purplish-black color, and the blazing heat caused the temperature of the air to rise rapidly. The purple-black flames enveloped her, and Yinuashing, and the 5 magic matrices were also infected by the flames. Meanwhile, the two moon discs rapidly descended and turned into 100 feet in size. They rapidly rotated around the drop of golden light. Roar! Just as the two moon discs started to rotate, the Taotie shadow suddenly opened its mouth to the maximum. The ball of black light suddenly released a few extremely resplendent beams of light, and it suddenly expanded. Then boom! A huge black energy beam of light that was 100,000 feet in size was released with a deafening boom. It charged towards Yinuashing and the others at the speed of light like a wild beast. Purple Night Hexagram. Ziya's expression was solemn. Her hand seals changed at lightning speed, and as her hand seals changed, a hexagram array suddenly appeared. With the two rapidly rotating moons as the ends, it overlapped with the several magic matrices. 9 Heavens Spirit Concealment Array, Spirit Concealment suppressing the 9 heavens. Yinuashing roared at the sky. Veins popped out on her forehead, and golden energy seemed to surge out endlessly. It poured into the magic matrices, and at this moment, the drop of golden light suddenly erupted with resplendent light. It transformed into a huge golden energy beam of light that shot towards the black light beam. Chapter 319. 2 huge energy light beams cut through the sky and approached each other rapidly under countless horrified gazes. They carried with them the power to destroy the heavens and earth, and then they collided violently. Boom! A deafening roar exploded in the distant sky. At this moment, everyone was deafened. The huge wind pressure overturned everyone on the ship. The nearby ships lit up with energy shields and were pushed tens of thousands of meters away. Even Yinuashing and the others were blasted away violently. On the calm sea, huge waves suddenly surged. The two energy light beams entangled with each other. Gold and black energy blended to form a huge 2-colored energy cluster. It was like a huge star rising in the sky, with energy sparks constantly spurting out. Boom! Boom! The terrifying energy exploded in the energy cluster. 2 energy light beams burst out from the 2 poles of the energy cluster. One rushed directly into the 9th heaven, and the other rushed directly into the sea, tearing a huge hole in the vast sea. Crack! Boom! A breathtaking, dull sound rang in the distant ninth heaven, making everyone's heart contract fiercely. Even their souls trembled violently. The energy cluster expanded to the extreme, completely swallowing the space within 100,000 feet. Gold and black constantly blended and conflicted with each other. Beams of light burst out from it, like an inflated balloon leaking air. The two energy light beams were still desperately releasing energy. Boom! The energy fireworks, which were millions of feet in size, bloomed with thrilling colors. A destructive energy spread across the entire sea region. The huge energy storm connected the heavens and the earth, like a tornado sweeping through the energy collision point. The sky cracked, unable to bear the burden, and even the seabed bloomed with countless cracks that were thousands of feet wide. At this moment, it was as if an earthquake had occurred. The sea region shook violently. People far away in the Sea King city could feel the fluctuations, and they could not help but kneel on the ground because of the pressure. Buzz! A 10,000-foot-long energy beam swept across the top of the Sea King city at a speed far faster than the speed of light, shattering the space along the way. Even the void collapsed, revealing large areas of golden barriers. The terrifying energy made everyone turn pale. Oh my God! What happened at the Tana's water god temple? The flickering gold and black of the energy light beam illuminated everyone's dazed faces, and their minds went blank. Boom! Wave after wave of terrifying energy waves bombarded the golden energy barrier, causing it to cave in continuously. However, it was forcefully pushed back up by the energy of Jin Wang and the others. Yin Nuoxing's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. She opened her mouth and roared. The origin energy of her divine body poured out like it was free, but she could only watch as the black pillar of energy drew closer and closer. A vast amount of energy descended upon them. If it weren't for the whirlpool zither protecting them, their bodies would have been torn apart long ago. They were surrounded by shattered space. It was as if they had suddenly arrived in the void. The golden space-time barrier enveloped the entire world. Faint time turbulence gushed out, shattering the chaotic space even more thoroughly. The energy storm wreaked havoc, and the energy that was like a heavenly punishment spread out like ripples throughout the entire space. Within the sea, other than Yun Nua's ship, the others had long been pushed far away, and on the surface of the sea, it was as if a tsunami was surging. The huge waves rose to a height of 10,000 feet and slammed into the distance, splashing up waves that filled the entire world. The waves of annihilation continued to bombard the golden barrier and the Taoye shadow. Even though the golden barrier was reinforced by the eternal weapons of 10 gods, it was finally starting to falter. The flowing golden energy had dimmed significantly. Yin Nuoxing, who was presiding over the great array, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her golden eyes dimmed a lot. Not only her, but everyone who was maintaining the array also suffered some backlash. Zai's delicate body also swayed, but she was still desperately releasing energy. She didn't take a step back. Break for me! Yin Nuoxing looked up to the sky and roared, desperately outputting energy. His entire body emitted starlight. The black light flickered like the stars in the night sky. In his lower abdomen, the purplish-black energy crystal suddenly unsealed. The vast energy filled every part of his body. The golden energy beam that was constantly retreating, however, was still constantly retreating. Break! Yin Nuoxing's hoarse roar came from the sea of golden light that filled the sky. Too much energy filled her body. She couldn't send it all out. At the same time, it filled her soul. Suddenly, a burst of music came from between her eyebrows. A mark floated up and down. If it wasn't for the mark carved by Xianyin, her soul would have collapsed in an instant. However, her body would collapse sooner or later. Break! 2 lines of golden blood tears flowed from her eyes. 6 golden wings spread out. Her mind and the external energy became much clearer. Yin Nuashing didn't care about the consequences and mobilized the external energy to resist the attack together. Little star, you're committing suicide, Z exclaimed when she saw this. She wanted to go over and stop him, but her footsteps were restrained. If she were to let go, then the pillar of light would instantly attack her. Without the energy of a god emperor, it would lose almost all of its power. Why the F *CK did you bring only one eternal weapon? Is there nothing else? Jin Jinwang's veins bulged as he held the small golden bottle. He roared so much that he even stuck out his tongue. How the F *CK would I know that such a F *King melodramatic thing would happen before we even entered? F *King forgot to bring an eternal weapon. Who the F *CK would bring 9 eternal weapons to the ruins? Lei Tian's expression was ferocious. He cursed at the top of his voice. His whole body flashed with electricity as he released energy as if it was free. This F *King dog gave me a chance to turn back time. F *King dog will bring another eternal weapon. F *CK dog. Huizhu was so angry that she was delirious. The flames on her body jumped wildly, almost burning Yao Hua and the others. UF *King dog. Yao Hua took the time to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead and couldn't help but complain. Is this the F *King time to complain? You F *King break for me. Little Star can't hold on any longer. The beautiful woman hurriedly glanced at Yin Nuashing. When she saw Yin Nuashing's dark green, Mei Mao slowly moving toward the side where the balance collapsed, she naturally knew that he was in a bad situation. IF *King dog. Tao Tai, IF *King won't let you off in this life. Yin Nuashing felt a tearing sensation all over her body. Her eyes were bloodshot as she cursed at the phantom of Tao Tai, making everyone blush with shame. However, no matter how strenuous it was for everyone to shout and curse, that black energy pillar still continued to spread towards them, making everyone's complexion turn pale. Even with the combined strength of so many people, they still couldn't resist it. This Tao Tai was just an illusion. How powerful was it? Was the gap between the gods really impossible to make up for? I'm going to kill you. A golden aura exploded with the aura of stars. Yin Nuashing's handsome face was ferocious. She touched her chest and took out the swirling zither. The moment the swirling zither was taken out, the Netherworld ruin sword flew back instantly. Then she took out a huge scarlet cross and slapped it into the array. Yin Nuashing had never used this weapon before because it was only half a weapon. It couldn't be contained in the godly body. Now that the Netherworld ruin sword was taken back, she needed a weapon to replace it. Tao Tai, we have a huge grudge against each other. Looking at the swirling zither, Yin Nuashing gritted her teeth and grabbed it. With a swipe of her hand, one of the 3 silver-blue rune chains quietly broke open. An unusually vast amount of energy suddenly shot into the sky. This energy was so terrifying that everyone in the northern wilderness and even the entire god realm could clearly feel it. An eternal divine weapon. Everyone was shocked. They recognized the unique aura immediately. Moreover, it was definitely many times stronger than the golden bottle in their hands. However, they didn't have time to say anything. They all put their lives on the line to defend themselves. I'll use the Netherworld ruin sword as my bow. I'll kill you. Yin Nuashing was so angry that he almost lost his mind. The swirling zither didn't need a bow to play at all. Otherwise, Xianyin wouldn't have refused to give him a bow. Now he was using the Netherworld ruin sword as his bow. This was crazy. Yin Nuashing held the swirling zither in his left hand. His right hand was still holding onto Xian's little hand. However, he couldn't care too much at this moment. The explosion of the energy crystal had allowed him to instantly reach the level of a god emperor. Now that he was using the Netherworld ruin sword to play the swirling zither, the power was unimaginable. Wong, the Netherworld ruin sword gently plucked the 9 strings of the zither. The 2 divine weapons released in irresistible pressure. A note turned into a solid sound wave. It was this simple note that made everyone feel a deep sense of fear from the depths of their souls. Bang! Boom! The world seemed to have turned black and came to a standstill. At this moment, an eternity, only a sound wave that shattered eternity, traveled to the end of the horizon at a speed far exceeding that of light. At this moment, the entire space of the world was like a piece of rotten paper, shattering with a loud bang. Whong! Boom! A beautiful melody slowly floated in the world. The faint divine sound contained the power of 10,000 daos. In an instant, even the sun and the moon bloomed with an incomparably blazing light. They were drawn into this melody and played together. The murderous aura filled the entire world, causing the void space to collapse. The golden time barrier shattered with a loud bang, and a layer of purple barrier stood quietly like an amethyst. Roar! The sound wave seemed to have passed through eternity and directly hit the Tao Ye's phantom. Suddenly, a mournful roar shook the heavens and earth. However, it was strangled by the divine sound. Wong! Yin Nuoxing's entire body emitted a dazzling light. A monstrous pressure spread from the whirlpool's ether. As the notes floated out, it seemed to crush the entire space. Countless space-time turbulence rippled out from the time barrier. Even the purple barrier rippled. The purple light rippled quietly and seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Roar! Almost at the second pull of the nether void sword, the Taotai phantom let out a mournful roar. The black energy beam was immediately dispersed. Then, the golden energy beam ruthlessly blasted forward at lightning speed. Roar! After being heavily injured in succession, the Taotai phantom let out a final roar. A melody swept out like lightning. The black gas and the black sea that enveloped the entire shrine were completely dispersed at this moment. The phantom roared and blurred. Finally, it turned into a light spot and dissipated in the world. Let's go. After the Taotai phantom dissipated, the world slowly returned to its original state. Yin Nuoxing widened her eyes and roared. The light element was pushed to the extreme. She took the entire ship and crashed into the shrine at the speed of light. Boom! The huge ship crashed into the dilapidated shrine with a scarlet cross. Countless rocks flew everywhere. The dozens of people were thrown into the shrine like a bunch of rocks. Chapter 320. The first seal of the whirlpool zither has been undone. In a white palace, a beautiful girl in a long white dress suddenly stood up from the sofa. The ancient book in her hand fell to the side, and her long silver hair flowed behind her. She was as ethereal as a fairy who had descended to the mortal world. There was a hint of nervousness on her gentle and beautiful face. Her long hair that fell on her hips swayed without any wind. Her silver eyes looked in the direction of the divine land, and there was a hint of worry in them. The ripples of the whirlpool zither and the nether void sword. Big brother, are you all right? The girl couldn't help but clench her hands and sigh. Who else could it be other than Xianyin, who had Yin Nuoxing in her heart? The whirlpool zither was her godhead weapon. She was the first person to sense it after the seal was undone. If Yin Nuoxing had to use the whirlpool zither, it meant that something dangerous had forced him into a corner. The life imprint has dimmed. Big brother is most likely in danger. Xianyin touched the imprint on her slender neck and felt the weak ripples. Mei Mao's expression turned cold and a little murderous. Then, she regained her anxious expression and stomped her feet. Although she wanted to rush to China, it wasn't convenient for her to move at this time. She could only pace back and forth. Big brother, please be fine. Xianyin sighed in the end. Although she knew that Yin Nuoxing had a life contract with her, and Yin Nuoxing would be fine as long as she didn't die, she still couldn't help praying. Then, she pressed her hand on the imprint on her neck, and some energy light rose from her palm. Strands of energy followed the imprint and transmitted to Yin Nuoxing, who was countless miles away. Only the gods had this kind of ability. What's wrong, Yin? Why do you have such a big reaction? Next to Xianyin, a girl in a red and white robe was curled up on the sofa and taking a nap. She was woken up by Xianyin's big movement. She rubbed her bright red and messy hair and muttered unhappily, Xianyin, who was transmitting energy to Yin Nuoxing in the distance, was startled by the sudden sound. She quickly put down her lily-white hand and smiled faintly. "It's nothing. I suddenly remembered that it's time to take care of that sea of flowers." The girl in the red and white robe wrinkled her little nose. Her slightly immature voice was weak as she replied, "Oh, go. And also take care of my—" Without waiting for Xian Yin's reply, he fell asleep again. Xian Yin shook her head in amusement, then walked towards the back door of the palace. Her two corset belts fluttered in the air, making her look like a fairy taking a stroll. Boom! The scarlet cross penetrated the walls of the temple with a huge impact. Two godly materials above level 11 collided directly. Even though the temple was immortal, it was unknown how many stone pillars were smashed through before the behemoth that was charging at the speed of light stopped. The already dilapidated temple became even more dilapidated. The scarlet cross and the dragon Xian silver flashed for a moment, then turned into a ray of light and retreated back into Yin Nuoxing's body. Relying on the inertia, everyone was slammed into the wall. After all, the speed of light was too fast, and there was no way to stop. It was already a good thing that they didn't go through the wall. Fortunately, the wall was sturdy enough. Otherwise, they would have really gone through it. Ouch! Little boy! Little boy! Yuan Xian had just come back to her senses. She endured the pain that came from all over her body. She hurriedly pushed herself out of the wall and then hurriedly shouted. At the last moment, she clearly saw the moment when the light around Yin Nuoxing's body dissipated. The white light was dazzling. Little Star, the beautiful woman from the Divine Wood Temple, also shouted. Then, she waved her hand and removed the dozens of shrimps that were embedded in the wall. She hurriedly led everyone into the temple inside. Splash! In the temple that was slightly flooded, the dozens of people hurriedly ran. Their feet stepped on the water, and they didn't have time to care about the splashing water on their pants. They hurriedly ran deeper into the temple. They saw Yin Nuoxing shoot straight into the temple like a cannonball shooting straight into a bullseye. In a secret chamber, a big hole was blasted in the wall. It seemed like something had crashed into it and directly penetrated the wall. In the secret chamber, Yin Nuoxing, whose white hair was shining faintly, was lying on the shallow water. Her consciousness was scattered. Xian, Zai, and Ming were beside her. They were all very anxious, even though they were all injured. "Little Star, nothing will happen to you. What will I do if something happens to you?" Xian was panicking and didn't know what to do as she hugged Yin Nuoxing's gradually cooling head. "Little Star, you're an idiot." So I was also as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. It wasn't easy for him to seal the rampaging energy crystal, but now he discovered that his life force source was actually showing signs of dimming. He didn't know what to do at all. Although the spiritual items contained in the spiritual godly body could provide him with energy and life force, Yin Nuoxing hadn't developed the latter function yet. At this moment, it was as good as nothing. "Big brother, hurry and get up." Ming grabbed Yin Nuoxing's hand and couldn't stop her tears from falling down. "Sister Zai, what should we do?" Little Star's life force source. Xian knew of Zai's existence and wasn't surprised at this moment. It should be said that all her thoughts were on Yin Nuoxing and didn't have time to be surprised. She was so anxious that she was out of her wits and could only feel the body temperature of the person in her arms gradually decreasing. I don't know either. This idiot actually used up all his life force." Zai was so anxious that she was a little irritated. Her wet dress clung tightly to her body, perfectly outlining her graceful curves. Her full breasts were constantly moving up and down with her anxious breathing. Her purple hair stuck to her dress, and a faint layer of water vapor stuck to her body. She looked very alluring. Of course, the unconscious Yin Nuoxing wouldn't be able to enjoy such a scene. "Little girl, transfer your life force source to Little Star." Zai stomped her foot and splashed water onto the ceiling. Then, she hurriedly said, this was the only way she could think of. The vitality in her body was slowly being drawn out as Yin Nuoxing weakened. It was also helping to repair her, but it still wasn't enough. Vitality was a little different from life force. and couldn't be completely replenished. Fortunately, Yin Nuashing didn't use her life force source. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to replenish it at all. When Xian heard this, her beautiful face turned red. However, she didn't hesitate at all. She raised her head slightly and took a light breath. Then, she hurriedly pressed her small mouth against Yun Nuashing's lips. A green light flowed out of her body and through their mouths. It was transferred into Yun Nuashing's body. When she did this, a small tuft of her long, dark purple hair slowly turned grayish-white. However, this rich life force didn't change much when it entered Yun Nuashing's body. Her long, white hair was still white. When Xian saw this, she steeled her heart and directly increased the transfer of her life force. In just a moment, half of her beautiful long hair had turned white. If Zai hadn't hurriedly stopped her, she probably would have directly transferred all her life force to Yin Nuashing. All right, don't lose. Otherwise, you'll collapse again when Dumb Star wakes up. When she heard this, Xian had no choice but to stop. However, when she saw that Yin Nuashing's long hair had only recovered a little, she immediately frowned. She didn't know why it didn't have any effect. As a spiritual divine body, Little Star's life force is too exuberant. Even though you have the 5 elements body, it can't be linked to life force. Zai sighed and explained, "Little boy." At this moment, Yuan Qian and the others, who had gone all the way, finally found Yin Nuashing. When she saw how weak she was, she didn't care that she was also very weak. She immediately rushed over and pressed her palm against his chest to transfer some energy. Little Star, the beautiful woman, and the other god kings were also very anxious. If Yin Nuashing died so easily, the Hall Master and the others would flip the realm of the gods upside down. Just as everyone was about to die from anxiety, a musical mark suddenly lit up on Yin Nuashing's neck. Then, an unusually vast amount of energy suddenly exploded and carefully poured into Yin Nuashing's body. Everyone was shocked, but they saw that Yin Nuashing's long white hair, in an instant, had returned to a light purple color, and that weak aura had also instantly become abundant, causing everyone to be stunned. Suddenly, Yin Nuashing opened his mouth and yawned. Then, he rubbed his eyes and saw everyone's stunned expressions. He couldn't help but be stunned. He blinked his eyes and saw his posture. His handsome face blushed, and he hurriedly pulled Xian to his feet. He smiled and said, "What's wrong with you guys? Where are we now?" Everyone was stunned when they heard his laughter. They didn't understand what had just happened. There was a flash of light, and Yin Nuashing revived with full health on the spot, as if he had drunk dragon's blood. Little Star, are you all right?" Zai looked at him suspiciously. He grabbed him and looked him up and down. Then, he asked with a strange expression, "Am I all right?" Yin Nuashing scratched his head and said, "I should be fine. How long have I been sleeping?" He knew that he had risked his life and even thrown out the swirling zither. He must have been seriously injured. It was just that he didn't know how long it had taken for him to recover. Everyone had strange expressions and said, "You revived in an instant." It didn't take long. Yin Nuashing was stunned. He smiled and said, "What do you mean?" Everyone's expressions became even more strange. They looked at Yin Nuashing a few times and frowned. One of them said, "You don't know what happened to you?" Yin Nuashing looked at himself in confusion. He realized that the divine artifact was still there. The Nether Void sword was still there. The Ling Hong sword was still there. The swirling zither was still there. Then, he shook his head and said, "Nothing happened?" Everyone was confused. Zai and the others were also a little confused. They didn't know what had happened to Yin Nuashing just now. He had returned with full health in an instant. Who cares? In the end, Yin Nuashing clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Since we're already here, let's not waste any more time. Let's take a look around the shrine before anyone else comes in." After he finished speaking, he smoothly grabbed Ziyin and took the lead to run ahead. Ziyi helplessly spread his hands and turned into a flame that returned to his body. This made the people behind him feel a little helpless, and they slowly followed after him. Yin Nuashing slowed down when he saw that they were some distance away from the others. He looked at Xian, who was smiling faintly, and said, "Little girl, It's all thanks to you just now. Ah, Xian was stunned. She didn't expect him to suddenly say that. That pure life force was yours, wasn't it? I felt your aura. Yin Nuashing sighed and touched her soft hair. He could still see the pale half of her hair. Yeah. Xian blushed when she heard him mention what happened just now. Then, she nodded gently. Yin Nuashing saw this and chuckled. He said, let's go. Let's see what's so special about the Tana's water god shrine that we spent so much effort to enter. Chapter 3:21. Let's split up. It's hard to move with too many people. When they reached a fork, Jin Wang stopped everyone and smiled. There were more than 30 people here. Although it was safe to stay together, their efficiency was much slower. There were still people outside who were eyeing them covetously. At this moment, they were one step ahead and had the upper hand. They had to make good use of it. Well, there's strength in numbers. Let's loot this place first and let the people who come in later cry. Yin Nuashing agreed very much and nodded with a sinister smile. She rubbed her palms together and looked like a demon with horns on her head. Everyone was speechless. Here, this is for you. Yin Nuashing smiled and took out the map of the Tana's water god temple. Then, she tapped her finger on the map and turned it into two streams of light that shot into the minds of Jin Wang and Yuan Qian's fourth uncle to engrave the map. This is the map of the Tana's water god temple. The two were stunned for a moment and quickly took a look. Then they gasped. Their horrified voices made everyone stunned. They didn't know where Yin Nuashing got the map. This was a relic from the mythological era, and it was all they knew. It was impossible for there to be such a thing as a map. It was true that all the things from the mythological era had disappeared, but there were still some things that had escaped the calamity of time and remained. So it was not surprising that they found it occasionally. However, it was a map. It was not scientific. Let's go. Don't waste time. Let's gather at the main hall. Yin Nuashing waved her hand and didn't explain anything. She led Xian and the others into a passage first. Her loud laughter pulled the shocked crowd back to their senses. Then, they smiled bitterly and walked out in 3 different directions. Little boy, wait for me. Seeing Yin Nuashing and Yuan Shi leaving together, Yuan Qian hurriedly called out. Then, she stuck her tongue out at Yuan Shi and the others and followed them. The people behind her could only shake their heads helplessly and sigh that this girl's soul had run away with that guy. They were not worried that Yin Nuashing and the others would act alone. They had an emperor god with them, who was more useful than them. Moreover, Yin Nuashing had the swirling zither. They still remembered the aura of the eternal magic weapon. Yin Nuashing looked at the map and identified the direction. Then, she led a few people and rushed straight to the reincarnation lake. She was still very concerned about the word reincarnation. Moreover, there were a few places marked with names. Since this was the first stop, it was quite convenient to go there. As for the main hall, it was in the innermost place. She definitely wouldn't be the first to rush in. Along the way, they kept flying. In the empty passageway, even the pearls on the walls had lost their luster over the years. However, the icy blue walls automatically emitted light, and this passageway was also very bright. However, it was too empty and there was nothing. In the icy blue mirror-like passageway, there were only 5 people from Yun Nuo planet flying. It was lifeless, and only 1 or 2 rays of sunlight shone in from the tattered ceiling. Not long after, everyone rushed out of the passage. The scenery in front of them was brand new. It was as if they had rushed into a mountain forest. Boundless vitality swayed all over the mountains and plains. A huge ancient tree seemed to be standing between heaven and earth. The condensed vitality turned into a small ball of light floating in the air. For a moment, Yin Nuashing thought that she had seen the glories of tree again. This scene was too similar. However, before they could take a second look, they suddenly swayed and fell from the sky. Their connection with the wind element was cut off. They couldn't fly here. This space is a little too big. Ziyin sized up the surroundings for a while and said in surprise, although it seemed to be tens of thousands of feet long and wide from the outside, it seemed like another small world when they came in. They couldn't see the end of it with a single glance. Moreover, there was a blue sky and white clouds in this place. Moreover, There wasn't any stagnant water underground. Yin Nuashing raised her head and looked at the huge tree that towered into the clouds. She then lowered her head and saw a huge lake. It was sparkling and translucent, emitting a sparkling and translucent luster. It shone brightly in the distance, like a glass mirror. The Reincarnation Lake. Does such a heaven-defying thing really exist? Yin Nuashing couldn't help but murmur. The Reincarnation Lake was one of the rarest things in the world. It was ranked 6th on the list of heavenly treasures. According to legends, it could see through a person's past life, present life, and future life. It was very illusory. Let's go and take a look. Yin Nuashing couldn't help but feel a little excited. Even she was very curious about her past. She came here because she knew that the Reincarnation Lake could see through one's past life and present life. Everyone jogged over with her and came to the side of the glassy lake. Only at such a close distance could they clearly see how huge the tree was. It was 10,000 feet tall. Yin Nuashing and the others stood below it. It was like ants looking at a giant. An ancient and desolate aura drowned them. Mirror. Xian looked around and pinched her palm. Then, she pointed at a mirror beside the lake in the distance and said to Yin Nuashing. Yin Nuashing and the others also looked over. They were stunned for a moment. A mirror appearing in this place seemed a little out of place. A few of them walked over curiously. The mirror was as tall as a person and could reflect 2 people. The patterns around it were very beautiful and very mysterious. Through the evil spirit eye, Yin Nuashing could see some incomparably complicated arrays and talismans that were constantly circulating. The degree of complexity made him feel dizzy just by looking at it. He was so shocked that he hurriedly closed his eyes. Yuan Qian blinked her Mei-Mao. When she saw the mirror, she was inexplicably excited. She walked in front of it and lifted her white dress to twirl around. She was like a lively fairy, ethereal and self-admiring. Then she smiled sweetly and asked Yin Nuashing, "Little boy, do I look good?" "Okay." Yin Nuashing laughed dryly. Then she looked at it seriously and nodded. "Stop twirling around. That's not how you use a mirror." At this time, Ziyi angrily complained. Her coquettish voice made Yuan Qian's body tremble. She awkwardly stopped and blinked her Mei-Mao to look at Yin Nuashing. "Look at your soul," Ziyi said when she saw her looking over in confusion. Upon hearing this, the few of them hurriedly looked at the mirror, only to discover that Yuan Qian's forehead was emitting specks of light. Within her forehead, a transparent and pure soul quietly floated. There was a palm-sized millstone that looked like a golden rudder. This rudder rotated within the soul, its entire body emitting a flawless golden glow. "This is—" everyone asked curiously. What did this rudder mean? Even Elder Yu Qing and the others widened their eyes. They had never seen such a magical thing. The reincarnation disc. It records a number of times a person reincarnates. Every time a person reincarnates, there will be a black mark left on the reincarnation disc that will never disappear. Back then, I happened to see the reincarnation lake, but it wasn't in this place, Ziyi said indifferently. When everyone heard this, they hurriedly looked at the reincarnation disc. They watched it spin in a circle, but they didn't see a single black spot that was emitting a resplendent light. Oh, it's actually a newborn person. How rare. You have to know that many people have already lived a few reincarnations, or should I say a few lives. It's rare to see someone who hasn't experienced reincarnation, Ziyi said in surprise as he looked through Yin Nuashing's eyes. Is there really such a thing as reincarnation in this world? Yuan Qian wrinkled her nose and asked. Of course. The underworld is the home of all living things, and reincarnation is the journey of all living things. You probably haven't heard of this before. Ziyi nodded and said, however, every time a person enters reincarnation, they will completely forget everything about their previous life. It's almost impossible to wake them up. Of course, it's not impossible to wake them up. At the very least, it's a method that can only be mastered by God. When a few of them heard this, they were all a little shocked. Yin Nuashing even thought of something. Under the swaying golden and silver divine spirit tree, balls of light filled the sky. The god in white, the god of destruction, Song Yin Lu Xing, turned into a rain of light under the tree and dissipated into the world. Could it be that she had also entered reincarnation? Since Z said that he could awaken the memories of his previous life, wasn't that a disguised resurrection? Then was it possible for such a person to be revived? The gods of the mythological era, those experts who had died countless years ago, would one day come back to life. When they thought up to here, Yin Nuoxing and Zi Yin both shuddered. Obviously, they'd thought of the same thing. However, Zia's next words caused them to heave sighs of relief. It's not as exaggerated as you think. Although there is a way to awaken the memories of one's previous life, it's very difficult. Moreover, the Yuan realm is vast. Reincarnation may not necessarily bring one back to the realm of the gods, Z said with a smile. It won't come back to the realm of the gods. The two of them were stunned. The Yuan realm was vast, and there were countless planes. Countless worlds on the timeline intersected to form an endless world. Could it be that reincarnation was not fixed? That's more or less what I mean. Sensing the fluctuations in his emotions, Z nodded and said, with so many worlds, reincarnation is also uncertain. Moreover, even if a god is resurrected through reincarnation, he no longer has divine power. If he reincarnates to the lower realm and recovers his memories, he won't be able to return to the realm of the gods. The two of them came to a realization and nodded. After Yuan Shi also went up to take a look. Even Xian and Ming looked curiously. They found that other than Ming, all the rudders were golden. There was not a single black mark. This made Ziyi a little speechless. He kept muttering to himself, could it be that my memory was wrong? Weren't newborn people rare now? Splash the water from the reincarnation lake on the mirror. A little less will allow you to see the past life. A little more will allow you to see the future. I'm not sure how much will be splashed in the future, Z said and laughed in embarrassment. When they heard this, Yuan Xian pushed Yuan Shi away and stood in front of the mirror. Her eager look made them a little speechless. However, they also stretched their necks curiously, wanting to see what they could see. Yuan Xian stood in front of the mirror and thought for a while. Then she nodded. With a wave of her hand, she splashed a full 50 kilograms of water on the mirror. Everyone was speechless. Was she trying to see the distant future? After the reincarnation mirror was splashed with water, the surface of the mirror wriggled slightly. Ripples spread out from the center of the mirror. A moment later, an extremely blurry image appeared. Except for Yuan Xian, everyone moved back a little to avoid being caught in the reflection. That would not be accurate. A moment later, the image became clear. The image shook twice, and when it was completely stable, Yuan Xian could see it clearly. In the image, she was wearing a snow-white dress. She had matured a lot and become more beautiful and charming. Her hair was tied up into an elegant phoenix hairpin. Her black armor wrapped around her slender body vividly. She held a long spear in her hand. What made her most excited was that Yin Nuoxing was also standing beside her. Xian and Lian Yaohua were also there. Or rather, everyone was there. The image changed very quickly. This image stopped for less than a second and then changed. Then, the next image showed a woman standing among the stars. Before they could see clearly, the image flashed again. In the last image, they only saw a bright white figure with her back facing the image. In her line of sight, there was an endless sea of stars. Buzz! The image stopped here. Yuan Xian was stunned for a long time. The image just flashed too quickly, and she did not have time to watch it completely. What the hell? It's gone. Chapter 3:23. Z was also speechless. The speed at which the images were flashing was not something an ordinary person could see. Seeing that Yuan Xian was about to try again, Z hurriedly stopped her. How long would it take to play like this? Don't look at it too much. Although it won't affect this life much, there's no point in playing like this. Yuan Xian also knew this. She could only pout and step back. Then, she grabbed Yuan Shi and pushed him in front of the mirror. Without any explanation, she picked up 1,000 pounds of water and slapped it on the mirror. After being washed by the 1,000 pounds of water, the mirror began to ripple slowly. Yuanqi smiled helplessly. He hadn't even thought of what he wanted to see, and she had already poured 1,000 pounds of water on it. What did she want to see? However, even though he was helpless, he still opened his eyes wide and stared at the mirror without blinking. The others also stretched their necks, trying to see clearly. Scenes flashed quickly, causing them to be dazzled. It seemed that there was too much water, and it was directly pushed to an unknown future. Only then did Yin Nuoxing open his eyes wide and slowed down these scenes by a lot. However, even so, only a few scenes were recovered, because it was too fast, and before everyone could see it clearly, it returned to the normal mirror surface. Yuanqi's eyes widened and his jaw dropped to the ground. He didn't see anything. Look here. Yin Nuoxing waved her hand. She knew that they definitely didn't see clearly and used her evil spirit eye to transmit the images. In the images, she was wearing a purple gold crown. In the starry sky, he was holding a huge furnace and fighting with a person. In the other images, they saw a vast and boundless grassland and forest. There was a shrine in the distance and a huge ancient tree that reached the clouds, shining with a rainbow light. This time, they didn't see anyone else. It was just Yuanqi alone. It should be said that there was someone in one of the images. Everyone was confused. They couldn't tell where this place was, and they couldn't recognize the tree. After Yuanqi stepped back, Ming hopped and ran to the front. Then, he fetched about a few liters of water with his small hands and carefully splashed it. So little. It depends on the previous life. Z had always felt that this girl was very mysterious. She had actually appeared in person. Then, she stretched out her jade-like neck to take a look. This time around, the four of them hurriedly made preparations to record those scenes. After everyone had finished capturing the images and pieced them together, they replayed a few things. In the image, there was a tall and beautiful woman holding a huge sword. 2 streams of golden blood flowed down her forehead. In the collapsed starry sky, there was a person shrouded in mist. Then, a blinding light filled the entire image. The last photo was a bit heartwarming. The woman was lying on the grass in front of the lake with another person. The two of them were leaning against each other. However, that person's appearance was covered by a cloud of fog. Only a head of long black hair could be seen. It seemed like it could not be seen. However, everyone guessed that this person should be a man. Gone again. Everyone's faces twitched. What the hell was this? They couldn't even see the cause and effect clearly. Yu Xiao hesitated for a moment before walking over. She didn't show any mercy. Just like Yuan Xian, she fetched 100 liters of water and gently poured it on the mirror. The mirror immediately flickered rapidly. In the first image that was captured, a huge door appeared. There were 3 people standing in front of the door in a triangular formation. Their hands were forming seals. The second image was in a galaxy. A woman in white was holding a man's arm. They were smiling happily under the starry sky. As for the man's appearance, they had already seen it. It was the same person that they saw in Yuan Shi's image. The third image was in a palace. The woman was wearing a red dress. Her head was covered with a red cloth. She stood side by side with the man. The palace was filled with people. There were Yin Nuoxing and the others, as well as Jin Wang and the others. Many people were shouting excitedly. Hey, you two are good. Should I start shouting and sending out the wedding invitations now? Upon seeing this, Yin Nuoxing suddenly laughed sinisterly. She looked at Yuan Shi and Yu Xiao. As expected, both of them were blushing. Even a usually indifferent Yu Xiao was as red as an apple. Who could remain calm after seeing this? Everyone laughed out loud and congratulated them. The two of them were very embarrassed. Kid from the Yuan family. It seems like this matter is already set in stone. However, you have to work harder. Don't let this image disturb you. If the future is changed, I'll see how you cry. Elder Yu Qing smiled and nodded. She patted him with her jade-like hand. I'll work hard. Yuanqi nodded and said helplessly. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xian also walked forward. She wanted to see the future. The water that she splashed was no less than the water that Yuan Xian splashed the second time. Everyone's jaws dropped. Images flashed past quickly. Everyone tried their best to capture the images. Then they let them float in the air. This time, Everyone used all their strength to capture more images. In the first scene, an exceptionally beautiful woman in purple stood in the middle of a huge magic array. 5 different colored balls of light flickered, illuminating her to be extremely mysterious and beautiful. The deep purple hair that reached her knees clearly showed her identity. The 5 elements body has been restored. Upon seeing this image, Yin Nuoxing cried out in relief. Xian also blinked at Mei Mao curiously. In the other image, she was sitting together with a white-haired man who was so beautiful that even women would be jealous of him. He was so beautiful that even heaven and earth would not tolerate him. They were sitting on a huge, unknown black object. The background was a brilliant starry sky. When they saw this man, they quickly looked at Yin Nuoxing. They sized up his handsome face and then looked at the image. They nodded and said in unison, "Very similar. There's a bit of an outline. It must be you." Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly and shook his head. In the other image, the 2 people they just saw were holding hands. They looked at each other and smiled. The entire world was shining. White hair and dark purple hair danced in the wind. Their clothes were torn and they looked a little miserable. Just as Yin Nuoxing was curious and wanted to walk in front of the mirror to pry into the secrets of heaven, Ziyi pushed him and stood in front of the mirror. Then he took less than 5 kilograms of water and splashed it on it. "I want to see which bastard sealed me for such a long time," Ziyi said straightforwardly. The others laughed dryly. The images fluctuated. This time, the images flickered more slowly, allowing them to capture more than a dozen images. After removing a few images that were all vast and boundless, showing the glimmering starry sky, they took out other meaningful images. In the image, purple flames enveloped a region of the sky, and below it was an unknown city. When the second image appeared, it already had a person's physical body. A person whose face could not be seen stood in front of her, with colorful hair fluttering in the wind. In one of the images, Ziyi was crying and hugging the person with the colorful hair. Mei Mao showed some reluctance and unwillingness. Then, she saw a strange life formation seal her, and she fell into a deep sleep. "Ziyi, didn't you say that person was crying? Why are you crying?" Yin Nuoxing could not help but laugh when he saw it. In the beginning, this person had said that the person who sealed her was crying. He did not expect her to cry as well. Ziyi opened her mouth, and 2 suspicious blushes appeared on her face. She jumped over in a panic and used her body to block the mirror. She shouted, "Don't look, don't look. This is fake, it's not real." The others covered their mouths to stifle their laughter. Then, they looked away, as if they did not see anything. This made her angry. Yin Nuoxing laughed loudly. He patted her head and said with a smile, "Little Yi, there's no need to be embarrassed. There's no need to treat me like an outsider." Ziyi wanted to cry, but with her head patted, she could not do anything. She glanced at the person with the colorful hair and thought for a moment. Then, she said, "Little star, is that you?" "How would I know?" Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly and shook his head. If it was really him, he probably had swallowed dozens of types of flames or demonic lightning, or contained some strange energy to have such an effect. In the end, Yin Nuoxing slowly walked forward. He looked at the mirror and took a deep breath. Then, he straightened his expression. Just as he was about to take the water from the reincarnation lake, he was frightened by a scream and stopped. "Little star, your reincarnation disc. Why is it black?" Xian, who was the first to discover it, covered her mouth in shock. Her bright eyes widened, and she looked incredulous. Yin Nuoxing was shocked. He quickly raised his head to look at the spot between his eyebrows. He found that the rudder did not look different from the others, but it was black. Even the light it emitted was black. He could not help but widen his eyes. He did not understand why his reincarnation disc was like this. "Ziyi, what's going on?" Yin Nuoxing slowly retracted his hand. He looked at the reincarnation disc that was so black that it made one's heart palpitate. He could not help but ask. Ziyi frowned when she saw it. She fell into deep thought. When the others saw her in deep thought, they did not say anything. After waiting like this for a few minutes, she sighed. Some flames surged in Mei Mao's eyes. Then, she looked at the rudder and blinked. An image was projected from her eyes into the void and magnified. This, when everyone saw Yun Nuashing's wheel of samsara being enlarged, they hurriedly opened their eyes wide. After that, all of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Ziye's pretty face turned pale from fright. Yun Nuashing even swallowed his saliva fiercely. He was just short of jumping into the samsara lake to sober up. That black was the color of the reincarnation disc that was engraved by countless reincarnation seals. Countless reincarnation seals were engraved on the golden reincarnation disc, covering it completely. Even the bright golden color was covered. There was not a single trace of yellow. If one were to magnify it a few thousand times, they would see that there were countless ravines and pits on the reincarnation disc. Every corner of the golden reincarnation disc was occupied by reincarnation seals, so even the light was black. Everyone covered their mouths in shock. How many times had she reincarnated? How many times have I reincarnated? Yun Nuashing murmured the thoughts in everyone's mind. The reincarnation seals were a little terrifying. It was so terrifying that it made everyone's hearts turn cold. No one knew how long it took for a person to reincarnate, but it definitely took a very long time before they could be reincarnated. And on this reincarnation disc, it was probably close to 10,000 lives. Retracting her hand, Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. She had only taken a drop of water from the reincarnation lake. If there was a threshold for viewing the past life and the future, then this drop of water should be able to see a very distant past life, right? Little star, past life. It's better if you don't look at it. Suddenly, Zai grabbed her hand and shook her head with a serious expression. She was a little worried. Although viewing the past life and the future would not cause too much of a difference in the current life, Yun Nuashing's situation was too special. She had reincarnated for thousands of years. No one could imagine what would happen with this drop of water. When Yun Nuashing heard this, she sighed and patted her head. She gave them a reassuring smile and said, "Don't worry, it'll be fine." After saying that, she took a deep breath and tapped lightly with her finger. That drop of water fell into the mirror. Ripples spread out, and then a bright light suddenly bloomed. Buzz! Countless images jumped out from the mirror. It was as if tens of thousands of worlds had bloomed. They were all playing slowly. Tens of thousands of images surrounded everyone. Those images were so realistic that they left everyone speechless. Thousands of images. These are all of Little Star's past. Zai's eyes widened when she saw those images. Some of the images were very bloody. In the images, a man wielded a huge sword and walked with blood. Even the sky was dyed a bright red. There was also a vast and boundless starry sky. Heaven and earth seemed to be collapsing. The starry sky was shattering, and the entire world was falling apart. Yun Nuashing only focused on the largest image in the middle. Her pupils constricted. In the image, the coquettish man had a head of fiery red hair and a pair of reddish-black wings that were thousands of feet wide. Behind him, a monstrous golden sea of fire covered the starry sky. He was floating outside a pyramid-like world. The image changed. The man's clothes were as white as snow. He was as ethereal as an immortal. He held a zither and floated in the sky. Beneath his feet was a dreamlike continent. It looked like an archipelago. The huge island in the center was surrounded by 4 smaller islands. Then, the image changed again. A godlike figure soared into the sky with a sword in his hand. Black fog rushed out from his body, and tens of thousands of weapons floated around him. The image continued to change. In a huge world, a snow-white palace stood. A few people could be vaguely seen on it. I want you to walk through this vast and boundless world with me. This was a scene on a rainy night. A man who seemed to have lost his soul walked into an alley and hugged a young girl. He muttered weakly. This scene made Yun Nuashing's heart twitch. He vaguely remembered this scene. That girl seemed to be Xian Yin. The vastness of the world is but a snap of the fingers. Before the world was born, I was born. I am the world, and I am a king. Defiant of fate, you will be punished by the eternal flames of calamity. Kill me. Otherwise, I will bury this world with you. On the day I return to the world, all the realms in the heavens will bow at my feet. The roars were transmitted to their ears through the image. It was as if they were imprinted in the void. It made their emotions surge. It was as if they were there in person and had seen the arrogant man with their own eyes. That shocking and angry voice seemed to come from the depths of his soul. It made those who heard it tremble. Crack! A crisp sound pulled everyone's attention back. A crack had suddenly appeared on the reincarnation mirror and spread across the entire mirror. The many images had also completely blurred at this moment and dissipated with the wind. Chapter 3:24. Even the reincarnation mirror was shattered. Hearing this shattering sound, Zai shuddered and hurriedly pulled his mind back. Seeing the mirror covered with spider webs, the cracking sound made everyone a little sluggish. For this mirror to be preserved from that distant era until now, it was at least at the level of an eternal divine weapon. Today, it was actually shattered by some memories from who knows how many years ago. It was simply absurd. Looking at the lake, the world, and the forest that was still the same, Yun Nuoxing suddenly felt a little absent-minded. Although he saw so many scenes emerging, his memory did not change at all, and there was no sign of it recovering. It's better to look at this life. At this time, Yun Nuoxing only had this one sentence in his heart. He was a little regretful that he did not see the things of this life. He was shocked by the black reincarnation disc and only wanted to see the things of the previous life. For a moment, he forgot his original intention. "Little star, are you okay?" Seeing his sluggish look, Xian was a little worried. She hurriedly went forward to support him, holding his hand and asking worriedly, "I'm fine. I forgot to look at the things of this life. I never thought that the mirror would shatter." Yun Nuoxing shook his head and smiled lightly, as if what he saw had nothing to do with him. Hearing this, Xian breathed a sigh of relief. She touched his head with her jade hand and smiled gently, saying, "It's okay. No matter what happened in the previous life, in this life, little star is little star. No matter now or in the future, you are you." Hearing this, everyone nodded. The things of the previous life were in the past. They could only look at them as if they were reading a story. They could not let it disturb the pace of the present life. Yun Nuoxing nodded. His gaze paused and said, "Zai, what are you doing?" Everyone was stunned and hurriedly turned their heads, only to see Zai kneeling on the grass. Her jade fingers were inscribing a complicated and mysterious magic formation and profound talismans. Her expression was solemn, as if she was deducing something. Hearing his voice, Zai raised her head and looked at him. She frowned and said, "I'm calculating your background. The things of the previous life are in the past. There's no need to go." Yun Nuoxing blinked when he heard this. Before he could finish speaking, everyone saw that the small magic formation suddenly emitted an extremely brilliant light. The sea of light drowned everyone, and an unusual sense of danger arose in their hearts. Danger! A frightening energy spread out, causing Yun Nuoxing to cry out in fear. Light elements flashed, and golden chains stretched out, pulling everyone over. Then, they quickly rushed into the distance. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion was deafening, and dust flew up into the air. A bottomless pit suddenly appeared on the ground, causing the entire temple to shake violently twice. This space even showed signs of disintegrating, causing everyone who had fled far away to wipe off their sweat. This attack was equivalent to a full-powered attack from a god emperor. Zai suddenly spat out a mouthful of purplish-red blood. The blood stained her clothes red, and her beautiful face became much paler. She leaned weakly in Yun Nuoxing's arms. Her bright eyes were a little unfocused, and she looked very sad. "Zai." Yun Nuoxing was shocked. He hurriedly supported her and wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth. This girl, who had always been proud and strong, showed her weak side in front of him for the first time. It made his heart ache a little. I miscalculated. I actually suffered a backlash." Zai forced a smile as she lay in Yun Nuoxing's arms. Some purplish-red blood seeped out from between her pearl-white teeth. She licked her red lips and struggled to stand up. She didn't want everyone to see her weak side. However, Zai couldn't stand up no matter how hard she tried. She had no choice but to lie down and look at Yin Nuashing. Your past is unfathomable. Someone used a forbidden method to completely seal your past. Even the power of a divine spirit might not be able to guess. After saying that, she pointed at the shattered mirror of samsara. Her meaning was self-evident. The mirror of samsara was comparable to an eternal divine weapon, but it had shattered just now. Why are you still talking about this at a time like this? Her words were like a heavy hammer that struck Yin Nuashing's heart. However, he didn't care so much. Golden energy flowed and entered Zai's body bit by bit. Touching Yin Nuashing's face, Zai smiled sweetly and said, "I'm fine. I just need to rest for a while." As soon as she said that, her delicate body emitted a gentle purple light. After a while, it turned into a flame and entered the pattern on Yin Nuashing's chest. Although it was still flickering brightly, Yin Nuashing could feel waves of weakness. He hurriedly mobilized the origin of his divine body and surrounded the purple flame carefully. Really, none of them are reassuring. After doing that, Yin Nuashing stood up and sighed helplessly. Everyone's expression was very grave. Yin Nuashing didn't care about Zai's words, but it didn't mean that everyone else didn't care. Even an emperor god and an eternal divine weapon had been damaged because of the speculation about Yin Nuashing's past. What kind of person had done that? What kind of person could be so ruthless? Seeing everyone's grave expressions, Yin Nuashing shrugged helplessly and looked at the lake. Seeing that the mirror was still there and that there was no problem within 3 meters of the mirror, he heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the explosion hadn't destroyed these two things. Walking to the lakeside, Yin Nuashing carefully put away the mirror. Then he took out a white bottle and stored the reincarnation lake in one go. Who knows what use it might have in the future? As for the mirror, although it was already broken, it was still an eternal divine weapon. The material used to make it was the 12th level divine rune dark gold. It was also a material exclusive to gods. Looking at the huge hole in front of him, Yin Nuashing touched the 1-foot-tall bottle in his hand with satisfaction. This bottle was also a divine weapon. It had no problem storing an entire city. Now, it had no problem storing the lake water. Someone has entered the temple, Elder Yu Qing said after sensing for a while. Let's go. We have to hurry. There's still 3 places left. Hearing this, Yin Nuashing nodded. They had been having too much fun here and had forgotten about the time. Everyone nodded and flew back to the passage they came from. After returning to the passage, everyone discovered that they could control the wind element again. They quickly soared into the air and turned into a few shadows as they flew around the spacious passage. Inside the neat hall, there was nothing special except for some broken passageways. Along the way, they encountered a few blocked paths. Luminous pearls and lamps fell to the ground, but this passageway was easily broken through with a punch. Speaking of which, this temple isn't a historical site. There isn't anything particularly precious in it. After coming out a secret room, Yin Nuashing sighed and shook his head. He took out the map and said, a little puzzled. He had gone to 4 or 5 secret rooms like this, but he didn't find anything. This secret room seemed to be used for cultivation. There was nothing precious left. Hearing this, everyone rolled their eyes. You've already taken the divine runic dark gold. What other precious things do you still want? Let's go to the spirit beast pool. Let's see if we can take 1 or 2 flood dragons as pets. After being despised by everyone, Yin Nuashing smiled and looked at the 3-word spirit beast pool and nodded. When everyone rushed out of the passage and arrived at a place that seemed to have formed a world of its own, the wind element once again failed. Apart from Yu Qing and a few other elders who could use the power of space to fly, the others all fell to the ground, followed by a wave of heat. This was a barren land with several towering volcanoes spewing out hot air. The hot air spread from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. This kind of high temperature couldn't even be completely blocked by the energy barrier, causing everyone to sweat profusely. At the mouth of the 5 volcanoes, 5 different colors of light shone into the sky. If one looked from the sky, they would discover that these 5 volcanoes were arranged in a pentagram. Red, blue, yellow, green, and black liquid flowed from the foot of the volcanoes all the way to the small lake in the middle. The five-colored light illuminated the place, making it seem like a dream. Dense fog filled the air, making it seem like a paradise. What the hell is this place? It's so hot. Yin Nuoxing couldn't help wiping his sweat. Looking at the 5 volcanoes that were spewing smoke, he mistakenly thought that he had come to a purgatory and not some spirit beast pool. Did we come to the wrong place? Yuan Qian couldn't stand the heat either. She quickly fanned her face with her jade-like hands, causing her to sweat profusely. These aren't volcanoes, but liquid energy condensed from 5 different divine materials. It has a great effect on cultivation and tempering the body, especially the spirit beast pool in the center. It has fused 5 different liquids. The density of the energy is enough to fill an immortal steppe cultivator to death. Yu Qing carefully sized up the place and said, 5 elemental energy? Yin Nuoxing was stunned and asked, No, the energy here has nothing to do with the 5 elements. It's just pure energy of the 5 elements. Yu Qing shook his head and said, Although cultivators can't withstand such a large amount of energy, magical beasts can absorb it without any fear. After all, their physiques are much stronger than humans. Hearing that, Yin Nuoxing felt a bit regretful. If it really was the condensation of 5 elemental energy, it would be infinitely beneficial to Xian. After all, she had a 5 elemental body. She had an innate affinity with the 5 elemental energy. If she soaked in it, it would be difficult for her to not advance. However, this thought was quickly dispelled. Although it wasn't the 5 elemental energy, it was still extremely majestic and full of spiritual energy. Yin Nuoxing suddenly touched the space between his eyebrows. The phoenix egg between his eyebrows suddenly trembled. A faint light shone from the space between his eyebrows. He could faintly hear a voice of desire. The will was so strong that it actually moved him a bit. He couldn't help but walk out. Feeling the movement of the phoenix egg, Yin Nuoxing stared blankly for a moment. Then he became slightly happy. His soul came out from the space between his eyebrows and promptly swept through the area. Then he carried Ming and rushed out, leaving everyone behind in a daze. After staring blankly for a moment, he hurriedly chased after them. The light essence carried Yin Nuoxing in a flash. In an instant, he arrived at the colorful pool in the middle. The rich spiritual energy made him suddenly tremble. An incomparably comfortable feeling arose spontaneously. Although he was sweating profusely and his clothes stuck to his body, it was a bit uncomfortable. However, the refreshing feeling brought about by the abundant energy made him ignore this discomfort. This pool was about 300 meters in size. It was formed by piling stones around the edges. It looked very much like a hot spring. Colorful energy mist continuously rose, enveloping the entire area. Yin Nuoxing reached out and touched the space between his eyebrows. He took out the half-black and half-pink phoenix egg. So many years had passed, but its appearance was still the same. There was no change at all. The 2 colors were perfectly balanced, neither more nor less. However, at this moment, it was emitting a blazing light. As soon as it came out from the space between Yin Nuoxing's eyebrows, it plunged into the pool, creating a splash before it disappeared. Yin Nuoxing opened his mouth wide. He watched as the egg plunged into the pool, creating a splash before it disappeared. Little star, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly rush over? At this moment, Xian and the others also ran over. As soon as they got close, their bodies trembled. A colorful light passed through their bodies, and cheers actually sounded from within their bodies. What rich energy! Even Elder Yu Qing couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Yin Nuoxing's mouth opened in an O shape. She pointed at the rippling water and said, I fell in it. Who is it? When they heard this, they were so frightened that they quickly looked at the egg in Yin Nuoxing's arms. When they saw that the Ming was still there, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Then they frowned, not knowing what it was. Yin Nuoxing laughed dryly. Just as she was about to say something, she saw the colorful water surface suddenly ripple. It was as if something had floated up. Everyone quickly gathered over. Splash! The sound of water splashing could be heard. The phoenix egg slowly floated up from the pool. Its entire body was wrapped in colorful energy. It was extremely dazzling. Waves of energy slowly spread out, causing ripples to appear in the air. The vast energy caused everyone to be a little moved. This energy is at least an ancient demon beast. Elder Yuqing looked deeply at the phoenix egg and said solemnly, "Moreover, if I'm not wrong, it should be hatching." "What? It's hatching?" Yin Nuoxing was extremely excited when she heard this. Chapter 325. This phoenix egg was brought out from the fiery red world on Yunua planet and unsealed by accident in Yuyan City. Later on, there was no movement at all. Normally, no one would touch it. Even so, he was very much looking forward to the day when it hatched. He looked forward to the day when he could sit on the back of this one and only phoenix and roam the world. Moreover, the phoenix was the only divine beast in the world. If it grew up, it could directly fight against the gods. Moreover, it had the god's position of the fire god. Once it reached the initial god level, it would automatically obtain the god's position. Being born with a god position was something that countless people could not even imagine. Now that she heard that the phoenix egg was about to hatch, Yin Nuoxing was naturally excited, as if she had drunk dragon blood and taken an aphrodisiac. This way, she would have an exceptionally powerful mount in the future. Her evil and cute smile scared Ziyi and Yuan Qin away. Each of them opened their eyes and carefully looked at her. "Why did you all retreat so far?" After laughing for a while, Yin Nuoxing realized that she had lost her composure. She hurriedly covered her mouth and coughed dryly. She was stunned for a moment, but when she saw that everyone was 10 meters away from her, she could not help but ask. Everyone laughed dryly and waved their hands. Seeing that she had returned to her original state, they walked over. Yin Nuoxing looked at the phoenix egg wrapped in colorful energy and excitedly rubbed her hands. Countless amounts of energy condensed in the spiritual beast pool. Ordinary people could not directly absorb this violent energy. However, for a divine beast with the purest phoenix bloodline, it was not a problem at all. At this time, it was like a catalyst that accelerated the hatching of the small phoenix that was still in the process of forming. Through the evil spirit eye, Yin Nuoxing could see that within the 1-meter-tall colorful cocoon, another powerful life was slowly forming. The majestic life force was constantly churning, causing the surrounding space to tremble a little. After this incident, everyone was not in a hurry to leave. Although time was tight, and there were people outside who were about to come in, it was not as important as waiting for a divine beast to hatch. Thinking of this, everyone sat down cross-legged and quietly waited for the phoenix egg to hatch. However, this wait did not take up much time. In just 5 minutes, the colorful energy had completely shrunk into the phoenix egg, and the half-black and half-crimson color had completely blended together. The color flowed like a liquid, and it looked very beautiful. After the colorful energy seeped into the egg, the phoenix egg trembled slightly. Then, it floated over to Yin Nuoxing and circled around him twice. Then, under everyone's shocked and speechless gazes, it lifted Yin Nuoxing's clothes and dove into his stomach. Hey. Startled by the phoenix egg's movements, Yin Nuoxing hurriedly carried it out. At this time, the phoenix egg had shrunk by a lot. It was not even 1 foot tall. Inside the egg, there were some small whirlpools. Energy was gathering towards the center, and this layer of energy eggshell was warm. It was not as hot as before. Buzz! Seeing that it had been taken out, the phoenix egg immediately emitted a faint light. Everyone actually felt a little emotional fluctuation, as if it had been wronged. Then, it wanted to burrow into Yin Nuoxing's stomach. F***CK. At this moment, there was no need to say anything. Yin Nuoxing also understood what it meant. Black lines drooped down from his forehead, and his face twitched violently. This phoenix actually wanted him to incubate the egg. A phoenix is not a chicken. Why do you have to incubate the egg like this? More importantly, I'm not a female. I've never heard of a male incubating the egg. Yin Nuashing complained fiercely. He pressed his palm firmly against the egg. Then, he thought for a moment and turned his gaze to Xian. He blinked and said, "Girl, why don't you incubate this egg?" When Xian heard this, she was stunned for a moment. A blush appeared on her pretty face. Then, she quickly shook her head and waved her lily-white hands vigorously. How could he let a girl incubate the egg? No matter how he thought about it, it was strange. Seeing that Xian was unwilling, Yin Nuashing laughed dryly. Then, he turned his gaze to Yuan Qian and said with a smile, "Qian Qian." Seeing that Yin Nuashing had turned his gaze to her, Yuan Qian blushed. She shook her head like a rattle drum and quickly retreated behind Elder Yuqing and the others. She laughed dryly and said, "Little boy, I really can't handle something as profound as incubating an egg. If you want me to bear your child, it would be easier." When she said this, everyone staggered and almost fell to the ground. Yin Nuashing's handsome face turned even redder. He coughed heavily and rolled his eyes at her. "Is it really okay to say something like this? Has your integrity fallen into a smelly ditch?" Seeing that Yuan Qian was unwilling, Yin Nuashing scratched his head in distress. He glanced at Elder Yu Xiao, Elder Yuqing, and the others. However, he instantly looked away. It was even more impossible for them. In the end, his gaze landed on Ming, who was curiously looking at the phoenix egg. Tears instantly gushed out of his eyes. How could he do this to such an adorable child? While he was hesitating, the phoenix egg's light gradually dimmed a little, as if it was losing its energy. A panicked emotion instantly reverberated in everyone's mind, making Yin Nuashing want to slap himself to death. Sigh. After a heavy sigh, Yin Nuashing gritted his teeth and shouted hysterically, "I'll incubate it. I'll incubate it, okay?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Nuashing stuffed the phoenix egg into his stomach. Then, he tightened his windbreaker a little and spread out his 6 wings, covering his stomach perfectly. Only then did he sigh. His face twitched as he said, "Is this okay?" The phoenix egg trembled and even rubbed against his stomach, indicating that it was satisfied. This made him speechless. He wanted to buy a piece of tofu and kill himself. He didn't know what to say. Everyone looked at Yin Nuashing's bulging stomach and hurriedly covered their mouths. Then, they turned their heads and looked elsewhere, as if they didn't see anything. The little boy. No, the little girl is pregnant. Ha ha. Yuan Qian covered her mouth and couldn't help but laugh. This laughter caused a chain reaction. Even Xian and Yu Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Yin Nuashing looked at them with hidden bitterness. After thinking for a while, he decided to go all out. Since he had already become a pregnant woman, he might as well go all out. As he thought of this, his face flashed with a red and blue light. In just a moment, his face, which was originally as beautiful as a girl's, was revealed. This made everyone spit out mouthfuls of water. Their expressions were strange, and they didn't know what to say. "Why aren't you laughing?" Yin Nuashing, no. Yusin rolled her eyes at them. Her jade hand touched her stomach, and a light and melodious voice came out, making everyone's expressions even more strange. Now, she didn't look out of place. She was completely like a pregnant woman who had been pregnant for 10 months. Humph. Yin Nuashing snorted softly and pursed her lips proudly. Sometimes it was so easy to make others stop laughing. "I wonder how long it'll take to hatch." Yin Nuashing touched the phoenix egg and sighed sadly. She couldn't keep walking around with such a big belly. If Jin Wang and the others saw it, it would be so embarrassing. It would be so embarrassing. However, it definitely wouldn't hatch in a short period of time. Xian walked up curiously and patted the phoenix egg. Then, he did something that made everyone turn to stone. Xian lowered his head and pressed his delicate ears against the wings. Through the thick layer of wings, he listened to the phoenix egg's movements. It was as if he was listening to a little life's heartbeat. This strange action made Yin Nuashing roll her eyes. "You're a little girl, and you're turning into one." Yuan Qian rolled her eyes. After speaking, she walked up and copied Xian and pressed her ears against the wings. Everyone was speechless. Yin Nuashing shrugged cutely. Although this action was a little strange, it wasn't a big deal. Let them be. Just as they wanted to see if there was anything else here, a slight explosion suddenly came from the distance. Everyone was stunned for a moment. They quickly turned their heads and looked at each other. They could see the seriousness in each other's eyes. It seemed that the person who came in was very close to this place. Take away this piece of land. This spiritual liquid is very useful. It will be very useful in the future. Yuan Qian said to Yin Nuoxing. He had the most treasures on him. He was probably the only person here who had the ability to take away this piece of land. However, she was just saying it casually. Yin Nuoxing nodded when he heard this. He also knew that this spiritual liquid was priceless and would be very useful to him. He didn't hesitate and quickly took out the green mountain and the core of the godly power weapon. He opened up the piece of land and smashed it to the ground. Then, he activated the core and put it away. When there was a flash of light, there was only a huge hole in the ground. There was nothing left. Everyone opened their mouths in shock. Only Xian and Ming could look at each other calmly. Only the two of them knew Yin Nuoxing's background. Yuan Qian's eyelids twitched. She was just saying it. She didn't expect that it would really be put away. Let's go to the apotheosis altar. Yin Nuoxing took out the map and looked at Demon Water Cave. But there was a small skull marked there. Yin Nuoxing frowned and then looked at the divine seal altar. Everyone nodded, and then, without stopping, they rushed out according to the map. At this moment, many people had already rushed in. In addition to the main hall, there were also people flying toward the places marked with names of places. Along the way, the places they passed by were like locusts passing through. Nothing was left intact. However, there was nothing precious to begin with. Even if they dug 3 feet into the ground, they wouldn't find anything. Moreover, these people didn't have a map. They didn't know where to go. At this moment, the importance of a map suddenly became obvious. Isn't this Tana's water god temple a ruin? Why is there nothing here? Ancient scriptures, ancient techniques. Why is there nothing here? Isn't this a sacred place for everyone in the world? It feels like a trap. There was such a big guy at the entrance, and we were almost wiped out. Why is there nothing after we come in? At this moment, these people who were rampaging in the temple were angry because they couldn't find anything. They turned the originally dilapidated temple upside down and smashed everything they saw. Unfortunately, Yin Nuoxing and the others had just rushed out of the passage when they saw a group of people turn their eyes and look at them from head to toe. Yin Nuoxing glanced at this group of people. However, these people only glanced at them and then went back to crazily destroying everything. Only a sloppy old man was left. He was waving at them and shouting, "Hey, little brother, let's go together. Let's go in and get the god's weapon." This person was the old man who sold the map of the Tana's Water God Temple. Chapter 3:26. In a chaotic hall, the sound of things being smashed and shouts were incessant. Inside the dark blue walls, there was an inextinguishable luster. The old man was dressed in linen clothes. He was unshaven and slovenly, but his temperament was unrestrained and ethereal. He was waving at Yin Nuoxing and the others with all his might and shouting at the top of his lungs, "Little brother, let's go together. The treasures depend on one's luck. There is nothing valuable here. These people don't even know where the real treasures are." The old man came up with a smile and saw through Yin Nuoxing at a glance, which surprised everyone. His face had misled many people. Back then, even Jin Wang and the others did not recognize him. This fluctuation, is it an ancient strange beast? Suddenly, the old man stared at Yin Nuoxing's stomach and felt a majestic vitality. There was some surprise on his face. Awkward. Yin Nuoxing's face twitched. He held his stomach, turned around, and said in his original voice, "Don't stare. Is frightened by you. It is fate that we met. Let's go together. We could take care of each other on the way. As for the magical weapon, it depends on our luck." The old man was called Qing Feng. He looked at Yin Nuoxing with a smile and said in a low voice, "I have found a place for the treasures, but I need some help to get it. Let's go together." Yin Nuoxing heard this and looked at him suspiciously. He frowned. He could not see through this person and was a little wary. However, after hesitating for a moment, he nodded. Anyway, he was not afraid of a fight. There were many people here. Jin Wang and the others were also in the shrine. He was not afraid that someone would attack them. Qing Feng saw him, nodding his head, and the smile on her face deepened. She then called out to everyone and flew toward the passageway. Yin Nuo Xing and the rest also quickly followed. After flying for a long time in the passageway, everyone gradually felt a bit of pressure. Yin Nuo Xing took out the map and looked at it. She found that they were flying towards the depths of the shrine. Moreover, if she was not wrong, they should be flying towards the conferred god altar. Not long after, everyone rushed out of the passageway again. However, this time, the passageway was strangely suspended in mid-air, as if a hole had suddenly opened in the sky. Just as they exited the passageway, they felt a powerful pressure that caused them to fall to the ground. Even Elder Yu Qing and the others were not spared and fell down with them. Even Shunming cannot fly here. Elder Yu Qing clenched her delicate hands and said in surprise. This was also a world of its own. The air was dense with water vapor, and one could feel a sense of moisture when they moved their arms. A huge forest surrounded an azure ocean, and an island stood in the middle of the ocean. A huge azure platform seemed to be made of sapphire, and it went all the way to the top of the sky. The densely packed steps made people a little dizzy when they looked at it from afar. TSK, the conferred god altar. Could it be that the water god's deity position is really left behind? The old man stroked his beard and looked up at the square platform with a smile. He could vaguely see a few figures on it, and there were energy fluctuations circulating. It's the aura of the deity king and the others. Feeling this fluctuation, Yin Nuo Xing had the urge to turn around and run. Everyone could not help but laugh when they saw his restless appearance. Why don't we not go? There's so many steps there, and it's so troublesome to walk up. Yin Nuo Xing laughed dryly and looked at the exit behind him. Just as he was about to jump up, he felt a fragrant wind in the next instant. Two warm and soft hands wrapped around his back and calves, and then he suddenly floated up. Little boy, if you don't want to go, I'll carry you. Yuan Xian smiled and gave Yin Nuo Xing a princess hug. His beautiful face immediately turned red. Before he could ask her to put him down, Yuan Xian had already rushed out of the room as if she was flying. No. Yin Nuo Xing was so scared that his face turned pale. Unfortunately, he was in someone's arms and was flying. He could only reach out and hug Yuan Xian's slender neck and fly away with a scream. Big brother is in pain and happy. Ming covered his mouth and laughed foolishly. When Xian saw this, he felt a little jealous, but he did not show it. He just sighed helplessly and followed with a bitter smile. Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry, and quickly followed. The sight of another sea caused everyone's hearts to palpitate. They recalled what had happened outside the temple, but seeing that someone had safely stepped onto the divine seal altar, there shouldn't be any obstructions. Thus, everyone felt relieved and walked up. Qing Feng cast an array to protect everyone and then led them across the water. They arrived at the foot of the conferred god stage peacefully. There's a heaven limit level god stage here. No, this is a heaven limit level god array. No, it's like this. Fortunately, it has been worn down by time. Otherwise, no one would be able to walk up. Qing Feng looked at the steps in front of him and kept his smiling face as he spoke solemnly. But at the end, he let out a sigh of relief. When everyone heard this, they also let out a sigh of relief. If it was really a heaven limit level god array that was still active, then it would be a big problem. Even Yin Nuo Xing would not be able to do anything about it, unless this array was refined with energy and he could use the divine body to restrain it. Qian, put me down. Until this moment, Yin Nuo Xing finally had the time to say something. His current position really made him embarrassed. He was already a grown man and had not tried being carried in a princess's arms. He should be the one carrying someone else. Moreover, he was not a little girl who relied on others. Even though he had a big belly and changed his face, he was still a young man. Moreover, in this position, he was just short of saying, "You hit me with the ball. Hey, little boy, hold tight. Elder sister will fly you up." Who knew that Yuan Xian just stuck out her tongue slyly. Then, carrying Yin Nuo Xing, she took 100 steps and soared into the sky. Everyone pretended that they did not see anything and followed behind. We've reached the top. We've reached the top. Hurry up and put me down. This was like a staircase that led to the sky. In less than a minute, they reached the top. They could even feel two auras confronting each other at the top. Yin Nuoxing's pretty face turned even paler. If anyone saw him like this, he would not be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the East Sea. Fortunately, when Yuan Xian was close to the top, she still obediently put Yin Nuoxing down, allowing him to take a few deep breaths. When everyone had gathered, they walked up together. However, when they reached the top, they realized that not only were Jin Wang and the others there were also a few old acquaintances, Qi Wen and the others from the Qi family. It seemed like everyone was here waiting for them. This made Yin Nuoxing's eyelids twitch. The top of the azure blue platform was 1,000 feet long and wide. In the middle, there was a simple circular altar. Thick dust covered the blue light. On the opposite side of the altar, Yin Nuoxing was no stranger. It was Qi Su and Qi Wen, the two gods of the underworld. He could still remember their sinister eyes clearly. Moreover, other than the God King and the Qi family, there were some others who were standing 100 meters away, not daring to get close. However, what made Yin Nuoxing a little surprised was that Jin Wang and the other two actually had the strength of the god of the underworld. He remembered that the last time he saw them, they were only at the god of the underworld. How did they become god of the underworld after returning this time? This was a leap of two major realms. Spiritual divine body. Just as Yin Nuoxing and the others ascended, Qi Wen saw him immediately. His face darkened instantly, and his sinister eyes were cold. However, he took a few steps back subtly. The battle in Divine Sky City had left a shadow in his heart. That bastard Qi didn't come? It's such a pity that I didn't cripple him directly. Yin Nuoxing sneered. His face was cold, and there was a faint murderous aura around him. He didn't change his face back. Yuan Xian and the others were behind him and must have been noticed back then. They would definitely recognize him this time. However, now that he had the Netherworld Ruin Sword, he wasn't too worried. The ones who should be worried should be Qi Wen and the others. However, saying this made him feel a little ashamed. According to his character, he shouldn't have said such things. Third brother is unfortunately in seclusion. Before coming out, he asked me to send his regards to the divine body. Qi Su waved his hand and smiled faintly. Although he had a carefree appearance, everyone was able to discern the killing intent that was concealed extremely deeply within his words. You old dog, you actually survived? You must have wasted a lot of the Qi family's elixirs, right? Seeing that his injuries were all healed, Yin Nuoxing was a little surprised. As if he had just discovered him, he sneered and said, "Go back and tell him that there's no need to send his regards. I'll go to the Qi family for a cup of tea one day." As soon as he said this, Qi Su's face darkened. Everyone wiped their sweat. The moment they met, they were already at daggers drawn. What deep hatred! "I'm afraid you don't have the ability," Qi Su said faintly. He had completely restrained his murderous intent. After all, Yin Nuoxing had more than 10 gods with him. They were very difficult to deal with. If he attacked, he would definitely be killed here. Jin Wang and the others turned around when they heard the voice. Then, they were all petrified. Dozens of pairs of eyes stared straight at Yin Nuoxing's stomach. They couldn't understand how her stomach had gotten so big in less than an hour. "Little brother, the power behind you is really big." Seeing that this group of people were all standing on his side, Qingfeng looked at Yin Nuoxing with slight surprise and then looked at the Qi family before sighing. In her heart, she had an understanding of Yin Nuoxing's identity. Who else could cause trouble for the Qi family other than the divine body Naling? Yin Nuoxing spread his hands and walked to Jin Wang and the others. Seeing their gazes, he shuddered and quickly turned around with the phoenix egg in his hands. His eyes were glowing green. Ancient strange beast, staring at Yin Nuoxing's stomach, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Although they had a lot of questions to ask, now wasn't the time. The Qi family was still eyeing them covetously, and there were plenty of opportunities to chat. Speaking of which, why did your cultivation level soar by 2 levels? Did your cultivation go berserk? Compared to him, Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but ask Jin Wang. The last time they met, they were only God and underworld experts. How did they suddenly become God and underworld experts? Hearing this question, Jin Wang and the others spread their hands and transmitted their voices. It should be said that we originally had this level of strength. It's just that in the past, we split our energy to do some things. Back then, the 9 of them did their best to repair the altars left behind by the 9 ancestors. They left behind a portion of their soul power and a portion of their strength, so when they came out, they were all God and underworld experts. Now that the altars were all repaired, they naturally wanted to take back their original strength. Do bad things? Yin Nuoxing tilted his head. The 8 God Kings. If it wasn't to find you, little bastard, would we have to do that? Cough. I'm not going to argue with you. The Gold God King coughed and pointed his chin at the 10-meter-wide circle in the center. When the heavens path opens, you take this group of fellows and charge in. We will stay here to defend against the 3 old fellows from the Chi family. Heavenly Road? Oh, that altar should be the entrance to a self-created world. However, it requires a stronger energy to activate. Qing Feng continued the conversation. That's right. Jin Wang nodded and glanced at Qing Feng. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Then, he turned to look at the dozens of people and whispered, "Those people will probably go in later. In short, we will be responsible for blocking the Qi family. You guys go in and take a look. If there's any danger, retreat as soon as possible." Yin Nuoxing nodded. He knew that Jin Wang wanted to separate him from the Qi family to prevent others from secretly attacking him. Buzz! At this moment, the circular altar suddenly emitted a buzzing sound. Then, the dust covering the surface of the altar trembled and floated to one side, revealing an incomparably complicated array. Everyone who looked at it felt dizzy. Jin Wang also hurriedly turned his eyes away. Buzz! Another buzzing sound was heard, and the sky suddenly darkened. The sky turned dark in an instant, and the stars twinkled. The altar was emitting a gentle azure light. Then, a white jade staircase suddenly descended from the sky and knocked on the center of the altar. Bang! A great pressure descended from the sky. The thin layer of white light seemed to have the strength of 1,000 caddies as it enveloped everyone. At this moment, at the top of the conferred God stage, those who had not reached the heavenly God level all knelt down with a bang, causing the floor to crack a little. If not for the protection of Jin Wang, Yin Nuoxing and the others would probably have knelt down in an instant. Let's go. But at this moment, Yin Nuoxing shouted loudly and led everyone to soar into the sky. The light element wrapped everyone and rushed towards the opening in the sky. Charge! The heavenly domain is open. There are treasures here. I've been waiting for this. At the same time, all the experts here roared. Their roars were like thunder that pierced through the ears. Even the earth trembled. Many weapons suddenly flew out from their bodies and floated beside them. They each used their magical powers to break through the restriction. Energy danced in the air as they led everyone into the white jade staircase. In just a few blinks of an eye, the crowd surrounding the top of the altar had completely disappeared. Only Jin Wang, Chi Su, and the other 5 people were left facing each other. The moment the 6 pairs of eyes met, the air suddenly became heavy. Chapter 3:27. The light element brought everyone into the Tinjiang-wide passage at an extreme speed. At the same time, the others hurriedly used all kinds of methods to break the restriction and rushed in. In just a moment, only Jin Wang's group of 3 and the 3 from the Qi family were left. They didn't move in the slightest. I'm really curious. Why do you want to shelter the spiritual divine physique? Is it because you want to cultivate the divine physique so that you can take its origin after cultivating the divine physique? Or do you really want to cultivate a spiritual divine physique? Seeing that the surroundings were suddenly empty, Chi Su shrugged and looked at Jin Wang with a faint smile. Jin Wang let out an ambiguous laugh. He narrowed his golden eyes and ridiculed. Don't use your dirty heart to guess our thoughts. Little Star is very important to us. Only your chief family can do such a disgusting thing as killing people to take their origin. My chief family has always been open and above board. We don't care about right or wrong. The world has nothing to do with us. We only do what we want to do, Chi Su said with a faint smile. Well, open and above board. Hasn't your chief family done a lot of outrageous things? Jin Wang sneered. The chief family was very fanatical about people with special physiques. To be more precise, they were fanatical about those special physiques. They took their origin and collected it for research. This kind of thing had been done countless times since the Archean era. Most of the geniuses with special physiques who disappeared inexplicably were secretly killed, and their origin was taken away. However, the chief family was very secretive. Almost no one found out about it. Only some great forces from the Archean era, such as the 9 great elemental temples, paid attention to it. Although they knew about it, the life and death of those people didn't have much impact on this world. It was just one person. If he died, he died. How many people died every day? Unless it was too outrageous or they were being bullied, they wouldn't pay attention to it. As for the divine physique that was born with the supreme physique, it was also their hunting target. However, it was a pity that there were only a few divine physiques that were born in this world. Every time they participated, they never got what they wanted. After all, the origin of the divine physique was too difficult to capture. It would disappear almost at the moment when its owner died, so it was very difficult to get. Moreover, a heaven-defying physique like the spirit receiving godly physique was nurtured by the heavens and protected by the heavens and earth. If its origin was really obtained by someone, it would be difficult to graft it onto someone else. I won't argue with you. The Gold God King waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "What the Qi clan did in the past is your business. However, little Xing will definitely not be handed over to you. His identity is very special to the entire 9 Deities Hall. If anything happens to him, the Hall Masters will go crazy." Hearing him mention the Temple Master, Chi Su's eyes trembled slightly. After a while, he smiled faintly. "Are you threatening my chief family? You can think whatever you want. Since you think it's a threat, I don't mind saying another word." Jin Wang rolled his shoulders and said in a deep voice, "Your chief family can at most stand up to any one of us. If the 9 great elemental temples work together, it's still possible to get rid of a few primeval families. Back in the day, the primogenitors of the 9 great elemental temples were all famous people. They were all sealed gods in the god world. When the 9 of them worked together, they ran amok. The forces they created were just like them. They were at the peak of their power. They produced many talents, and no one dared to provoke them. Although the 9 primogenitors fell later on, there were no signs of decline. Very soon, new divine kings appeared to replace them. Hearing this, Chi Su narrowed his eyes, and a cold aura circulated. However, he still had a faint smile on his face and looked unmoved. "I'll stop here. As for what you do, that's your business. If you don't want the Temple Master and the others to go to the Chi family's gathering, you'd better know your place." Jin Wang crossed his arms and said coldly, "Even if the Chi family doesn't do anything, the people of the world won't be willing to stay calm. The spiritual divine body will die prematurely. The 9 great elemental temples are very powerful, but don't forget that there are even more ancient forces in the god world," Chiwen said gloomily. His voice was like fingernails scratching on glass. It was very ear-piercing. "That's none of your business. Just take care of yourselves." Lei Tian gnashed his teeth fiercely. His eyes flashed with lightning as he stared at him. His rumbling voice echoed. The 6 of them looked at each other coldly and snorted coldly. They didn't say anything else. Yin Nuoxing and the others rushed up the white jade sky staircase with extreme speed. They came to a strange world where the energy was so dense that it turned into fog and floated in the air. Everyone shivered. This is a different world from the one we're in now. Feeling the energy that was different from the outside world, Qing Feng and the other deity kings exclaimed and widened their eyes. Even the Sky Piercer suddenly jumped out from Yin Nuoxing's arm. Lan Xian, with long blue hair, emerged from the Sky Piercer. Feeling this very familiar aura, Mei Mao's eyes welled up with tears. The mythological era. This is the world of the mythological era. It's the world where I was born and raised. Lan Xer covered her small mouth with her jade hands and couldn't help but choke with sobs. 2 lines of tears quietly fell from her bright eyes. Scenes quickly replayed in her mind. Her sorrowful words made everyone forget to be surprised and fell silent for a moment. 5 eras had passed since the mythological era. Although she had finally awakened in this era, it should be her greatest regret that she wasn't able to stay in the mythological era to accompany her parents. Yin Nuoxing gently patted her head and didn't say anything. It would be wrong to say anything now. Someone is coming up. Qing Feng turned her head and looked at the white jade sky staircase not far away. There were constantly people rushing up the sky staircase with some special means. They also relied on the extreme speed of the light element to force their way up. Even after reaching this place, there was still suppression. Those who weren't gods couldn't fly. This is a self-contained world. It's very big. I wonder if there's a god position left behind. If there is, I wonder if it's the water god or the sea god. A man in a blue robe. The water god king looked at this world with a fiery look in his eyes. For him, whose main element was water, the god position was a priceless treasure. Ancient trees reached the sky, and the bright starry sky hung above this world. Spiritual energy densely filled every corner of this space. Taking a deep breath would make one feel refreshed, and the energy in one's body would fluctuate. In the past, Rain Country didn't have any water-related gods. I reckon that there wouldn't be a god position left behind. Lan Xine wiped her face and said with a nasal voice, "It's such a pity." The water god king heard it and sighed. He couldn't help but shake his head and said, "But the energy here is very rich. 1 day of cultivation can be equivalent to half a month." Everyone smiled and nodded. The energy here was indeed very rich. It could be said that cultivating here was twice the result with half the effort. Xin Yin Nuoxing looked at the tear-stained face and sighed softly. He knew that Lan Xin's biggest wish was to return to the mythological era and be with her family. She didn't want to come to this era where she didn't know anyone. "Brother Nuoxing, I'm fine. I just thought of the past." Lan Xine wiped her face and shook her head with a smile. Her wish was very difficult to achieve. But now, she had a family member and some friends who cared for her. What else could she be dissatisfied with? Everyone strolled in this world and didn't rush to fly forward. Strange scenes appeared in the sky from time to time. They were all formed by pure energy. In the forest, there were herbs full of spiritual energy everywhere. The rich energy made the few god kings couldn't help but look. However, they didn't recognize these herbs. They had never seen them in books. However, Lan Xine, who was picking the herbs excitedly with Yin Nuoxing, smiled and said, "These were very precious herbs in the mythological era. It was said that they could be refined into elixirs. This is ice magnolia, blue demon vine, and tianqiong bramble." Hee. I don't know much about them. Beside Yin Nuoxing, Qing Feng also squatted down. When they were picking the herbs, he quickly pricked up his ears and listened attentively. He was also very interested in these herbs. The herbs from the mythological era were all extinct. They couldn't be found in ancient books. "It's so empty here. There's no life. It's too quiet," Xian said as he looked at the world. "Well, there are no other creatures here. But it's probably impossible." The beautiful woman nodded. With the help of the rich wood element in the surrounding trees, she expanded her perception to more than half of the world. However, she didn't see any creatures other than the people who came in. But thinking about it, it was understandable. After such a long time, even the gods couldn't survive. It was already a miracle that they left behind this world. It was impossible for any other creatures to survive here. "Hey!" The beautiful woman suddenly paused, and her gaze stopped in one direction. Her beautiful eyes flickered with green light, and she saw an illusory palace. It was faintly discernible in the mist, as if it didn't exist, but it also seemed to have substance. It looked very strange. "That's a palace?" Qing Feng also saw this. He looked up with a dignified face. It's the inner hall of the Tana's water temple. Its existence has always been a legend because no one has seen it. I didn't expect it to be true. Lan Xen looked in that direction and thought for a while. Then she said, however, the inner hall is the real important place of the Tana's water temple. It is said that it was built by the ancestor himself. It seems that he left something behind. The people of the temple want to find the inner hall, but they didn't succeed. Because its whereabouts are uncertain, it is hard to tell if it is real or fake, unless what? Hearing her pause, everyone quickly asked. I also heard it from hearsay. I don't know if it is true. Lan Xer stuck out her tongue cutely and said, it is said that 2 high-level eternal weapons can be used to fix its whereabouts. However, even the temple itself can't catch it, so I don't know if it is true. When everyone heard this, they were dumbfounded. They had eternal weapons, but they were in the hands of Jin Jinwang. However, they were not high-level eternal weapons. Moreover, the Divine Kings did not bring their eternal weapons with them. Is it the inner hall of the Tana's water temple? This old man is very curious. Qing Feng sighed and looked at the blurry palace in the distance. He seemed to be thinking about something. Shall we call Elder Jin and the others here? Nuashing has an eternal weapon, right? 2 of them can make up the number. Although Yao Hua could not see the palace, he could only suggest this when it came to eternal weapons. Everyone nodded when they heard this. There were a few eternal weapons, but they were not high level. They looked at Yin Nuashing, who spread out her hands and did not object. Those people can't free themselves. This old man will go all out this time. Hearing this, Qing Feng shook his head and said, however, there are so many of you. Hee, among the treasures, can I only choose a few that are pleasing to my eyes? You want to share the treasures before we even go in? Everyone complained and rolled their eyes at him. Hee, this old man is afraid that you will kill me quietly after we go in. Little brother, what do you think? Qing Feng laughed and asked Yin Nuashing. After all, the latter had the Xianlong Qin, so the decision was in his hands. Hey, didn't you say that the divine treasure depends on one's luck? Have you forgotten? Yin Nuashing scratched her head and said. Chapter 328. When Qing Feng heard this, he chuckled and nodded. With a flip of his hand, a 3 feet tall multicolored pagoda appeared in his hand. Although he did not use it, it did emit a great pressure. On the pagoda, there was an eye-catching imprint of a tree growing on a lotus flower, shocking everyone. Lotus tree, what a familiar imprint. Where have I seen it? Seeing the multicolored pagoda, the divine kings frowned and sank into deep thought. Lotus tree, this is the imprint of the god of glaze. This is his divine weapon, the glaze pagoda. The glaze pagoda from the antiquity age recorded in the ancient records. I never thought that it would appear here. It has been 2 eras since it disappeared. That outstanding person could not escape the trial of time in the end. The water divine king sighed and said lightly. It was not difficult to hear the pity in his voice. The divine kings gasped and could not help but gulp. The god of glaze was a god from the antiquity age. It had been 3 eras since then. Although that god had passed away, his weapon had been left behind. Moreover, it was definitely a high-grade, eternal divine weapon. After all, the Xianlong zither in Yun Nuashing's body had a weak reaction on its own. Swoosh! At this moment, Yin Nuashing also took out the Xianlong zither. It emitted a silver-blue light, as if it was breathing. It resonated with the glazed pagoda, which surprised everyone. Eternal divine weapons could actually resonate with each other. Gently stroking the Xianlong zither, Yin Nuashing suddenly thought of that gentle and moving person. She made him yearn for her. Of course, this had nothing to do with love. After all, Xianyin had called him brother. The 2 of them were more like family, like siblings. Shaking his head, Yin Nuashing suppressed that little bit of longing and laughed faintly. Then his smile suddenly stiffened and he laughed dryly. That, who will carry me away later? Ah! Everyone was stunned and looked at each other. They did not understand what he meant. Don't worry about that. Just tell me who carried me away. Yin Nuashing laughed dryly and waved her hand. I... At this moment, Ziyan's beautiful face reddened. She took a deep breath and seemed to have mustered up a great deal of courage as she slightly opened her red lips. However, she had only opened her mouth to speak a single word when it was snatched away by Yuan Xian. "Hey, little boy, I'll just hug you." Yuan Xian smiled as she caressed Yin Nuoxing's face. Everyone was speechless when they saw how determined she was. Big sister Yuan Xian. Ziyan couldn't help but mutter as he looked at Yuan Xian with hidden bitterness. His words were filled with jealousy, causing everyone to shudder involuntarily. Even their teeth were chattering as they closed their eyes. Seeing Ziyan pouting her lips with a resentful look, Yuan Xian was stunned for a moment before she laughed dryly. Mei Mao turned around and said, "Then, younger sister Ziyan, will you hug him?" "Aye." Hearing her say that, her face turned red and the courage she had just mustered disappeared inexplicably. Ziyan hesitated and did not answer, but that was what she thought. "I'll walk by myself." Yin Nuoxing was speechless when she saw the two of them. She felt that she should not have asked this question in the first place. After she finished speaking, she did not wait for the two of them to answer. She looked at Qing Feng and nodded before she touched the Xianlong Qin against the lapis lazuli pagoda. Wong. Just as the two weapons clashed, an abnormally large amount of energy suddenly burst forth. However, it was not a destructive power. The power was very gentle. In the blink of an eye, it instantly spread throughout this self-created world. This is the fluctuation of an eternal weapon. Could it be that an eternal weapon is fighting? If an eternal weapon is really set up, this world will be destroyed directly. Maybe the entire area of the Tana's Watershin Temple will be destroyed. There must be an eternal treasure. Maybe an eternal weapon has come into being. For an eternal weapon to have such a large fluctuation in the world today, it must be the ancient families or the 9 Shan temples. The moment this wave spread out, the entire world burst into discussions. Some people even flew towards the direction of Yin Nuo planet. Although they knew it was very dangerous, they couldn't help but want to see which two eternal weapons were fighting. Edited by Lifer. Fingerfox, however, there were no signs of a great battle in this place. When Xianlong Qin and the lapis lazuli pagoda collided, the fluctuation caused by the collision shocked everyone present. Fortunately, this energy was not used to fight, but just blended together. If it was used to fight against the enemy, perhaps everyone present would be turned into ashes in an instant. Two boundless energies transformed into a Qi dragon that charged towards the misty palace. Along the way, it dispersed the energy mist in this place. Even the space was torn apart. The space here was extremely hard. The Divine King and the others had tried it before, but it was very difficult to tear the space apart. However, it was shattered by the two weapons, and this was just a little bit of the aftermath. Kacha! The two energies collided with the ethereal palace and immediately expelled the layer of fog. The surrounding space shattered like glass, and an invisible energy shield was also shattered at this moment. Even the fog in this world dissipated a lot. This is a magic array. It's used to hide the whereabouts of this palace. Everyone looked at all these changes in surprise. However, before they could take a closer look, they realized that there were specks of bright golden particles rising around them. They were a little confused, but those who had experienced it before wisely held onto the people around them tightly. Swoosh! Just as the light particles reached a certain concentration, Yin Nuoxing laughed loudly and led the crowd to rush towards the shrine. Suddenly, a few more miserable shrieks sounded from the horizon. Almost the moment they rushed into the palace, the surroundings were filled with fog again. The whereabouts of the palace instantly became ethereal, blocking outsiders from entering. As for Yin Nuoxing, who had just entered, the swirling zither was separated from the glazed pagoda. His head of purple hair instantly turned pale white, with only a few traces of purple remaining. Clearly, his immortal energy was exhausted. After all, if he didn't release the seal on the swirling zither and use his own ability to play it, his energy would be instantly drained dry. That terrifying amount of energy was something that even a god couldn't withstand. However, before his energy was completely drained, he managed to rush into the palace and wasn't blocked by the fog. However, his forehead was sweating and his brows were tightly knitted. He looked very weak and seemed to have some difficulty moving. This was also why he said to find someone to carry him. "I'm really dying." Yin Nuoshing squeezed his weak palms and leaned against the wall. He laughed bitterly. Every time he spontaneously activated the swirling zither, his entire body would collapse. It was as if he had just run a lap around the realm of the gods. "Little star, are you all right?" Xian hurriedly went forward to support him when he saw his state and asked with concern. "I'm just tired. I'll be fine after some rest." Yin Nuoshing's pretty face was pale. He waved his hand and touched his winged stomach. When he found that the phoenix egg was still normal, he sighed in relief. "Let's go. Sooner or later, people will find out about what happened here. Maybe someone else will be able to come in. Let's be the early bird and get some benefits first." After saying that, he strode forward. If it wasn't for his swaying appearance, everyone would really think that he was fine. What a stubborn little girl. Looking at the swaying figure, which was somewhat similar to the image he saw back then, he couldn't help but chuckle. The other god kings also nodded helplessly. She completely inherited that guy's temperament. The water god king sighed and said, "Nuoshing, don't force yourself. You can't even walk properly." Yuanshi said unhappily. He directly walked in front of him and squatted down. His meaning was obvious. The phoenix egg is still here. Looking at the white figure, Yin Nuoshing faintly smiled and pulled him up. He shook his head and said, "All right, let's not talk about it anymore. Finding the treasure is more important. This small matter can be solved in an instant." The water god king couldn't watch any longer. He walked to Yin Nuoshing's side and patted his shoulder. A dense energy surged into his body and instantly filled up the hole in his body. "Thank you, senior." Yin Nuoshing sighed in relief and said with a smile, "You idiot." In the end, the four old friends roared at the water god king. He was directly stunned by their roars. He didn't understand what was going on. The water god king was confused. He didn't understand why they were suddenly angry. "This group of children is playing around. Why are you joining the fun?" The beautiful woman rolled her eyes and said unhappily. The water god king was embarrassed. He laughed dryly and said, "Let's go find the treasure. We are in a hurry. I am thinking for everyone." "Go, go, go." Yuan Shi and the others muttered unhappily. Only Yin Nuoshing was a little confused. He didn't understand what was going on. After fooling around for a while, everyone became serious and walked into the palace. However, they were all vigilant of the surrounding situation. If this was really a palace built by the ancestor of the Tana's water god temple, it definitely wouldn't be simple. There might be some restrictions left behind. Although this group of people was quite strong, it wouldn't be good if they were ambushed. Among these people, Qing Feng, who was carrying the lapis lazuli pagoda, was naturally the best pathfinder. If there were any unforeseen circumstances, he could use the eternal divine weapon to block it. However, Yin Nuoshing, who had been through this kind of place before, had some experience. Naturally, he took on the role of an experienced horse and led the group in a rampage. Whenever he saw a secret chamber, he would charge headfirst into it. Of course, he dared to be so unbridled because he relied on the evil spirit essence. He used the Netherworld ruins sword to destroy all the unknown spirit designs on the ground. Who knew how many spirit designs he destroyed along the way? So many weapons. Sigh, they aren't divine level. I don't want to give them to you. Wow, array diagrams. TSK. There are no seals or heavenly restrictions. I don't want them. Ancient scriptures, I'll keep some elixirs prescriptions. I want them. He led the group and flew around the palace. He kicked the doors when he saw them. However, these things were of a lower grade. Some of them were even disdained by Yin Nuoshing's current eyesight. He stuffed them all to others and only took a little. This kind of generosity really made the group speechless. He used the light elements to fly around. In just a short while, he had covered half of the palace. When they passed by the entrance of the main hall, Yin Nuoshing thought for a while and took out Ling Hongjian. Then he used the space slicer to move the dozens of arrays from other places to the entrance, blocking it completely. With this posture, if anyone came in, they would definitely be bombarded indiscriminately. "Here's a gift for you all." Yin Nuashing smiled evilly and licked his teeth. Everyone whispered, "He's really a demon." The group continued to go deeper into the palace. When they kicked open a door, they were stunned for a moment. Then they all gasped. Dozens of weapons were floating in the golden room that was filled with runes. Judging from their energy fluctuations, it was obvious that they weren't simple objects. Many of them had even reached the divine level. A silver altar was lying below the weapons, emitting a faint radiance. A faint cold air was emitting from it, and the floor within 1,000 feet of it was covered in ice. "This is the moon ice crystal." Qing Feng and the few divine kings were all knowledgeable people. They recognized it at a glance. This was a 12th grade material that was as famous as the sun blood crystal. They were all extremely precious divine items. Moon platform. Yin Nuashing suddenly understood and nodded. He looked at the silver platform that was 20 feet long and 10 feet tall and muttered. Although this was not as heavy as his Scarlet Cross sun blood crystal, the latter was only half a weapon. On the other hand, the former was 100% weapon. Although they were 1,000 feet away, everyone still felt that the faint cold air had spread over. They stopped in their tracks and did not dare to go over. The cold air from the moon platform could even freeze energy. Qing Feng smiled. The lapis lazuli pagoda hung above his head and released streams of energy to protect him. Then he flashed towards the moon platform. He was also very covetous of this moon platform. Seeing this, everyone could only sigh helplessly. There was no other way. He had an eternal divine weapon and was not afraid of this cold air. However, they did not have one and could only stare at the treasure. Qing Feng smiled. His palm was about to land on the moon platform when he smiled and said, "This old man only wants this. I don't want any other treasures after this." Bang! However, just as he was about to touch the moon platform, the latter suddenly released a cold light. A huge force suddenly appeared and sent him flying. Even the lapis lazuli pagoda was sent flying. Qing Feng covered his hand and let out a strange cry. A layer of black ice was slowly climbing up his arm. He was so frightened that he quickly used the lapis lazuli pagoda to protect his arm and refine the black ice. Otherwise, his entire arm would be crippled. Everyone was at a loss and did not know what had happened. I miscalculated. That moon platform has a complete weapon spirit in it. It has already entered the ranks of eternal divine weapons and can even be forged into a divine weapon. However, the consciousness in the lapis lazuli pagoda has been sleeping. I can't activate all the energy and can't subdue it. Qing Feng said a little dejectedly and shook his head with a bitter smile. Yin Nuashing spread out his hands and glanced at the lunar platform. Light elements gushed out and his figure flashed, appearing beside Yin Nuashing. The bone-piercing chill made him shiver, and several layers of goosebumps appeared on his skin. "Little star," everyone exclaimed. He could not even subdue an eternal divine weapon. Wasn't he courting death by going there? Buzz! However, to everyone's surprise, when Yin Nuashing gently placed his palm on the moon platform, the latter suddenly retracted its light. Then, under everyone's horrified gaze, it turned into a stream of light and sank into Yin Nuashing's arm. On his back, the golden pattern that looked like wings suddenly extended into several silver patterns. The two colors blended and the pattern grew a lot, covering half of his back. I have a spiritual divine body. As long as it's a weapon or a spiritual object, it's not a problem at all. Yin Nuashing clapped his hands, puffed out his chest, and said with a grin. Everyone reacted and then smiled bitterly. What kind of pervert was this? He could subdue any spiritual object? Yin Nuashing spread his hands and looked up at the many weapons hanging high in the sky. He grinned and waved his hand to summon all of them down. Then, he looked at the crowd and counted silently. Then, he walked back slowly with a pile of weapons and said with a smile, "Come, come, come. I'm giving you weapons. Take whatever you like. It's free. There are demigods and gods. There are mirrors, halberds, swords, and spears. Come take a look. Puffed. Hearing this laughter, everyone laughed and did not stand on ceremony. They reached out and took 1 to 3 weapons. They even left 10 weapons for Jin Wang and the rest. These were all top-notch divine weapons. It would be a waste not to take them. Qing Feng was probably a little depressed that he did not get the moon platform and took 5 divine weapons in one go. After they were divided equally, Yin Nuoxing saw that there were still more than 20 divine weapons and kept them into his body without hesitation. Suddenly, the pattern on his body grew rapidly. That's not right. It's growing slower. However, Yin Nuoxing, who had been paying attention, frowned. Looking at the speed at which the patterns were spreading, it was obvious that every time there was an additional weapon, the speed at which the patterns were spreading would slow down a lot. It even took 3 or 4 divine weapons to match the speed of the first divine weapon. The further you develop the spirit-receiving divine body, the higher the requirements will be. At that time, even the divine weapon, the divine flame ranked below 100 or the devil lightning ranked below 30 may not be of any use. Feeling his reaction, Z disapprovingly twitched his mouth and said, "Huh, then I have to look for eternal divine weapons in the future?" The corner of Yin Nuoxing's eyes twitched, and he could not help but want to jump. Chapter 329. The scroll recorded the cultivation method of the spiritual divine body. Yin Nuoxing skimmed through it briefly. It was roughly the same as what Purple Knight had said. It had to constantly absorb different types of energy. Some spiritual items with huge amounts of energy were the first choice. Moreover, the scroll also contained the cultivation method of the spirit, soul, body, elements, and vitality. It could be said that one scroll contained everything. The exclusive cultivation method of the spirit receiving divine body. Everyone was shocked and in disbelief. In history, there were only 8 spirit receiving divine bodies. Today, they saw the cultivation method here. Could it be that the ancestor of the Tana's water god temple was a spirit receiving divine body? What about the other scroll? Everyone quickly asked. What was recorded in the scroll that could be placed together with the spirit receiving divine body cultivation method? Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing carefully kept the scroll, after which she hurriedly opened the second scroll. Glancing at the title, her pretty face instantly became strange, after which she stared blankly at Ziyin. That expression of hers was extremely comical. When everyone saw her like this, they were stunned for a moment. Then they also looked at Ziyin. She herself was also at a loss. Mei Mao looked at Yin Nuoxing nervously, not knowing what was going on. Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly and said, "This is the 5 elements bodies." Everyone's expression froze for a moment. Suddenly, they felt a little dizzy in their heads. They stared at the white jade scroll in Yin Nuoxing's hand in disbelief. These 2 most mysterious physiques were put together. Now, even the cultivation method was put together. What was going on? Yin Nuoxing spread out his hands, rolled it up, and gently placed it in her hands. This scroll was specially made for the cultivation of the 5 elements body. He felt quite happy. After all, Ziyin didn't have a good cultivation method, and she hadn't found a suitable one all this time. Until now, she was still using a low-level cultivation method to make do. Now that she had a special cultivation method, her future path should be smooth sailing. Read it with your soul. It's no problem even if you don't speak the language. Habitually touching Ziyin's head, Yin Nuoxing chuckled and said, "You don't have to wear the hat. Everyone here is familiar." Ziyin nodded obediently and carefully put away the white jade scroll. Then, he waved his hand and took off his hat. Originally, he wore this hat to not attract too much attention. Since the people present were all familiar with him, it was nothing. However, when they saw Ziyan's original appearance, they couldn't help but take a few more glances at him, and then they secretly praised him. Fisk, Yaohua couldn't help but praise. Ziyin heard it. Her pretty face blushed slightly. A wave of energy, slowly, a wave of energy, which shocked everyone to see. On the phoenix egg, countless runes appeared. Those vortexes also disappeared at this moment. Resplendent rays of light dyed the hall a fiery red, as dazzling as a fiery red sun. A sea of fire suddenly gushed out from the space. Fire elements uncontrollably surged towards the egg, transforming into crimson-pink flames. The terrifying temperature caused ripples to appear in the space. Everyone hurriedly retreated a little to avoid being affected by the flames. Crack! As the energy surged, a crack suddenly appeared on the surface of the phoenix egg. Neon lights flashed in the sky. A pleasant phoenix cry was heard. Even the whirlpool zither resonated. Thousands of celestial sounds lingered in the air. As the melody played, the strong light on the egg became stronger and stronger. Countless beams of bright pink light shot into the sky through the crack. They directly penetrated the hall and shone outside. Oh no, I forgot to put down the seal. If this continues, people will hear the sound and come here. Yin Nuashing slapped her head and said sadly. Everyone was speechless. More and more cracks appeared. In the end, a large piece of the eggshell suddenly fell off. As the eggshell fell off, a chain reaction occurred. The phoenix egg quickly burst open. 100-meter-tall pink light beam pierced through the roof of the hall and shot into the sky. The vast energy made everyone in the hall stop what they were doing and look towards the depths of the hall. Something has been born. What a powerful life force. It has just been born, but it already has the strength of a demonic rank. It must be a kind of ancient beast, a magical beast related to the fire element. In the hall, the people who were crazily snatching things instantly stopped what they were doing. They looked at each other and saw the emotions in each other's eyes. They all sneered and gave up on what they were doing. They quickly rushed towards the depths of the hall. The sea of fire gradually receded. The light beam lasted for a moment before it slowly faded. After a while, it finally dissipated. The scene inside was seen by everyone. The phoenix's body was shining with a brilliant radiance. It was only the size of a palm. Its crimson wings were very bright, like a bright flame. It was filled with spiritual energy. Its eyes were like flawless rubies. It was very beautiful. Chirp, chirp. The phoenix chirped softly. The moment it saw Yin Nuashing, it was like a child seeing an adult. It flapped its wings that had just spread out and flew towards him. Seeing that it looked like it would fall at any moment, everyone was anxious for it. They were afraid that it would fall in the next moment. Yin Nuashing quickly stepped forward and stretched out a hand to hold it in his palm. Looking at this newborn little guy, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. From today onwards, I also have a pet. Yin Nuashing muttered in his heart. He was so happy that he wanted to cry. He had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Although it couldn't fly, it was still a genuine divine beast. It would definitely be able to soar in the future. Chirp, chirp. The phoenix used its small head to rub against Yin Nuashing's palm. Its furry wings were very slippery, and its cute appearance made Yin Nuashing's eyes shine. Even the few girls behind him couldn't help but walk up and surround it. It seemed that they couldn't stand this little guy anymore. After all, its appearance was quite lethal to men and women, old and young. At least these few girls had fallen for it. Is this a phoenix? It's so cute. Yuan Qian's claws moved, and her eyes emitted a green light. Her jade-like hands gently touched the phoenix. She was very excited. I touched the phoenix. It's a divine beast. Little phoenix, the girls circled around it and stretched out their hands to touch and poke it. Everyone was speechless. Yin Nuashing could only smile bitterly and didn't say anything. Chirp! Suddenly, little phoenix seemed to have received a shock as its little eyes looked at them in fear and went straight into Yin Nuashing's clothes. Its little head carefully poked out and took a glance at the few of them before it hurriedly shrank back. Little star, hurry up. Don't waste time. Phoenix. Eggshell. What's that? Aya. Anyway, let's go look at the eggshell. Suddenly, Z shouted excitedly. Yin Nuashing was stunned for a moment. She realized that Z didn't say anything for a long time. However, she knew that the thing that made her anxious was definitely not simple. She immediately pushed the girls away and ran towards the eggshell. Everyone was very curious when they saw her suddenly running away. They quickly looked over. The two halves of the eggshell were crystal clear and there was an extremely shocking energy circulating within. A few small fragments were spread on the ground. The surrounding floor had traces of being burnt. This space was actually very distorted. Yin Nuoxing ran to the eggshell and looked at it doubtfully. She only felt that the eggshell was very hot. She covered her hand with purple night flame and grabbed the eggshell. Just as she grabbed the eggshell and looked inside, Yin Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. Inside the eggshell, a ball of crimson pink flame was dancing lightly. Every time it flickered, a small piece of the surrounding space would shatter. However, it looked more and more illusory, as if it was about to be annihilated. True Phoenix Fire. At this moment, Z finally remembered something and shouted excitedly. Rank 15 on the Divine Flames list. True Phoenix Fire. A small flame that only appears when a phoenix is born. Moreover, it will only exist for 10 minutes. If it isn't collected within 10 minutes, it will dissipate immediately. But such a small strand is completely useless. Yin Nuoxing heard this and instantly became excited. However, when she finished listening, she scratched her head and became anxious. It had been about 7 to 8 minutes since it hatched. She still needed to prepare properly to subdue the divine flame. There wasn't enough time at all. It's useless now, but let's not talk so much. Stuff it into the little phoenix's body. Z was just about to explain when he suddenly stopped and hurriedly shouted. But the phoenix is still so small. This is a divine flame. Yin Nuoxing hesitated. She was so anxious that she was sweating profusely. She didn't know what to do. Hurry up, inject the true Phoenix Fire into the little phoenix's body. At this moment, everyone who came over saw the flame and turned pale with fright. The Divine Kings, Qing Feng, and Zi shouted together, making Yin Nuoxing's mind go blank. Zi wrapped her palm with the purple night flame and quickly pinched the small flame. Then, she grabbed the little fellow that was grabbing onto her lapel. She gritted her teeth and hurriedly slapped the crimson flame into the little phoenix's body. Just as the crimson pink flame entered the little phoenix's body, the faintly discernible flame that was about to be extinguished suddenly burned vigorously again. Traces of it leaked out from the little phoenix's body. However, after a while, it completely retracted into the little phoenix's body and didn't leak out anymore. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly heaved a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat off their foreheads. Chirp! The little phoenix blinked its eyes and stared at Yin Nuoxing, as if it didn't know what had happened in that instant. The latter also stared at it with her eyes wide open. Similarly, she didn't know what had happened. Idiot! The true Phoenix Fire and the Phoenix itself are one. Right now, the true Phoenix Fire is still too weak. It's useless for you to absorb it. Just let it be nourished in the little phoenix's body. After the little phoenix goes through nirvana a few times, I reckon that when it comes off, it will really become the 15th ranked true Phoenix Fire. Z sighed. Put away the eggshells too. The phoenix's nirvana egg is also a good material for refining weapons. Qing Feng glanced at the phoenix, then pointed at the broken eggshells on the ground and said. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing also put away the eggshells. However, he gave half of them to Qing Feng, which made him stunned for a moment. Then, he became extremely excited. We can't stay here for long. Let's go. After everything was done, Yin Nuoxing hurriedly said. Although the array could delay for a while, it had been so long since the commotion just now. No matter how long it could delay, someone should have come in. If someone saw that the main hall was empty, he didn't know what they would think. Sigh, it's always a pity that we didn't see the eternal weapon. Qing Feng shook his head and sighed. Don't worry, isn't there still the main hall? Yin Nuoxing touched his nose and smiled. This was still the space created by the conferred god stage. It was still not too late to go to the main hall now. Everyone nodded. Just as they were about to walk towards the door, they saw the door of the main hall suddenly open. Two people holding a golden lotus and a purple gold rod, along with a large group of people, appeared at the door. F***CK. At this moment, Yin Nuoxing's face was a little ugly. Chapter 330. The Qin family and the Xian family, who were holding the royal lotus and the sky-shaking rod, finally arrived. When they opened the door and saw a group of people walking towards the door, they were stunned. Dozens of pairs of eyes looked around. The atmosphere was a little strange. Qian family and Qin family. 9 deities temple, Yu family and Yuan family. 2 voices rang out from their respective groups. They were a little faint, and it was hard to tell what was going on. Yin Nuoxing, who was standing at the front, was pulled to the back by the beautiful woman. The little phoenix on her body poked her head out curiously and looked around. "Little phoenix, go back. Don't come out." Yin Nuoxing hurriedly pressed the little phoenix back, pulled up his windbreaker, and used the golden energy of the receptive spirit divine body to cover it up, in case anyone saw through it. To be honest, he was very nervous right now, because he remembered that a few years ago, when the 9 Divine Palace was looking for him, the Qian family and the Qin family both contributed, but he didn't know why they were looking for him. He didn't know them. A few God Kings and Yuan, Shao slowly walked forward. A few youngsters from the 2 families also walked forward, causing everyone to clench their fists tightly. They could not help but swallow their saliva. Their eyes were fixed on the people from the 2 sides as they continued to walk forward. The energy within their bodies began to circulate. The 2 men with eternal weapons were also ready to fight. Their golden lotuses and long rods began to revolve gently. Then, they stared at the few people who were less than 1 meter away from them and stretched out their palms. At this moment, their hearts tightened and they even held their breaths. No one dared to make a sound. "Huh, old Shui, I didn't expect you to come in. You should have told us earlier. You made us rush in. We didn't steal anything along the way. Hey, didn't you see us outside the altar? You should have thought of this long ago." TSK, TSK. So many people gathered together. "Old Yuan, I didn't expect you to join the fun. Let's go. Let's drink until we're drunk." Seeing that the solemn atmosphere was disrupted by a few words, the 2 groups of people staggered and almost fell to the ground. Their 2 eternal weapons were extinguished with a bang. They could not help but open their mouths wide. Huh? What's going on? Just a moment ago, they were still so serious, but in the next moment, they were all patting each other's shoulders as if they had seen an old friend. They were talking and laughing, making the group of juniors unable to understand what was going on. They could only stare at each other without saying anything. TSK, TSK. Iron Goddess, you're not married yet? Moo, you're really too much. How old are you? Why haven't you found a family yet? Tisk, I haven't found a good family to marry yet. You, on the other hand, have become a leftover man. Iron God King and the beautiful woman both curled their lips and slapped the golden-robed man unhappily. Haha, a familiar strength, a familiar feeling. Since we're all left, it just so happens that we can gather together. The golden-robed man laughed and patted his chest. F*CK off. The 2 girls were furious. Each of them raised a slender leg and directly kicked him away. The 9 little fellows have all come out. 5th level immortal step. Not bad, not bad. Bin, Yin, come and meet them. Your little goddess isn't bad either. She's already at the 8th level. The kid from the Qian family is also not bad. Water God King smilingly looked at the 2 juniors who were holding onto the eternal weapon and laughed. Holding onto the divine weapon, have you decided to let them take over the position? Huh. Even though the 8 families were not like an iron bucket, but there were still some personal relationships between the families. Now that everyone was reunited after such a long time, there were some emotions. You 9 little brats, quickly come over and get to know each other. Water God King saw that Yao Hua and the rest were still standing there in a daze. He raised his eyebrows and threw them over with a wave of his hand. Qian, all of you come over. The 10 over youngsters smiled bitterly and stared at each other. In front of the elders, they could only symbolically greet them. After chatting and laughing for a long time, the few of them finally saw Yin Nuoxing and Ming Yin hiding behind Qingfeng. That person from the Qian family laughed out loud and said, "Old Shui, that is little divine body Naling. He is indeed a talented person, valiant and ethereal like an immortal. Truly a young hero." Hearing that they were finally talking about him, Yin Nuoxing sweated profusely while Xian giggled and stuck her tongue out at him. That coquettish look made Yin Nuoxing roll his eyes. Ming shrunk into her arms and smiled coquettishly. Seeing Yin Nuoxing's awkward look, he felt that it was very interesting. Little Star is afraid of strangers and would be embarrassed to see so many people. The beautiful female saw that he did not come out and covered her mouth to laugh as she softly said, "Are you not going out to meet them? They are all friends of the elders." Xian poked his stomach and laughed coquettishly. "Not going." Yin Nuoxing slanted his eyes and shook his head unwillingly. Hee, Little Star is shy. Seeing this, the smile on Xian's face increased as she pinched his cheeks and said, "Let me go with you." "Don't." Yin Nuoxing's cheeks jumped twice as he stiffly shook his head. "Come on." "Not going." Hearing the sickeningly sweet voice from behind, Qing Feng's old face shook as he smiled bitterly. "You two fellows stop being so affectionate behind my back." "Yeah, really energetic." Finishing, he unexpectedly grabbed Yin Nuoxing and Xian, and when they were not paying attention, he threw them towards Water God King. Before Yin Nuoxing and Ming Yin could react, they saw themselves and Xian flying out. By the time they reacted, both their feet touched the ground and opened their eyes, only to see Water God King and the others smiling at them. Black lines instantly appeared on their faces. "Old bastard." Seeing Qing Feng smiling and waving his hands, Yin Nuoxing resisted the urge to give him the middle finger. His face was black for a while before he recovered. Seeing the few of them looking at him curiously, he laughed dryly and said, "Greetings, seniors." Seeing his bashful look, the few of them laughed, making him very embarrassed. "Seems like a girl." At this time, Qin Yin suddenly whispered a sentence. She thought that it was soft enough that no one would hear, but in the end, Yin Nuoxing heard every single word. Her face instantly stiffened and the atmosphere froze. Everyone's face also petrified at this moment. "Let's go to main hall." Yin Nuoxing suddenly put on a straight face and squinted his eyes as he spoke softly. However, it was this soft voice that made everyone laugh dryly. Finishing, Yin Nuoxing walked towards the main hall's entrance without looking back. His long hair and coat fluttered, leaving behind an arrogant figure. Little Star is sulking. Seeing him like this, Xian bowed to the few elders and helplessly shrugged her shoulders. She carried Ming and quickly followed. "Little boy, wait." Yuan Xian saw the situation and directly left Yuan Shi and the rest behind before running to catch up with Yin Nuoxing. Everyone laughed dryly, and Qin Yin felt even more embarrassed. She hurriedly followed after him. In the inner hall, it was a complete mess. The hard walls could not withstand the torment of the crowd, and there were numerous big and small holes. God knows how many pillars of the main hall had collapsed, causing the inner hall to be riddled with holes. God knows how many people had visited this miserable scene. The people who were frantically snatching all frowned when they saw Yin Nuoxing and the rest coming out from the depths of the inner hall. However, when they saw that there were so many of them, they were somewhat uncertain and did not dare to make a move. They were also not sure if there were any divine treasures on them, and could only watch them leave. After coming out from the inner hall, Yin Nuoxing and the rest directly flew towards the entrance of this world and descended the white jade staircase. When they saw that Jin Wang and the rest were still confronting each other, everyone was sweating profusely. "You're back so soon?" Seeing a large group of people descending from the sky, Jin Wang and the rest were a little startled. Chi Su and the rest narrowed their eyes and stared at Yin Nuoxing's back fiercely. A surge of murderous intent swelled to the peak, but it was hidden in an instant. Nothing could be seen from their calm eyes. Jin Wang glanced at him coldly. Although others might not be able to feel the murderous intent, he could feel it very clearly. If it were not for the fact that the other party also had an eternal weapon, he would really want to leave them here to avoid leaving behind a disaster. "We're out." It's a completely different world inside. It's very rich in energy. Cultivating there will be twice the result with half the effort. Moreover, there are eternal weapons left behind. However, we can't subdue them. Divine King, let's go together. As soon as he landed, Yin Nuoxing sighed and spoke very softly, almost inaudibly. His disappointed expression made the people behind him roll their eyes. What did he mean by can't subdue it? Didn't he subdue the lunar platform? However, it was not worthwhile for them to expose him at this time. They all knew that he was lying to Chi Su and the rest. As for whether it was effective or not, they did not know. After all, it was so obvious. There's an eternal weapon. Although the voice was very low, Chi Su and the others still heard it. Their bodies shook, and the three of them looked at each other. At that moment, they didn't even care about Yin Nuo planet. They hurriedly rushed into the white jade staircase, as if they were really going to subdue it. This made everyone speechless. Sai low IQ. Hearing the sound of three people rushing through the air behind him, Yin Nuoxing could not help but shake his head. Everyone was trying hard not to laugh. Their expressions were very funny. How could they believe such an obvious lie? At this time, Ming jumped back into Yin Nuoxing's arms. She scratched his pretty face with her little hand and muttered softly, "Big brother, you're so naughty." Ming, this is called outsmarting. Big brother is trying to send those bad guys away. Do you understand? Yin Nuoxing heard her and pinched her little nose. He smiled dotingly, leaving everyone speechless. Big brother's lying. This time, Ming did not nod obediently like before. She directly turned the back of her head to him, leaving him speechless. He thought to himself, is the rebellious period coming? Screech. At this time, the little phoenix nestled on Ming's head opened its mouth and called out. It seemed to agree very much. Yin Nuoxing laughed dryly and pinched Ming's face hard. Then, he took the lead and walked down the apotheosis platform. It's a pity that we didn't see the inheritance of the deity position. Following the original path back, Yin Nuoxing looked at the altar in the distance and sighed. To be honest, when it came to the apotheosis platform, the first thing that came to his mind was the inheritance of the deity position. He even had a lot of hope. Unexpectedly, there was no such thing as a deity position. The group successfully left the apotheosis platform. Looking at the crisscrossing passageways, Yin Nuoxing quickly took out the map. He used his finger to make turns on the map. Finally, for some reason, he pointed to the main hall in the center. He also avoided many places with drawings of skeletons. Let's go like this. Turn left, go straight, turn right, turn left, go straight, turn left, turn right. F***CK? Everyone pointed their middle fingers at him. Yin Nuoxing laughed dryly and quickly led the way. At this time, Lan Xian came out of the sky piercer. Seeing Yin Nuoxing's embarrassed look, she giggled and led the way. After all, she had been to the Tana's Water Holy Temple before and knew some of the way. The complexity of the temple was far beyond everyone's imagination. Following behind Lan Xian, they passed through countless winding corridors. It felt like they were going through a maze, and they even felt a little dizzy. However, this feeling lasted for half an hour. Finally, the view in front of them widened. They rushed forward a little more and saw another huge, ancient hall inside the temple. The hall was dark blue. Countless years of time had not left a single mark on the hall. Instead, it looked like it was newly built. However, it gave off a sense of vicissitudes. The hall was very big. Standing in it, they looked like ants looking up at a big tree. In the middle of the hall, there was another dark blue altar. It emitted a faint light. Other than that, there was nothing else in the hall. There was only a group of people who came to look for treasures. Chapter 331. In a vast hall, figures stood in disorder. Apart from a few lone travelers, most of the others were well-known forces. They had been here for a long time. It seemed that their goal was quite clear. As soon as they entered the Tana's Water God Temple, they went straight here. Qinghai Palace, Water Fairy Palace, Qi Family Small Team, and even Hua Family? 5 of the 8 families are here. Yuanxi scanned the scene and pointed out the forces one by one. When he saw a group of people in yellow on the far right, he was stunned. Hua Family. Yin Nuoxing also looked over. He also knew about this family, but it was limited to knowing, and he didn't know much about it. If Yu family had not appeared in the world for 1,000,000 years, then Hua family and the other 3 families were completely hidden families. Moreover, there were many forces in the realm of the gods that were related to intelligence. Even so, they didn't dig up much information about the four families. They didn't even know what elements the four families mainly cultivated or which divine god they had. When Yin Nuoxing's group entered the large hall, they naturally attracted the attention of quite a number of people. Immediately, numerous wary and hostile gazes were shot over. When they saw that there were so many people present, their expressions changed in an extremely interesting manner. With regards to these gazes, Yin Nuoxing did not pay much attention to them. His gaze swept around the hall and suddenly felt an icy cold gaze directed at him. Immediately, he raised his eyebrows and turned his gaze over, stopping at the place where the icy cold gaze was directed at. The owner of the cold gaze was a man in a gray robe. His hands were behind his back, and his black hair was draped over his shoulders. His skin was bronze, his face was sharp, and his eyebrows were long. He looked very heroic. That's the young master of Qi family, Qi Haoyu. Be careful of him. Although the divine sons and divine daughters of several ancient families have never appeared in the world, their cultivation is not weak. I guess he already has the strength of a half-demon, and he definitely has a divine weapon on him. As for why, little boy, you know, Yuan Qian whispered in his ear, almost inaudible. Qi Haoyu. Yin Nuoxing heard this and murmured coldly. Qi Haoyu had once said that he would kill him. For this reason, Qing Xian, the divine son of Qinghai Palace, was also looking for him and inadvertently exchanged pointers with him, although the latter did not know his identity at that time. At this time, a man in green stood quietly beside Qi Haoyu. His light green eyes followed the latter to Yin Nuoxing and then to the former. He asked, "Brother Qi, is that the divine physique of receiving souls?" "It's him. If he makes a move later, don't show any mercy." Qi Haoyu nodded and smiled coldly. Qing Xian heard this and looked at Yin Nuoxing in surprise. Then, she looked at Yuan Shi and Xian beside him. Finally, she fixed her eyes on Yin Nuoxing. After a while, she suddenly understood. She chuckled and said, "I've fought with him before. He's very strong." "What?" Hearing this, Qi Haoyu and the others looked at her and asked in surprise, "You fought with him before?" Qing Xian nodded and recounted what happened in the Jiao Dragon Palace. Of course, he did not forget about the peaceful exchange of pointers. His voice was flat and indifferent, as if he was talking about something unrelated to him. "It's only the third layer of the immortal step. Killing him won't be difficult." Qi Haoyu licked his lips and sneered. As the young master of the Qi family, it could be said that he had inherited most of the family's secret techniques. His cultivation was at the half-demon level. Few people at the same level could match him. Moreover, he had a divine level magic tool given to him by the family's experts. Killing a third-layer immortal step expert was just a matter of moving his hands. Unfortunately, Yin Nuoxing had too many things on him. Moreover, his physique had been transformed by Xian Yin, and he was protected by many divine items. He could not be considered a third-layer immortal step expert at all. Even if it was a surprise attack, it would be difficult. Yin Nuoxing naturally did not know what he was thinking. If he did, he might have directly stabbed him with his sword to avoid causing trouble for himself later. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qing Xian led the group into the main hall. He stopped a little further away from the center of the hall and looked at the dark blue altar. After entering the main hall, Yin Nuoxing discovered that the altar towering on the stone platform was surrounded by a faint circle of energy. It was obviously protected by a barrier. At the center of the altar was a similarly dark blue ball of light that emitted astonishing energy fluctuations. However, it was blocked by the energy barrier. The origin of water. Seeing the head-sized dark blue ball of light, Yin Nuoxing and Xian immediately became excited. They smiled at each other, seeing the excitement in each other's eyes. "Xing Xing, the origin of water is calling for me." Mei Mao looked at the dark blue ball of light on the altar. Xian said softly, "Originally, this feeling should have been very clear. Moreover, if the origin of water sensed Xian, it should have directly flown over. However, when it arrived here, the barrier had not opened. Now it was trapped inside. Many of the people present were probably here for the water origin. After all, the essence of the water origin was a ball of spiritual water elements. If they could subdue and refine it, they would definitely have the purest form of water elements in their bodies. Moreover, there would not be a trace of backlash. However, since the origin of water had its own spiritual nature, it would definitely choose to avoid calamity. Previously, when the origin of Earth saw Yun Nuashing, it also hesitated and did not go forward. It should be a little difficult to capture it. Moreover, now that the main character was here, the chances of others catching it were greatly reduced. This barrier is getting weaker and weaker. Soon, it will completely disappear. We came at the right time. The Water God King looked at the array and nodded. Other than specializing in the water element, the Water God Temple was also involved in the study of arrays. In fact, it should be said that they were very knowledgeable. Moreover, they were one of the few major powers in the realm of the gods that specialized in arrays. The disciples of the Water God Temple were all good at making arrays. Little girl, I will catch you later and use your origin energy to capture the origin of water. Yin Nuashing nodded and looked at everyone present. She smiled faintly. Little boy, do you need help? Yuan Xin heard and giggled. She rubbed her fists and asked, as if she was ready to fight. There's no need for that. Senior God King, protect them well later. I'll bring Yin up for a walk. Yin Nuashing shook his head. The last part of his sentence was naturally for the God King of Gold. All right. However, you really don't need help? Jin Wang nodded. He came here because he was worried about Yin Nuashing. Of course, it is not impossible for you to kill everyone here. Yin Nuashing tilted her head and said something that made everyone speechless. Everyone, however, they were not too worried. Yin Nuashing was equipped with treasures. She could even kill the emperor of the underworld. Presumably, these small fries would not cause her any harm. Moreover, she had the Xianlong Zither, a godhead weapon. Even if they were worried, it would be useless. Thinking of this, they were relieved. They only needed to protect their own people. When it came to snatching, no one here was faster than the light element. Big brother, why don't you go and help? At this moment, Lei Ming suddenly patted Yao Hua and said something that made everyone not know whether to laugh or cry. No need. Cocky farts will only get in the way. It will be more convenient for two people to move. As expected, before Yao Hua could react, Yin Nuashing said something indifferently. Everyone chuckled. It seemed that the relationship between these two fellows was really not good. Little brother Xingxing, I was wrong, okay. Yao Hua wanted to cry. Yin Nuashing was all smiles to everyone. She was as warm as the spring breeze in March. Only in front of him, she became cold. Yao Hua felt as if he was facing an ice field. How can you call me Xingxing? Moreover, who is your little brother? Why don't we spar? Yin Nuashing narrowed her eyes and said with a faint smile, I was wrong. Yao Hua shuddered and hurriedly took 2 steps back. What kind of joke was this? Once Ling Hong's sword was out, even the Divine King and the rest would have to retreat 3 feet. Wasn't he purely courting death? He would sh*t in less than 3 seconds. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Not to mention the divine weapon. Yao Hua's light element had not reached the purest level yet. Just in terms of elements, he was a little inferior to Yin Nuashing. Although both of them did not focus on flexibility and were fast enough to crash into walls, Yin Nuashing was faster and consumed less energy at the same speed. It was naturally much easier to fight against Yin Nuashing. That altar is very mysterious. It is a teleportation array. Yin Nuashing quietly opened her evil spirit eye and looked at the blue altar. She narrowed her eyes. She could see hundreds or even thousands of very complicated arrays operating in the altar. Moreover, there were arrays with coordinates. It seemed to lead somewhere. She didn't know if it was the same as the blue array at the altar of gods. Legend has it that the Tana's Water God Temple is guarding something. However, I have not seen anything special since I came in. It can't be inside, right? Hearing her say this, Qing Feng suddenly frowned and muttered while stroking his beard. What is it guarding? Yin Nuashing heard and asked curiously. He was not the only one who was puzzled. Even the Divine King and the others were not sure. They quickly pricked up their ears. This old man accidentally saw it in a tattered ancient book. It must be something left behind from the mythological era. The writing was very vague, and there were many places that could not be seen clearly. I also could not understand the words. The divine will that was left behind is about to be obliterated. Ching Feng sighed and thought for a while before slowly saying, "Legend has it that there is a treasure in the Tana's water god temple. It is used to guard something, and this treasure cannot be destroyed. Otherwise, there will be danger. It is said that it can affect the entire realm of the gods." Affect the entire realm of the gods. Everyone swallowed their saliva. What kind of thing was this? It could actually affect the whole thing. This supreme treasure had a great origin. It might be something left behind by a deity or a deity of a higher level. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such a great effect. Everyone shook their heads. If this treasure was real and could affect the entire realm of the gods, then it definitely could not be taken away casually. Naturally, they could not place their thoughts on it. While waiting for the seal to disappear, there were constantly experts and forces that rushed over. As the number of experts increased, the atmosphere in the main hall became more subtle and tense. Everyone knew that this place might turn into a cruel battlefield in a moment. Under this heavy atmosphere, some of the forces that were slightly related or people that were on good terms with them began to secretly gather. In such a chaotic place, if one acted alone, he might not even know how he died, let alone snatching the water origin. However, every batch of people that came in would tremble and retreat far away when they saw how big Yin Nuashing's group was. Therefore, there was not a single person within 100 meters of them. This made them feel a little helpless. Why aren't Chi Su and the other two old fogies here yet? Yin Nuashing looked at the three Netherworld kings from the Chi family who had yet to appear and could not help but knit his brows. Could it be that they had discovered something at the conferred god stage? However, just as he muttered in his heart, a furious voice suddenly rang out from behind him, after which it turned into an ear-piercing sound wave that resounded in the main hall. "Damned bastard, hand over your life to this old man." Hearing this somewhat familiar angry voice, Yin Nuashing's eyes were quickly covered in ice. The killing intent in his heart rose to the peak for the first time. "Chi Su, that old fogey, you're finally here.